Just outside the capital, a late-20s magician chose to quit his life right out of nowhere. A week ago then vanished into his home, shutting the world out to savor the calm, soak up rest, and live for pure peace. The young man burst into the house and a girl with ears snapped at him, furious, asking if he was still just wasting his time. The swordswoman swaggered and bragged that her crew had already put the monsters in their place, and the young man just smiled, saying they hadn't changed one bit, still bursting with energy like always. She asked how bad his knee hurt and told him he'd overdone it at the party. He swallowed hard, admitted the pain was still there and couldn't hide the truth anymore. He quietly admitted it sounded like insult-level pay, and his eyes burned with exhaustion and a bitter truth he couldn't quite hide. For the young heroes, the Demon King was the dream at the heart of everything they did, and once they finally broke him, their brutal, hard-fought journey reached its finish line. He threw himself at the Demon King to pull his focus, while the others rained down the decisive blows until, right at the breaking point, the enemy finally landed his deadliest attack on him. He took a hit in the knee during the battle, but the moment the dust cleared, people instantly hailed them as heroes. The royal family handed him medals and the Adventurers Guild crowned him too, and as if that wasn't enough, they lifted him to the highest rank one no one had earned in 200 years. The swordswoman told him his knee would never heal, not even with healing magic, because the Demon King's curse wouldn't let a miracle through. He just swallowed his pride and bitterly admitted he never should have expected mercy from a curse like that. The swordwoman warned him not to push himself too hard and to watch his step, and he just couldn't help thinking she was probably only there to mess with him. He spotted the medicine and instantly knew the swordswoman had brought it just for him, then grinned, thinking, yeah, that's so totally like her. After years of blazing through danger as an adventurer, exhaustion finally caught up to him, and with a grin, he admitted straight up that he'd fully earned the right to rest. Suddenly, a high-ranking man with a grim, stone-faced stare stepped up in front of him and thundered, "I need to ask you something right now." A top military officer stormed in and announced his demand. He wanted you to build a brand new order of magical knights and lead them into war. Even after the Demon King's fall, the top military officer leaned in and warned him that danger still lurked everywhere, then told him to step in and judge the order using his experience and victories. And he answered, "It's an honor beyond words." He admitted that his condition meant he couldn't keep throwing himself into battles anymore, but he still thanked fate for the honor. Then the royal court stepped in, offering him a new role, training and educating the next generation of magicians. A sick dread crawled up his spine as everything unfolded, and soon the guild's boss himself showed up, smiling right at him. They offered him the chance to lead a brand new guild of adventurers, forged on the Demon King's old lands, and after a brief tense pause, he nodded and agreed to dig into the details. People started closing in from every side, all trying to blurt their questions or demands. Then he realized this mess was turning brutal, heavy, and unbearable fast. Alone in the room, he finally snapped, crumpling to the floor as pain from his knee slammed into him so hard he could barely choke back a cry. He wrestled with what he promised the king in that far-off country, but his own recovery demanded every ounce of attention, and rage still burned in him, because that S-rank title only piled on fresh trouble and denied him any peace. He lay there, writhing in agony, trying to claw his way to one sweet moment of rest. Then one thought hammered through his head. He had to find a real way to relax. He sat there stewing for a moment, then finally stood up, slid his cloak on, and headed out. With one burning thought, he would leave the royal capital. He bolted out immediately, ripping himself away from everything familiar. After a night of deep thinking, he realized a simple vacation wouldn't calm him down. Too much noise and chaos swirled around him, and that's why he threw himself into a guild assignment, sure it was the best move. He picked a job using 3 rules: make it look easy, have it come from a girl way out by the capital, and force it to eat up a ton of time. And as soon as the offers appeared, one option hit him like a perfect match. He picked the job that looked perfect at first glance, but when people saw it, they were stunned because it was meant for the lowest rank adventurers. He had to fend off raids from wild boars and wolves in a struggling village, but the payoff sounded too good to ignore. A place to stay, full meals, and even hot springs. So once he heard that, he jumped at the chance, like the conditions were straight up perfect. Alone behind the counter, the girl froze, wanting to check with her superiors first. But he pushed back hard, barking that it was urgent, and the moment she finally agreed, he lit up with relief. He figured, even if I do nothing, my rank will still earn me rewards, so that tiny payout barely even registered. He smirked and slipped out of the capital, chasing one simple dream, a calm, steady village life with nothing to disturb him. He'd been on the road for a full week, grinding toward his destination, and even with a brutal, never-ending stretch ahead, he refused to stop. When he finally hit the right spot, he realized he couldn't go any farther without walking. His knee screamed, but he forced himself to inch along and push through the pain. He sucked in that fresh air, grinning at how gorgeous everything looked, and the perfect weather instantly lifted his mood the moment he stepped out. After 3 long hours of trudging, he finally halted to scan his surroundings. Just endless trees, stretching in every direction, with nothing else in sight. Suddenly, eerie roars and terrified human screams ripped through the air, and his instincts snapped. He went on full alert, ready to step in. He heard a girl scream, grit her teeth, and vow she'd fight all the way to the end. And that was the moment he finally stepped in. He spotted the elf-eared girl getting swarmed by wild wolves, and she fought like her life depended on it, striking back even as danger closed in from every side. He saw the girl stood tall against danger, but her trembling knees gave her away. She was barely holding it together with fear. One of the wolves snapped its gaze onto him, bared its teeth, and lunged like it meant it then. The hero let out a heavy sigh, knowing there was no escape now. He planted his feet in front of the wolf and snapped that he'd handle it himself, because even without magic, threats like this couldn't touch him, and the fire in his eyes proved it. The wolf sprang for him, and without even a flinch, he clamped onto its jaws and heaved it aside with raw force. Then the beast yelped in misery as it shot off, eyes wide with pure terror and insane power. The elf girl with shining eyes thanked him, bowing a little as if it meant everything, and as her sincerity hit him, he awkwardly waved it off and said it was nothing, then asked, "Are you hurt?" Milek, the elf girl with those shining eyes, blurted her name with a bright grin, and even though he felt a bit flustered by how straight to the point she was, he couldn't deny it now. He finally knew her name. He scratched the back of his head, flashed an apologetic grin, and called her by name before introducing himself. Then the elf met him with a small smile and accepted what he said. The elf lit up like the sun, grinning wide as she thanked him again and again, her voice overflowing with real gratitude, while her eyes shimmered with pure, warm joy. After years of adventuring, he'd heard gratitude 1,000 times, but somehow, this time those words hit different, warm in a way he couldn't ignore. A genuine smile snapped onto his face, and he realized those simple words were giving him the kind of joy he'd been craving. He asked her straight up if it was too dangerous to trek through places like that all alone, and the girl blushed and admitted quietly that the village had already run out of medicine, so she had to brave the journey herself to fetch the healing herbs. She said her little sister was burning up with fever, racked with pain, and when he heard it, he instantly realized just how dangerous things were. The elf finally confessed she'd come for the herbs even after all the wolf warnings because her sister was sick, and when the man heard her out, he dropped the truth. He wasn't just anyone, he was a doctor. The elf admitted she'd come for herbs, but she regretted it fast this year. The wolves were everywhere, and the man could see monsters had already chewed through everything around them. The elf confessed she'd head even deeper into the mountains for herbs, despite the fear clawing at her, and when the man heard it, horror hit him, because he realized he couldn't leave her alone. He figured that saving the girl might keep him from getting back in time before the village gates slammed shut, and he absolutely refused to spend the night out in the cold. He couldn't stop thinking that if he left her alone, wolves would swarm in and tear her apart, so he finally gave in and rushed to help her hunt the herbs. He told her he wasn't rushing a thing and insisted on walking with her so she could feel safe, and the girl lit up thanking him with pure joy. He calmly asked her to take him straight to where the herbs grew, and the girl gasped in shock, totally unprepared for him to be so direct. The elf grinned and guided him straight to the right spot, and he chased after her in a panic only for her to softly tell him, "Don't rush." The elf strolled like she owned the world, humming sweetly as pure joy lit up her face, and when he glanced at her, he knew she was genuinely happy. They strode down a forest path where plants crowded the ground, lush and wild, but her words carried a warning, like danger was hiding right behind all that beauty. He took in the empty air, hunting for herbs that weren't there, trying to figure out what he even needed to find. And the girl's voice sank as she admitted that, even here, animals had already devoured everything. He asked to go somewhere else, and the elf pointed out a cave a half-hour walk away. But her shaky hesitation hit him like a warning bell and made him instantly wary. With worried eyes, she admitted a basilisk had just moved into the cave, and the moment he heard it, shock hit him so hard he couldn't even believe it. Right in front of them loomed a basilisk, an awful B-rank monster with eyes that turned anyone to stone and a body packed with deadly poison. And that's when the hero realized only a brutal, tightly knit team of adventurers could bring it down. He knew taking down a basilisk wouldn't be a walk in the park when it exploded. Its blood would spray everywhere, and the fight would instantly turn into deadly chaos. One slip, and it was over. The elf shook with terror, gripping the basket like it could save her, but the man just grinned and urged her on then, told her straight up that for him, the basilisk was nothing more than another easy target he'd wipe out. The elf girl panicked, scrambling for words to warn him the basilisk was way too dangerous to beat that easily. But the man stayed stone calm and told her without a hint of doubt that he'd take care of it. They both caught the scent of herbs drifting out of the cave, and the girl's nerves shot through her as she confirmed it was real. The man stayed cool, told her to step outside, and took charge of everything. He smirked like he owned the moment, told her everything was locked under control, and even ordered her to yell if anything went wrong. She stared at him worried, but somehow his confidence made her believe him. He grinned, clutching a basket, and realized nobody had ever touched the plants here. Yet, the deeper he pushed into the cave, unease crawled over him. Even with all those herbs growing everywhere, he tiptoed deeper into the pitch-dark cave. Then a gigantic, snake-like shadow slithered out of the darkness. And when he saw it move, his smile spread as he finally realized he'd found the one he'd been waiting for. A massive basilisk slithered out of the cave's depths, its sinister eyes blazing and its deadly hiss cutting the air, and the hero stayed unshaken, watching it like he already saw the battle coming. The basilisk lunged in, tearing forward with a lightning-fast strike, and the ground buckled from the hit. He barely managed to throw up his defense as the monster's rampage slammed into him. The hero snapped up a brutal magical barrier and slammed it between himself and the basilisk's onslaught, then tore his gaze toward the basket of herbs and grinned, because it was time to stop playing and go full offense. He clenched his fist like a vow, brimming with confidence and steel resolve as he promised he'd strike the moment victory opened, and the basilisk shuddered, stunned by his words and sheer power. He flung a razor-tiny stone, supercharged with speed magic, and it slammed into the world like a bullet, cracking the air, then exploding as the echo thundered through the cave. The stone slammed through the monster's scales, and the basilisk's body jerked under the hit while the hero flashed a grin, openly admitting he hadn't had to fight this kind of enemy in ages. He reminded himself, don't mess up this cave with careless moves. This place was where the grass would keep coming back, year after year, no matter what. The girl curled up, hugged her knees, and sank into a gloomy silence until a voice snapped her name and she jolted in shock. With the biggest happy grin, she took the basket of herbs, thanked him with real sincerity, and he shot her a small smile, then quietly asked if she was okay. He calmly announced he was going to haul the monster's carcass outside, then turned to her and asked her to help him with it. She was stunned. She couldn't believe he'd actually beaten the monster, and she blurted out in shock. Then he shot back, wide-eyed, asking what was wrong. She couldn't stop gushing over his raw strength and crowned him an expert at slaying basilisks, and the moment those words landed, embarrassment hit him hard. He felt completely awkward. She offered help, and then boom, the whole moment turned awkward. He looked mortified, insisting it all happened purely by accident. They stared at the fallen monster, blown away by how massive it was, and he realized it was unbelievably heavy too. They started hacking into the monster's carcass, zeroing in on its tail, fangs, and eyes because those pieces could fetch a fortune. They sliced the monster down to the bone so not a single piece was wasted. Its skin was useful, the meat was edible, and even the blood could be turned into medicine. With a burst of relief, they harvested every useful piece from the monster's carcass, grinned at each other, and realized together they'd pulled it off. They clocked the sunset creeping in and agreed on the spot to pitch camp beside the cave. No more arguments needed. She hesitated at first, trying to swallow her excitement, but then Russell, The forest snapped to life. Panic hit like a wave, and she pressed into her companion as both of them went rigid, bracing for whatever came next. She finally confessed she was terrified of the forest at night, and it totally explained why she freaked out then. He just smiled through her nerves, trying to lift her spirits. He swaggered in and swore he'd protect her, even calling her his lady then. She flushed hard, clutching her speeding heart as it pounded like crazy. They huddled by the fire, she spoke in a low voice, stealing quick looks at the flames, and he stayed silent, staring ahead like his thoughts swallowed him whole. She tugged his cloak around her shoulders and admitted she'd snatched it for warmth, and when he smiled, he told her it was totally okay, because summer was here and the heat was on. Darkness crashed over the forest, and the night's silence swallowed everything around them whole. He offered her food with a warm smile, but she calmly waved it off and thanked him anyway. Then they settled right at the mouth of the cave, soaking up the quiet, peaceful night. They crawled into bed together, but the girl confessed she couldn't sleep still. Even with exhaustion dragging at her, she kept forcing herself to stay awake. He apologized with a small, strained smile, thinking it couldn't be easy for her to sleep out in the open, and when she pulled a cloak around herself, she eyed him and asked, wary and unsure, why he'd come. With a shocked gasp, she finally confessed that wolves had attacked her right here, right at this spot. And when he heard it, he just nodded and said it all clicked, because she was on her way to the village where she'd been sent. She happily offered to walk him there if it wasn't too far, and he waved it off, telling her the assignment was totally under control since there were no time limits. He said the place was called Merg Village and asked if she'd ever heard of it. Then she blurted out, shocked, that it was her own village. She beamed and told him he could stay in their village for a while, and he nodded back with a bright smile. Her chest loosened with relief, and his answer came out calm, easy, and sure. He just gazed at her with a soft, gentle smile, then stayed right there, quietly by her side. She wrapped herself in his cloak and drifted off, cheek pressed to his shoulder. When he saw it, a soft smile broke across his face, and he stayed right there, silent and on guard, shielding her sleep. With a small smirk, he decided guarding didn't feel so awful. After all, this was a job where he could shield people's smiles, and that thought lit a fire of determination in his chest. He breathed that calm deep into his bones and swore right then to live life exactly the way it is. He remembered the decisive moment an immortal striking arrow had landed a fatal hit on him, and as a veteran sorcerer who'd already beaten the demon lord, fear surged in his chest. So he chose to pull back from the fight for a while. He was done with the nobility's nonstop fawning and the crowd screaming for his help. So he snapped and vanished from it all, leaving the royal capital behind to rest as a humble village defender, a choice that felt like exactly what he needed. The hero and Millet slipped into the village without a hitch, and just like that, mountains towering over a calm, peaceful place that felt like it was holding its breath. He grinned, calling the place absolutely lovely, and the elf said without a doubt that he'd settle into his new life in the village in no time. The villagers burst into cheers when the elf returned, hugging her tight and firing questions. "Are you okay?" while the kids stared wide-eyed at the strange newcomer walking beside her. The elf beamed and told the villagers that the stranger was insanely strong and genuinely kind. Then she stood tall and proudly said he was the one who pulled her out of danger. The elf beamed as he bragged about helping her hunt down rare herbs, then standing guard all night long until he finally crushed the basilisk and the whole crowd erupted. The elf rushed to brew the medicine, and as he finished, he was left surrounded by grateful villagers who bombarded him with praise and heartfelt thanks, so many compliments that he couldn't help but feel awkward. He finally met the village chief, and the chief already knew exactly what he'd been doing. Mortified, he rushed to apologize for not introducing himself sooner. He stepped up to the residents and declared he'd become the village's protector, and in that instant the crowd exploded into shocked whispers. The residents welcomed him with open arms, and the air buzzed with pure excitement for the celebration. Then the elder stepped in and offered to personally escort him to the place prepared just for him. The elder bowed his head and apologized for the house's cracked, crumbling mess, then quiet as a breath said he actually liked the place. He clocked that the place looked ancient, yet it still had a roof and even a real bed. Then he grilled the elder about his brand new job, and the old man nodded and agreed. They told him his whole job was just to park himself by the gate and soak up the sun, and when he realized that was it, Pure shock lit up his face. The elder laid it out plainly. A guard's job was to stop enemy attacks. But in this place, there barely were any. And the hero couldn't shake the feeling that maybe a guard wasn't needed at all. The elder said that by day he could earn his keep on the farms, and when the villagers left the village, his duty was to stand guard cutting bandits down and keeping wild animals away. He clocked that real combat here was basically a no-show, but even with the tasks being simple, he still stepped up with a smile, happy to help, and absolutely not disappointed. The villagers braced for a young newcomer, then froze when a stranger walked in, looking nothing like they imagined, yet he stayed totally calm, like it was all perfectly normal. He finally got it. The villagers were just waiting for a younger guard, and their reactions made perfect sense to him. Then the chief stepped up and offered to show him around the village so he could get comfortable in his new surroundings. The villagers weren't just waiting. They were plotting to hook the young guard up with a marriageable girl so he'd stay right there with them forever. He told them he'd once torn up his knee, so he'd sworn off adventure and took a quiet job as a guard. Then they urged him to hit the hot springs to heal up and get his strength back faster. That same night, the whole village turned up at the chief's house for a roaring celebration. Mugs held high as everyone toasted the new guard's health. The village chief's house was buzzing with pure joy. People choked on laughter, raised cups, and tore into a feast, welcoming the new guard like he'd always belonged there. And when night finally faded, everyone traded warm wishes for luck and a quick, happy reunion. Night swallowed the village in silence, and moonlight only painted the still streets. Thou. The guard jolted awake to the howl of wolves rolling toward the village, and with a heavy sigh, he knew on his very first day, he'd better stop whatever danger was about to crash down on those people. He slammed out of the house, itching for action, and when it hit him that first impressions can make or break you, he went after the threat before anyone could label him a failure. He vaulted the gate in a blur and sprinted into the forest, chasing that howling scream then. The closer he got, the slower his heartbeat went as he froze, totally lost, unable to figure out what was happening. He halted dead in his tracks. Stunned speechless before him stood a pack of majestic, magical wolves, their gleaming fur and steady stares pouring out pure, breathtaking grandeur. He gaped in awe at the majestic wolf, stunned that he'd never seen anything so breathtaking, as his eyes caught the truth. This wasn't just any beast. It was an ancient magical creature that could command magic. The wolf shot forward with its teeth bared, then it slammed straight into a thunderous punch, bursting with a flash of energy that made the air ring with raw power. The wolf slammed down with a magical howl strong enough to wipe the will out of anyone, yet the defender didn't freeze. Determination sparked in his eyes, and his fist lit up with the power of a blow about to land. The wolf surged forward, roaring with pure rage, but his opponent snapped in a quick strike that sent the beast skidding off its path. Its impact tore through the air and made the magical wolf recoil hard. He clashed with the wolves, snapping his parries into place while he clocked every move, and the instant he realized each one had magic, the fight turned into a deadly gamble. Among the wolves, one towering leader ruled them all. He was the only one born with magic, and every step he took made the whole pack feel deadly. The pack felt like it stretched forever around 20 wolves, all of them falling in line with their leader without a single question. He lunged straight into the fight, itching to land the first blow until the pack leader just met his rush with calm, like he was sizing him up for fun. He realized fire would only spark more disaster, and water was completely out of his hands, so he ditched it all and picked a totally different magic, betting it was the only move that could work. He slammed down rapid magical barriers on the wolves, flipping them into deadly weapons. Then the pack leader juked them all with lightning speed, and it shocked him to his core. The leader snapped out of the way at the last second, proving he had lightning speed. Meanwhile, the hero stared him down with wary eyes, and the wolf seemed to instantly clock him as a worthy opponent. A surge of pure excitement hit him as he admitted this fight with his opponent was thrilling, his eyes blazing with want, and every new clash of fists only made him crave it even more. He smashed a devastating punch straight into the beast's chest, hurling it backward, and the wolf howled in agony, then flung its wings wide and lunged back in for round two. He crushed his enemy, towered over the fallen wolves, and said ice cold that they'd walk away alive, but only if they never dared to set foot near the village again. He realized the beast was strong enough to wield magic, so it wasn't shocking at all when it understood human speech. He confessed he could have wiped them all out. He was a sorcerer with power to burn, but he knew that if he slaughtered the whole pack, the wild boars would explode in numbers and ravage the fields. So he chose to spare them instead. The hero scrambles to tell the wolf that wiping them all out is a pointless move. Then the wolf answers straight into his mind, calling him a powerful child, and it leaves him frozen. The wolf snapped up to his mistake, bowed low in pure humility, and the hero was stunned. The hero reached out to stop him, but the moment he saw that even now the wolf wouldn't treat this lightly, he realized there was no forcing the issue. The magical beast finally spoke up and confessed it had no name at all, then demanded someone give it one. The hero, bowing to its power and wisdom, said, "I'm Alfred Rindeau," and decided, right there, to name it himself. The hero pitched the name Gilgil to the wolf, and the beast's reaction made it crystal clear. He hated it. Heat rushed into the hero's face, and he instantly started thinking, maybe I should name him something else. The wolf finally settled on the name Fema and swore that if he stayed alpha, his pack would never touch Mert's village. So the hero let out a breath of relief, because it was obvious he actually liked the name. The hero blurted out that he was sorry for the mess he caused the villagers, and promised he'd figure out how to calm them, and the wolf shot back half joking, half menacing, asking if he wanted the wolf's head as a trophy. The wolf grinned like it was playing around, offered his own head for a laugh, then Boom dropped a fang and dared the hero to show it to the villagers, claiming they'd understand everything. The hero froze, stunned, because he never saw a gift like that coming. The hero snatched the gift, bowed to the wolf, and swore he'd guard it with his life, then told everyone in Merd he'd stay put for a while, and begged them to come running the moment trouble hit. They locked eyes and shook hands. Not like some "do this" command, but like true respect, and the wolf clocked it instantly. This wasn't a master's order, it was a real handshake. As the sun burst up, it stabbed the hero's eyes, so he jerked his hand up and winced. Already feeling drained right then, the wolves' pack, led by their leader, strolled deeper into the forest like it owned the place, and left him behind. The elf greeted him at the gate with a bright smile, confessing she'd been panicking all morning when she couldn't find him, and he quickly apologized, cheeks warm with embarrassment for vanishing, making it clear he understood her worry. He looked worn out and, with a tired grin, confessed he hadn't slept a wink that night. Then the elf let out a breath of relief, happy that at least he was still okay. That morning kicked off bright. The headman greeted everyone and leaned in, asking if he'd heard the wolves howl last night. The young man awkwardly scratched the back of his head and admitted, sheepishly, that the howling had been loud as hell. The chieftain hoisted his rifle with excitement and declared that once they wrapped up their preparations, they'd head out to hunt. Then he beckoned the young man to join them. The young man calmly admitted he'd already patrolled the forest yesterday, and when the elder heard he'd done it alone, sheer horror erupted. The elf and the headman froze in total shock, their faces twisted with disbelief the moment they heard it. He stared at the thing in his hand, totally stunned, and at the same time armed villagers crashed up to the gate to hunt while the headman froze, scrambling for words he couldn't find. The villagers were shaking with terror, their faces twisted in pure shock, while he flashed a smile to soothe them, yet he had no clue what had set them off so badly. He scrambled to explain everything, but the crowd only huddled tighter, whispering to themselves, unsure he was really who he claimed to be. A girl with eyes full of fire clung to him and gushed that he was majestic, like some legendary treasure, and even the others swallowed their pride, admitting they were wrong and rushing to apologize for ever doubting him. The elder sniffed that massive fang, and his eyes widened. Yep, it was the king of the magical wolf's tooth, fresh and just pulled from the world, and that shocking smell left everyone else stunned. The crowd closed in on the hero, and one resident snapped, "A magical wolf only hands over its fang to the one it truly recognizes as its master." Everyone stared, stunned, then their eyes burned with a wild mix of awe and disbelief. 300 years back, the hero battled a magical wolf for a brutal full day and night, crushed it, and the beast before vanishing handed over its fang to forge a loyal bond that stuck by his side. When the hero finally died, peace settled in at last, but the wolf was gone without a trace. The villagers led him to the treasure their ancestors were handed 300 years ago, and right then, the hero snapped this prize was tied straight to the legend of the magical wolf. The elf girl finally breathed out as she realized the wolves wouldn't attack the village anymore, and hope lit up her eyes like fire. The elf burst out joyfully about a celebration, then shouted, totally baffled, that he was feeling deja vu while the knight swore he'd be loud, restless, and impossible to ignore. He bowed to the elf, throwing out a quick apology for making her cook him breakfast, and she just grinned, waving it off like it was nothing. He quizzed the elf about her younger sister, saying he'd love to drop by someday but didn't know if it was safe, given everything. The elf's face lit up. Her sister was healing, and she told him to visit her at least once in a while. He could barely stomach another feast, because the second one slammed right after the first, and he muttered, worn out, like some middle-aged guy already drowning in the weight of all this fun. Everyone in the village cheered his victory and clinked their mugs with smiles, and because it was a small place, he made sure to meet every single person face to face. The locals welcomed him like he'd always belonged to them, cheering with pure joy and open warmth, and that kind of belonging made his heart feel truly, genuinely alive. When he finally made it back home, the sun was already gone beyond the horizon. His legs felt worn out, but peace settled in his chest. He flung himself onto the bed, fighting to keep his eyes from shutting as sleep tugged at his mind. Then the night finally slipped away, and he was out cold. He jolted awake from the creeping sense that someone was in the room, shot upright in bed, and found an unexpected visitor waiting for him. He replayed that magical wolf encounter in his mind, stunned by how sharp and powerful it was, and he could still see its fur glowing gold under the moonlight. Besides his strength and sharp instincts, he clocked something wild. The wolf's fur was weirdly soft, and that tiny detail made it feel almost magical. When he pressed his hand into the warmth, it felt real enough to touch a wolf, and that softness was weirdly comforting. But then he jolted awake and froze in confusion, trying to figure out what the heck was going on. He snapped his eyes open, and there, staring him down, was the exact same wolf, mere inches from his face. Terror slammed into his chest, and his body tensed on its own. He gasped in total shock, unable to believe what he was seeing and hearing, while the wolf stayed cool and answered inside his head, calling out his rudeness. He demanded to know if the wolf in front of him was truly the legendary king of the magical wolves, and the beast only smirked, confirming it with pure, unshakable confidence. He gasped at how the wolf could shrink down, then couldn't help himself and reached out to stroke its soft fur, only for the wolf to glare and snap at him to stop treating it like some ordinary dog. He stared at the wolf's skinny frame, then quickly defended himself. He only looked that way when he was wet. The wolf's brow tightened, and it snapped at him to shut up, refusing to hear those kind of comments. The wolf confessed he had a favor to ask, even shifting forms. Then his strength drained away just to speak it out, and the hero, remembering his promise to help with anything, was stunned. He'd been cornered so fast. The man demanded to know what the wolf wanted, and the wolf, clearly embarrassed, finally confessed that even though this land used to belong to the magical wolves, it was tough for him to say it out loud. When the last king of the wolves fell, savage wild boars surged in and tore into the land, forcing the magical wolves to flee and abandon it. Fimi, freshly crowned king of the magical wolves, charged his pack into battle, only to slam face first into a chief magical boar that was far stronger than anyone expected, and in the end, they got driven off, losing the chance to live and feed there again, even though those lands had been home for Fimi's people for generations. The wolf finally confessed they went after the village because hunger was gnawing at them, but the man cut them off mid-sentence, and the beast snapped back that it wasn't fair to call them skinny when deprivation was all they'd been fed. The wolf finally admitted everything had spiraled into a race against time, and the man hit back hard. He was determined to share his power with everyone else. He finally agreed to help, but you could tell he was reluctant. Then the beast's worst nightmare hit. The mighty king of wolves had been crushed by a wild boar. They talked about how his presence sense was so faint, it felt like he was basically a plant, which is why he never clocked the enemy. But because he didn't sense any killing intent, he stayed cool, and that calm earned him a little smile and a teasing joke about how cute he looked. One of them praised the sheer guts it took to make that move, and the other snapped that there was no option left. He had to take the offer and face the guards. He said it was way too late and it was time for sleep. Then he begged to be taken to the wild boars tomorrow. The wolf caught him off guard and thanked him so suddenly, he froze on the spot in pure shock. He waved goodbye until tomorrow, and the wolf just stared at him, shocked, and for a second he couldn't stop thinking, "Man, what an understanding wolf you are." He spotted the wolf curled up beside him, and it shocked him how tight that space really was. Still, the talk snapped back to the big question. Why did the wild boars get so insanely strong? He remembered the shocked faces when he bared his fangs and told them, and the wolf admitted he'd first heard the whole story from the village elder. He grinned and asked the wolf if it finally recognized him as its master, only for the wolf to snap with shock, clearly not expecting that question. They sprawled side by side, and the wolf started acting way too much like a dog, so he was torn up inside. Then he snapped, telling it to stop right there. The morning kicked off with the wolf yapping nonstop and licking his face to wake him up. And the second he opened his eyes, he knew there was no point fighting back. Right when he blinked awake, a girl with a kind smile was already waiting at the door, and he rubbed his eyes and answered her greeting. The elf slid him breakfast with a bright, happy grin, and he blinked so confused he could barely speak before realizing his hunger was gone. The elf couldn't stop admiring his companion, praising him as charming, and with a bright smile, she added that her younger sister would be absolutely thrilled to meet someone like him. She gasped and asked if he'd taken the beast in, and he answered, "It looks plain, but that's the king of the magical wolves." The wolf swaggered up and claimed he was the king of magical wolves. She froze in shock, couldn't wrap her head around it, and the others figured the beast must have scared her into disbelief. She lit up, calling him incredible and delightful, and somehow he looked even happier about her reaction than she did. After breakfast, he marched up to the village chief and swore he'd take down the magical boar at the wolf's request. Deep down, he felt it was all right as long as she was smiling. The crowd erupted in cheers, shouting they'd stand by for the wild boar meat, and he only smirked as he promised he'd come through. He stopped beside the wolf, openly soaking up its raw power, and the wolf calmly proved the obvious. Then, someone nearby gasped that even the air around them felt different. They moved side by side, and one of them murmured about old rumors, how the former Wolf King had fought the hero 3 years back then. He snapped back with a simple, unshakable truth. That man wasn't the real king at all, just the real king's son. The man gasped in shock when he realized his companion was the Wolf King's grandson, but the boy only grunted once, shooting the whole topic down like he didn't want to go there. The man accidentally let slip that his knee got wrecked in his fight with the Demon King, and the wolf instantly clocked it, offered him a lift, while the man just stood there, stunned, completely unsure what to do next. The man clambered onto the wolf's back with pure gratitude, calling him his savior, and though the wolf snapped that he never lets people ride him, he still made an exception, just this once. The wolf tore ahead at breakneck speed, and the rider gasped in pure shock. Then, when the beast shot him a curious look, he just waved it off, desperate to cover the embarrassment. They finally reached their destination, and a cold, dead stretch of land unfolded before them, so empty it felt like the world had given up, and the hero's stomach tightened with worry. The hero stared out at the wasteland, practically convinced no wild boars were left anywhere, while the wolf scoffed with total confidence, saying it was only a countdown now, and fired the question, "You ready for what's coming?" The wolf snapped his muzzle to the sky and unleashed a thunderous roar, shaking the ground beneath them as his deafening cry kicked off the battle. The roar kept ringing as the water started to boil, like a monster the size of a mountain was lurking under the surface. Then terror hit the man hard, because that unstoppable presence was closing in fast. A giant boar exploded out of the earth's depths with a deafening roar, its body blazing with raw power and fury, and its hateful stare locked onto everyone in front of it like it was daring them to fight. The hero, frozen in shock, blurted that the beast was absolutely gigantic. Then the wolf snapped back, baffled, asking why he was acting so hyped, and the hero shot back, "Wait, didn't you say that boar stood zero chance against me?" Before him, a monster the size of mountains tore through everything, turning the land into a barren wasteland, and the hero knew that. Sure, he hated needless killing, but now there was no choice. A monstrous roar ripped through the air, shaking the ground like it wanted to break, and the hero had to brace himself with a book just to survive the brutal sound assault. A choking stench rolled out of the monster's mouth, and the hero started coughing like they were drowning because its breath alone could kill. The hero wheezed for breath, swore he felt awful, and snapped at his companion for not warning him sooner. Then the truth hit hard. That monster was way too dangerous to let live. The hero locked in his focus and thrust his hands forward, unleashing a blinding magical symbol of pure radiance, because he knew even a tiny slice of his real power would be enough to shut the enemy down. A brutal surge of magic detonated with a blinding flash, tearing the ground open and blasting the air with a roaring wave of fire. Then the hero stared through choking smoke, heart hammering, praying the monster was finally gone. He let out a shaky sigh when he saw the beast crumple, and he couldn't believe how fast it was. Over one brutal hit was so devastating, the monster never stood a chance. He blurted out, "Wait, can we actually eat the boar's meat, or are we in for trouble?" While the villagers hung around, starving for a feast, and the wolf just shrugged and said that even meat from poisonous creatures is usually safe, so his companion nearly choked on how calm that sounded. The moment the prey hit the ground, a pack of wolves surged in like a storm, and he couldn't believe what he saw. Those wolves were his companion's family. They looked dead tired, drawn in by the scent of fresh meat like a cruel pull they couldn't resist. He tore off a chunk of the carcass with careful hands and stuffed it away to take with him, while the rest of the prey was left for the wolf pack to tear into. He let the wolves tear into every last bite of meat, watching them light up with joy. Then the pack pounced on the prey while he just stood there, grinning like, "Bon appetit." He grinned to himself because he nailed his friend's request, and seeing that satisfied pack made his heart feel warm and right. The villagers snatched up the meat with bright smiles and welcomed their hero back like family, and when the village chief laid eyes on that massive tusk, his awe hit him instantly. She was beaming, openly gushing about how amazing it all was, while the kids huddled in close to that wolf, grinning at his soft, fluffy fur like it was pure magic. They all huddled together for lunch, throwing together a quick spread out in the fresh air, and everyone practically buzzed about roasting the meat. They walked shoulder to shoulder, locked in a tense chat about the younger sister's health. She was finally feeling better, but they kept a close watch, making sure she got nothing but real rest. The hero escorted the girl to her younger sister's room, introduced himself, and tore into a quick apology for showing up and waking her up. Still half asleep, the younger sister rubbed her eyes and stared at the stranger, trying to make sense of who stood right in front of her. The older sister leaned in and told her younger sister, "I got saved thanks to that guest's help." The moment the girl heard it, her mood lit up, and she beamed at the one who'd rescued her. His older sister grabbed his hands and thanked him with shining straight-from-the-heart eyes, while the younger sister was tucked back into bed so she wouldn't burn herself out and could bounce back faster. The younger sister beamed as she curled up against the massive fluffy wolf, soaking in its soft fur while the whole house buzzed with cozy warmth and pure kid-level joy. The girl lit up and thanked him for coming, her eyes sparkling with real gratitude, and the guest smiled back, saying he was thrilled he'd gotten the chance to see her. The girl burst into a happy laugh, bouncing with excitement. Then blushing, she asked if she could whisper something right into his ear. The girl suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek, and he froze shocked, slightly confused, and totally caught off guard by the raw, heartfelt gratitude in that pure, childlike moment. The girl, hands clamped over her mouth in full embarrassment, blurted that what she did was her way of saying thanks. Then the man froze at the shock, completely unsure what to do, while his companions stared on like they couldn't blink. The girl blurted out that her sister was straight up amazing and unlike anyone else, and the man scratched his cheek, nodding along, all flustered. She practically beamed as she admitted her food tasted amazing and her kindness shone through every day, plus she handled laundry and the rest of the household chores like a total pro. After their father died, she stepped up and carried the whole family on her shoulders. And once she became a doctor, she threw every ounce of herself into caring for her little sister. She realized something wild: tons of people were already standing in the same dream, ready to spend their whole lives with her, and it only proved how insanely popular she was with everyone around. The talk snapped to something personal in an instant. He was grilled straight on what he really thought of his sister, and the room went tense, daring him to answer honestly. He fought to find the right words, admitting he'd never pictured her like that, while the shock hit harder when it became obvious his sister was totally into him. The younger sister started acting extra sweet and warm like a little kid, whenever she spoke to the guest, and everyone could tell it was pure affection. With a bright, beaming smile, the younger sister blurted out that she dreamt of seeing her older sister become the guest's wife, then quickly told him she wasn't pushing him to decide today, she just wanted him to think it through. The younger sister leaned in with a sly grin and whispered that they should keep the whole thing secret. Right then, the older sister swung back and announced that dinner was ready. The older sister slipped back into the room and leaned in, asking what they'd been talking about. The younger sister clung to her with a sly smile, trying to keep the secret under wraps, yet her suspicious reaction only made the whole thing even more irresistible to uncover. At dinner, he dug into the meal with a big, heavy taste, savoring every bite, and before long the house slipped into a peaceful quiet beneath the moonlight. Over dinner, he actually savored the flavor like it meant something, and she admitted this kind of meal only happened because of his help. The kids stared in awe at the defeated monster, gasping as they compared its size to the house. And when they heard it was many times bigger, their excitement shot through the roof. They compared notes and realized the damage from wild animals had skyrocketed, because nobody had ever heard of a boar that huge, and just thinking about it sent chills down everyone's spine. The companion fired back with reassurance, reminding everyone that the huge magical boar was already wiped out now. All that was left was crushing the smaller creatures so they couldn't hurt anyone anymore. The little girl beams as she wraps her arms around the wolf, staring at him like he's the greatest thing ever, and she forgets all about food. Meanwhile, the older girl watches it all unfold and swears to herself that everything is going to be fine. The older girl flashed a fearless smile and spoke like she already knew everything would be okay, her eyes gleaming with calm trust, as if she could feel protection right around the corner, ready to step in at any second. The young man grinned and declared, loud and clear, that he was ready to protect them, unshakable resolve in every word. With his steady gaze and supportive gesture, it was obvious he and his loyal companion would stand by them no matter what. The magical beast finally backed off, and the village exhaled like nothing ever happened. So the hero figured, I've earned a break, and headed straight for the hot springs to recharge and let his body rest. The morning started calm, so he stretched, yawned, and felt the heavy fatigue from the last few days finally loosen its grip. The hero chose the calm life of a guard and actually savored those rare, breath-steady moments when nothing threatened them, until a majestic wolf drifted close with the same peaceful energy, and the whole morning throbbed only with soft bird song and rustling nature. Not far away, a monstrous magical boar terrorized the land so strong it could even match the king of magical beasts, and the forest around it dripped with danger. He couldn't help but wonder how a boar that huge could have slipped in here on this far-out edge without anyone noticing, and that the wool only felt excited made zero sense, because if the beast had wandered in from somewhere else, people would have been talking non-stop. He couldn't stop wondering if this chaos was unleashed by some special magic or a curse that could shockingly blow up magical creatures way beyond normal size. At night, he sank into bed and curled up tight, his faithful wolf nuzzled right beside him, while moonlight poured through the window and a sky blazing with stars blanketed the whole night in peaceful calm. In the dead of night, the wolf shot alert, sensing something stalking toward the village, while the man felt nothing, yet the air itself screamed that danger was right on top of them. The man snapped into alertness, sensing something off, while the wolf snarled like it already smelled the danger. Both of them locked onto the unknown figure closing in on the village. He stepped outside with the wolf, still wrestling with how weird that nighttime visit felt. Even with no hostile vibe, the sudden crunch of footsteps still jolted him. In the dead of night, a stranger suddenly stepped into his path, yelling his name with shock and tension that ripped the peace of the moment wide open. Before him loomed a terrifying horned figure with a proud glare. She looked exactly like the demon general he'd never forget, and she named herself like a warning, making it crystal clear that forgetting her would be unforgivable. He stared at his opponent, tension snapping in his chest, trying to figure out who she was, but his memory crumbled, and even if her words rang true, he couldn't remember her at all. He calmly pointed out that their heroes had already wiped out all 4 heavenly kings, if she really was one of them, until the girl erupted in furious protest that it was actually 5 kings. He stared at her like something was off, because she reeked of demon energy, but her claim that she belonged to the heavenly kings didn't add up at all. Still, she strutted around with smug confidence, acting like she owned the whole place and fully believed her own hype. With a smirk, He demanded why someone this important had been dragged to a godforsaken backwater, and the demon instantly erupted in rage, calling him a hypocrite and basically admitting he knew exactly what he'd done. He clocked the fury on his interlocutor's face, watching every move as tension crawled up his spine. With a tense grin and a flicker of doubt, he couldn't help wondering if he'd truly done something that could set off this kind of reaction. Rage surged through her, and she snapped that this wasn't just something, it was way more serious while he stared at her explosive outburst, totally lost. Teary-eyed and shaking, the girl accused him of murdering the boar she'd raised and cared for with her own hands, her anger roaring in every trembling word, while he just stood there, utterly lost, unable to scrape up a single explanation. The hero jabbed his finger at her and dumped all the blame on her like it was a death sentence, and the girl flinched hard, stunned by how brutal the accusation was. Unable to hold his emotions in, he exploded on her with bitter reproaches, claiming she'd thrown everything out of balance and that her actions would get them all killed. His scream, slicing the silence and making the danger feel terrifyingly real. Rage poured out of the demoness as her hand blazed with magic. She was done playing and locked in to obliterate her opponent. With cold words and zero concern for humans, she swore she'd erase him from the earth right then and there. The demon girl shot her hands up, and blazing magical symbols erupted around her as the air ripped with spell power. Her energy was colossal, exactly what you'd expect from a demon at her level. He clocked her blunder, shouting a long spell right in front of her opponent. Like an amateur with a cheeky grin, he readied himself to strike while the opening was wide open. He lunged forward, cutting her off before the spell could even finish forming, and the girl, caught completely off guard, froze, staring at him in stunned surprise. Without a second thought, he slammed into his opponent and sent her crashing off her feet. She never even had time to brace before she shot backward, screaming in pure terror. She crumpled to the ground, clapped a hand over her face, and groaned through the pain, stunned and scrambling to make sense of it all, because her opponent had shattered her spell so effortlessly. Like this kind of power belonged only to seasoned wizards. The young man shot his hand up with a hard glare, ready to punish the girl for the damage she'd done to people, but she shrank in terror and hid behind her hands. And just as his anger surged, he abruptly froze, stopping mid-motion with a baffled stare. The girl shot her hands up in pure panic, and boom, a fireball ripped into existence right before her eyes. The young man jerked back, stunned, because this wasn't a trick at all. Someone had forged a real fireball in front of him. Flames burst up and swallowed the hut's roof, shooting into the night sky, and the young man let out a scream of pure terror as he realized his home was burning. Then, he tore around like a madman, clawing at the fire any way he could. The massive wolf slammed the demoness into the dirt and pinned her there, trapping her every move, and she instantly panicked, fighting for breath as she blurted out that it wasn't on purpose, her eyes wildly darting with terror and shock. The wolf stayed rocksteady, and the hero couldn't help but admire that unshakable resolve. Yet the demoness was left baffled and furious, shocked that her misery was being treated like something worth praising. She was yanked through the air, panicking as she pleaded to be let go and spat out filthy insults, and the guy coldly demanded if she finally understood her mistake. She blurted back, way too fast that she got it. The girl trembled with terror, fighting back tears as everything that happened crashed down on her all at once. Buzz, thawing the moment and giving her just enough courage to breathe. He snapped magical shackles onto her wrists, shutting down any chance to resist, and then they walked back together, tense as steel, yet weirdly calm. Blindfolded and yanked tight by magical shackles, the girl was dumped into a dark barn, furious and shouting for answers. She had no idea what her rival was plotting, and the whole setup left her completely confused. She screamed furious accusations as her captor kept his mouth shut, silently scrubbing away her struggles like he had nothing to confess about what he was really planning. Bound and blindfolded, the girl felt a wave of humiliation hit her hard, terrified that someone was staring at her in a wrong way. She thrashed to resist, but her helpless position only made it worse, stacking panic, confusion, and raw tension until she could barely think. Humiliation crushed her like everyone was treating her as second-rate, and it burned hardest because a once powerful being still had pride to protect. As they grabbed her, she could do nothing but swallow the moment and force herself to keep her dignity while everyone watched. The girl clung to her decision like it was carved in stone, acting as if she was trapped in a storybook world where surrender didn't exist, and people watching from the outside just branded it capricious and a problem rightfully enough to make everyone else's patience snap. She seethed, refusing to believe a single word, and fought back hard, claiming he was lying and trying to pull a scam. But after her non-stop shouting and wild suspicions, he snapped back with one unshakable demand. The burned roof needed to be restored, no matter how much she resisted. He felt it. This was the turning point, the moment everything hinged on. Now he had to drag the truth out of the captive and uncover what she was really after. He demanded to know why the magical boar's nature had been twisted, but the captive dug in her heels, refusing to spill a single motive, saying she saw no reason to talk. With a smug grin, she confessed her real plan was way scarier than anyone dared to picture. She said, enlarging the magical boar was nothing but a practice run, the first terrifying sign of something even worse on the way. She finally spilled the truth. She wasn't hunting for anything else. She was chasing a dragon to raise, and she saw those magical boars as the perfect meal, solving two problems at once. She blurted out her plans with zero caution, like a kid daring the world to prove her wrong, so everyone watching knew her big talk couldn't cover the fact that she was reckless, clueless, and completely out of control. He couldn't stop replaying her words, and the moment he pictured her plan to toughen the dragon, dread hit him hard, because if something like that was even possible, the fallout would be nothing short of catastrophic. He pushed harder, desperate to figure out what she'd do after boosting the dragon's power, because to him, that whole plan screamed trouble, not answers. He flat out called out her real plan to rebuild the Demon King's army, and the moment she heard it, confusion snapped into place, horror hitting as she realized her scheme had been uncovered. He fired off a straight-up question about her magic, pointing out that no normal spell could possibly jump that far in power. She wore a smug smirk like she owned the moment, basking in it while he let out a heavy sigh, privately stunned by the sheer power of her magical boar. With a smug little smile, she praised his insight like it proved she was still better, while he silently realized just how easy it was to make her drop her guard and show who she really was. She beamed with pride and said she'd finally surpassed even herself. Right there, in front of them, lay the intricate magical pattern she'd carved into the swamp floor, and he just calmly stared like he could see every last detail. He caught himself realizing the spell was so sneaky he never even saw it coming. The thought that the girl could be a stronger mage than he ever guessed gnawed at him, even while her irritating antics kept driving him up the wall. He calmly wrapped up their conversation, said they'd clean the magic circles the next day, then spun around and walked off, leaving her frozen in stunned silence. Pleased with her answer, he told her good night in a smooth voice, while she trembled from the whole ordeal and blurted a rushed agreement right under the wolf's unblinking stare. In the morning, a crowd of villagers surged to the building, faces twisted in shock over what happened all night, and the way they stared and whispered made it obvious. This incident hit them hard. The townfolk huddled together, freaking out over that magical boar showing up again, each word and twitch screaming fear about what it did. Yet the cloaked man stepped in, grinning like he had it handled, promising he'd fix everything soon and keep everyone safe. The villagers erupted in cheers for their savior, swearing that without his swift move, their village would have been wiped out for good, and praising how he captured a monster of staggering magical power, finally smashing the dark threat hanging over them all. The villagers swarmed around the savior, bombarding him with heartfelt thanks, shouting that he was the village's protector, and even when he tried to brush it off, they kept insisting loud and proud that he'd done everything it took to keep them safe. The crowd erupted in cheers for the girl with the basket. Then another man shoved through and strode forward, bragging about his rank and claiming he belonged to the demon army's elite. And just like that, the whole room went from celebration to instant tension. A pack of kids swarmed the demoness, eyes sparkling as they gawked at her stunning look and fired off wide-eyed questions. The elf scoffed at the demoness's power until the man stayed stone calm and told him he'd already put a lock on her, so there was nothing to fear. The girl blurted out, shaking with worry, asking if he'd gotten hurt in the demon battle. Then he grinned, waved her off, and told her there was nothing to fear, that he was totally fine. The elf girl lit up with a warm smile and poured out her gratitude, saying that no matter what they'd been through, It was the man who kept their village safe. With a gentle smile on his face and his eyes shut, the hero looked completely at peace as he poured out his heartfelt gratitude to the girl. Right when the man and his crew were about to head out, one of the girls, moved by his heartfelt words of gratitude, broke into real, shining happiness. The village chief proposed sending the girl as their observer, and the man, knowing he couldn't dodge an order like that, relented, while the girl snapped up the chance and eagerly decided to come along right away. Caught by her inexperience, she swallowed her nerves and asked them, politely, to look after her. And even with a little embarrassment on his face, the man nodded and agreed. The whole crew met up at the village exit and took off, and one of the girls grinned, promising she'd shield her companion if danger struck, while the villagers waved them on with warm smiles, shouting their best wishes for luck and success. The travelers tore out of the village and plunged into the deep forest, one bouncing on a horse, the other marching beside it, as they followed a silent trail beneath a wall of trees. When the beast suddenly growled, the girl jerked with terror, latched onto her companion, and felt that terrifying predator's full power crash into her bones. The girl trembled with terror, dead sure that the beast was waiting for the perfect second to lunge at her, while her companion just stared confused, clueless how she could believe such ridiculous thoughts. They reached a dead, cracked wasteland where broken ground split like scars and bare trees clawed at the gray sky. Then their companion grabbed the end of the magic chain, halted beside the wolf, and the girl stepped ahead, confirming they were finally here. When they finally stopped, the air hit like a punch-thick, brutal stench everywhere, and the companions jerked their hands to their faces, realizing this place smelled absolutely unbearable. The travelers grimaced as that bitter stench clawed through the air, and they remembered this was the magical boar that oozed poison like a curse, and somehow they'd actually beaten it. The she-wolf shot a desperate look at her master and whimpered, admitting she couldn't hold her nose on her own, so he groaned, knew he was out of options, and reached out his hand to help her survive that unbearable stench. The girl beamed and pointed straight at where the magical boar had stood, bragging like her actions had just crushed the entire world. In the swamp, they realized the land around them was getting smaller. Then a massive creature surfaced nearby. One of the companions lit up, insisting it was a lobster and totally dinner, until he corrected himself. It was probably a crayfish, just ridiculously huge. In the swamp, strange creatures burst into view: an enormous sparrow and a giant, swollen crayfish, and one of the travelers couldn't stop wondering if it had to do with the magic circles, because what they were seeing felt way too impossible. One of the companions smirked and said the magical energy trapped in the boar was already leaking out, spreading through the whole area like she'd finally cracked the secret and proved it. One of them snapped that if her magic really caused all this, then the mess had to be cleared out ASAP, and he ordered her to hurry. She just smirked back, admitting the circles were buried under the dirt and she couldn't dig them out. He thrust a bucket into her hands and snapped that because she drew the circles, she had to scrub up the dirt herself. She fumed at the sheer nonsense, but arguing got her nowhere. This duty was stuck with her. She blared out that it was humiliating to make her scoop dirt, sneering at him like a pig, but the moment a threatening growl rolled nearby, she caved and reluctantly took the job. She kept dragging herself through the ugly work, grumbling under her breath as she wondered why she even had to suffer through it. The folks watching from the sidelines felt a little pity for her, even while they knew what was happening had to be done. One of them smiled softly and said the girl was just too kind, always feeling for someone else's pain, yet the second stared ahead with a hard, cold look and coldly pointed out that everything happening to her was nothing more than the results of her own choices. She inched forward, dragging herself through the mud and grabbing every inch like it weighed a ton, while people on the sidelines snapped that one careless move could have wrecked the whole village. But at this pace, it would take forever, and he refused to push her to the brink. He blocked her path and told her they could pull this off another way, then clenched his fists and poured his focus into the air as glowing magical circles spun into existence around him. He steadied his breath and unleashed a savage burst of magic, and the spell erupted in his hands like a flare. Then the girl gasped, stunned by what she just witnessed, because she never once expected him to hold that kind of power. Winds whirled like they had a mission, yanking every bit of dirt into one spot, and then that surge of power ripped it up, like some invisible hand grabbed it midair. The girl stared in shock as wind and gravity teamed up to bend the space around her. That blast of energy yanked every bit of dirt up into the air, spinning it into a furious vortex that churned across the sky, and the girl gasped, shielding her face from the flying spray while the others just stood there, staring in stunned silence at the insane spectacle. With the order crushing down on him, he gritted his teeth and stayed locked on the vortex while the girl panicked, nodded, and threw herself into the task hands, trembling as she tried to tear away the magic circles. Even as the magic raged all around her, she snapped that she'd obey the order, then warned him, "If you try any tricks, I'll dump every bit of dirt on your head." He only stayed calm, silently watching as she scrubbed the magic circles with serious, obedient focus. She was wiped out, but she still declared she'd finished the job, and he just nodded, thanked her for the effort, then sealed it all with magic. He finished the magical process, and just like that, everything was finally done. Then the air around them turned lighter, as if the whole place had been scrubbed clean of its heavy, draining weight. She gasped in pure shock, swearing that only the Demon King could wield gravity magic, and even then, using two different attributes at once was basically thought to be impossible. One of them seethed that even the tiniest slip could make the spell blow up, but the other stayed stone calm and shot back that with two elements, it wasn't an issue. If he had to, he could juggle four at once. One of them gasped, "Are you kidding me?" While the other stayed totally calm and shot back, "Does it look like I'm joking?" One of them froze in shock, lost for words. Then she snapped up in outrage and said that even demons with massive magical power could only pull off a move like that for a single minute, and if it really was possible, you'd still have to be insanely precise to pull it off. He flashed a confident smile and declared they were seriously underestimating him, because unlike the rest, he could last a full hour without breaking. She snapped her eyes open, alarm screaming in her chest as she realized it then. Just like that, he calmly declared he was back, and one terrifying thought hit her. This lowly creature is going to scare her. With a bright, joyful smile, she wrapped her arms around the massive river beast and gushed, eyes sparkling. That magic was absolutely mind-blowing. One of her companions fumed that she was splattered in mud and demanded to know why they had to suffer through that nonsense at all, while the rest circled the giant crayfish. One insisted it was way too big to even eat. Another swore it looked delicious, and then they went ahead and did whatever they wanted with it. After they rolled back into the village, one of the girls lit up and shouted that they should all hit the bathhouse together. Everyone actually listened to her plan, but a couple people blinked in surprise, while another in the group wore an unhappy frown. The moment the bathhouse was mentioned, the whole group snapped to attention. One companion blurted in shock. Another looked totally lost. Then she rushed to explain that she meant separate baths, and someone threw a jab at her, mocking her embarrassment for calling her so vulgar. One guy actually started thinking about taking the offer, because he'd come to this village just to soak in the hot springs, while the other burst out, mortified that it was only a figure of speech. In the secluded village of Merge, where he served as a guard, hot springs overflowed everywhere, so many that the place was basically famous for it alone. After he promised the two sisters they'd share dinner and said their goodbyes, the village chief leaned in and rapped out the names of several top-notch bathhouses. He grinned when he found out the whole bathing house was theirs alone, and he could already feel the calm of the hot spring washing all their stress away. The village chief told them the outskirts were packed with hot springs, so they could pick any one they wanted. Then, hearing this, couldn't stop smiling, because that permission was more than enough to make him feel like he'd won. One of the heroes slipped into the bathhouse, told the beast to wait outside, and promised he'd help him wash later. Then a non-stop scream erupted from the other side, demanding he take the beast with him right now. One of the heroes, cheeks burning with embarrassment, quickly agreed and begged them not to make a scene or spoil a thing. Then someone shot back coldly that nobody would get in the way anyway. The hero let out a breath of relief. This was his first bath in ages, and a real smile lit up his face. Right beside him, his loyal companion caught the good vibe instantly, beaming with joy and turning the whole place bright and carefree. The hero, cheeks warm with embarrassment, quickly gave in to the rule he wouldn't be allowed into the pool until he washed first. So he rinsed himself spotless, then grinned and started lathering his fluffy companion like a pro, and the little furball looked totally thrilled with every second of the pampering. He dropped into the steaming hot springs with his furry buddy, and the usual stress just melted off his shoulders as the warm water soothed every tight muscle, turning the whole calm scene into pure, peaceful serenity. Scalding hot water soothed them like it could melt straight into their joints, and he blurted, wondering if dogs ever got to enjoy baths like this only for his companion to snap back, "I'm not a dog, so there's no issue at all." He grinned and asked whether wolves even liked a place like this, and his companion puffed her chest and bragged she wasn't any ordinary she-wolf, so there'd be zero trouble. The hero just nodded, shut his eyes, and let himself unwind, thinking how even in summer, baths like this feel unreal. He realized that in winter, these bathing spots look downright magical, and with a little dizziness creeping in, he hauled himself out of the water while his companion nearby stayed put, soaking in the warmth and stubbornly refusing to leave. He went totally speechless when he learned demons don't need bathhouses at all, and that's when she shot back, smug as can be, calling herself sublime and pure dirty and all. 3 girls burst into the bathhouse, laughing and relaxed, trading talk about how sweat can turn into nasty smells, until one of them blushes hard and snaps out loud, "I don't smell at all." The main character sinks into the bathhouse like he's trying to disappear, all shy because this is his first time here, while the girls start scrubbing themselves, one cheerfully calling out that Colette's already washing, and another nudging BV to clean up too, shouting that this is the perfect moment to finally wash her hair. The horn girl's cheeks flare as she whines that her friend's elf-sized chest is way too big, then her friend yanks her hands up over herself in sheer embarrassment while the other girl nearby gasps, trying to shut the whole argument down. Vivi yanks Millet by the chest, and the shock hits her like a lightning strike. Coletta stares them down and snaps at Vivi to not manhandle her sister, while Alfred pretends he's fine telling himself he shouldn't be looking. Hemi blurts that he's blushing, and just like that, Vivi and Millet catch them in the act. Vivi blasts Alfred for spying. Alfred scrambles to defend himself, and then bam, someone hurls a bucket straight at him. Alfred's eyes roll back black. Then he snaps awake a while later, and Coletta shakes him back to life. Millet and Vivi are right there with him, and he's burning with shame because he blacked out then. He turns to the girls and thanks them for saving him. Everyone starts piecing it together, and the only answer that makes sense is that Coletta set it all up, because their bath visits always line up too perfectly. Alfred blurts out an apology to the girls, and they wave it off as nothing but a misunderstanding while the hero keeps staring at his own clothes, baffled at why he's dressed like this. Coletta tells Alfred that Millet dressed him, and Alfred's cheeks burn with pure embarrassment. Fresh from the bathhouse, the hero steps out grinning, and Millet hails him right away. She threatens, "No dinner unless you catch up," then immediately softens and tells him he can take his time. Alfred watches the girls fade into the distance, and suddenly he realizes, maybe a life built on protecting others doesn't feel so bad after all. The hero's been on the defense job for 5 long days, but his mind keeps slipping into the past so. Now he's standing there, staring at Vivi like he's stuck reliving everything that happened. Vivi is one of the Sky Kings she hit us as a villain, forging magical animals meant to wreck the village, but now she's stuck in Alfred's custody. At first, he meant to hand her straight to the Lord. But when I remembered how cruel he'd been, I refused to let it happen, and kept the demon girl beside me instead, to re-educate her. Alfred wants to use her, force her to work for the village and make sure the whole place benefits. Vivi tries to work, but it's so painfully slow it's basically going nowhere. When they press her on why she has to fix Alfred's roof, he snaps back that it was her fault, she's the one who set it on fire. Millet is ready to bolt out, and Alfred immediately grills him about the patients. The girl declares she doesn't just care about sick people. She also worries about cattle, and honestly, she just loves helping others. Coletta leans in and whispers to Alfred that Millet would make a perfect wife, and Alfred doesn't shut it down at all. But I seriously doubt Millet would ever be interested in some old coot like him in watching Vivi. That's her job, plain and simple. Millet pitches Vivi's magic like a cheat code for more meat, and Alfred can't help but weigh the offer. Vivi overhears it all and snaps that it's ridiculously easy for her then. Alfred gives Millet the green light to use Vivi's power, and that demon girl immediately gets pissed. Vivi boasts about how she dominates everyone. But Alfred decides to take a walk, leaving Vivi stuck alone with Femi, the one she's terrified of. Alfred studies the girl's finished work, tells her it's a bit clumsy but absolutely solid, and the second his words hit, Her whole face lights up with pure happiness. Symmetra.Soxja. After a quick rest, the guy invites her to the farm, but she tries to shut it down still. They end up there anyway. The blonde with pigtails spots them and starts calling out, waiting right at their arrival. A cow was loudly mooing at the kids as the blonde insisted the cows could go any second, and the guy quickly turned to Vivi and told her to start making circles right away. Vivi sees this and snaps that she'd never stoop to something for a lower being, then admits she's exhausted. Alfred swallows hard, thinks through a plan, and finally tells her, if we can't make this work, then there's nothing left for us. He spills his plan using her power to boost the cattle, but admits it's tough for her, so he refuses to push her, and the girl snaps back on the spot, furious, insisting it's not hard for her at all. Then, to wrap things up, he tells her that flooding an inexperienced wizard with too much magic is straight up dangerous. She clenched her fist and dared him to underestimate her. Just stand there and watch. Then the blonde shoved her hard and she went flying straight into the open pasture. Alfred murmured, almost impressed, that the girl was way too easy to trigger. Then Vivi cut in, saying the circles were the foundation of the very magic circles guiding their path. She kept rattling off exactly what she was doing, and Alfred assumed she was just giving him a play-by-play of simple stuff, until Millet cut in and told her he wanted to see her in action, like yesterday. Alfred grinned and nodded to seal it, and Vivi dropped to the sand and started drawing circles with purpose. She slapped on the final touch, then grinned and said, "All set, everything's ready." The guy started showering her with praise, yelling that she was incredible, and her face lit up like she'd just won the world. Then Millet's call hit, and she snaps to attention, saying it was time to clock in, while Alfred stepped up and offered to help. He leans in close to Femi and insists they can't just walk away. She calls them a gift from heaven, begs them to hold it together, and warns that keeping strong was the hardest part. They had to shake up the straw and prep it for feed, then keep feeding those cows until their bellies were full and shower them with love too. Millet says Vivi's cow is doing great, and Vivi can't believe it, so she asks the cow straight up if she's happy, and the cow just moos contently like she's smiling. Later, Millet steps in and thanks everyone for their hard work. Fresh out of the bath, Vivi and Alfred sat in the cabin, and she leaned in to tell him she was starving, then mocked him as an inferior being. The guy snaps that cooking is driving him crazy, then he suggests they cool off with dried meat. Vivi shot him with disgusted insults because he planned to feed her dried meat for dinner. Then, out of nowhere, the other girls burst in, apologize for making them wait, and reveal they've already brought dinner. Baby bursts up in excitement and blurts that it was awesome, then smirks at the girl like she's a master lower being and tells Alfred to keep digging into his meat. Before the meal even started, every kid crowded together and sent warm wishes around. "Enjoy your food!" Alfred takes a bite of the beef stew in Merc Village, lights up at the flavor, and tells the girl he really appreciates her for bringing them food every single day, while Millet shrugs and admits it was basically her daily hobby. Viti pushes for more, and says it proves at least a little that she's showing real generosity. Millet asks Alfred if he needs another supplement, and Alfred first shuts it down, then changes his mind and downs even more, because apparently they're so tasty. He caught his friends laughing, and the whole moment hit him. He really had it good. A solid job. Mouth-watering food and non-stop fun with his crew. He realized the simplest life was the one that kept him smiling, and then Millet finally had to leave waving goodbye to them until tomorrow. Alfred tells the dog to go to bed, and she scrambles under the covers right away. Alfred even starts fretting about how his fur will end up all over the sheets. Then he drops it, because it's already too late to worry. Vivi whirls toward the guy, and he says she might still pull her own weight. But the girl snaps back that he can't come up with a damn thing. She strides right up to the guy, closing the distance with one bold step. Then it happens. Boom, suddenly, they're duking it out, clawing and wrestling for their spot in the bed. Alfred flops onto the bed beside the dog and claims, "That's my spot." Vivi snaps back, "Know your place." She shoves him out of bed, crawls into his spot, and tells him to sleep in the barn. Then the guy snaps into a more serious mindset. He strikes a deal with Vivi and promises her a spot right by the wall. Vivi slumps down against the wall. The dog curls up between them, and Alfred follows suit. Then the girl snaps at him, not to go thinking anything filthy, while Alfred swears he'll never ever do that. With the morning sun finally climbing up, the guy jolts awake and starts to wake up. He realizes Vivi's been lying there, arms wrapped around him, while the dog's tail is right on his face. Clutching his head, he snaps that the deal fell apart, and in Vivi's dream, the wolves were already surging toward them. In the cow stall, Vivi's circles blazed to life. Since then, Millet and Vivi have been nursing those cows like their family, and Femi kept watch over Vivi every step of the way. Alfred kept guarding his post, and Millet rushed in with a far better chair, so Alfred dropped into it like a king. He finally snagged some free time, and the only smart move for his sore knee was to sit still. Then, out of nowhere, the village chief screamed his name in pure panic. The guy blurts out, "What happened?" and he stammers, then finally manages to say the cow grew enormous. Alfred keeps his voice steady, saying it was only meant to happen since that's exactly why they built the magic circles, and the headman yells, "It's not even that bad then." Boom! A deafening crash hits the air. The guy is terrified and blurts that it wasn't that bad, but the headman just raises a hand and orders him to come with him. From far away, Alfred spots a cow so huge it looks like it belongs to a different world, and the second he lays eyes on it, dread hits him like bad news. The cow lumbered along at a snail's pace, and Millet fought to rescue the other cows from her, yet everyone begged her to stop because staying there was deadly. Alfred snaps, asking Vivi what's going on, since magic circles are not supposed to hit this hard, and Vivi shrugs it off. After 3 days of tending the cows, she just kept making the circles better. Vivi beams and says, "This is what you get when you give me a case." Then the guy snaps, "Do you even know what restraint means?" They both stare at the situation like, "So, what do we do now?" The headman shrugs and says they'll probably let her get butchered. And when Vivi and the guy stare at him in pure shock, he doubles down. He says they were honestly planning to haul the cow to the city next month. He tells them, to pull this off, you've got to bring her back alive, but with her size like that, you'll end up feeding her as meat and you'll lose her. Then the guy grins and promises, "Don't worry, I'll use magic to keep the meat fresh." Right before Vivi's eyes, every moment tied to that cowl started to blaze past like a live replay. Alfred snaps that he's going to kill him, then Vivi suddenly steps in and stops him cold. The guy blurts out an apology, but Vivi steps in front of him and snaps, "Don't act like you had a choice. Mufi didn't do a single thing wrong to us." Alfred brings up the nickname again, and Milla blasts from across the room screaming that her name is 8, then Alfred gets it immediately. Vivi picked that nickname herself. Vivi grabs his attention and points at the cow's adorable eyes, asking if he's really going to slaughter her. Then he doesn't even hesitate, admits it, and Vivi fires back that it's pure cruelty. She straight up asks if he's planning to chow down on her later, and he admits her guess was dead on. Vivi cries and insists she's special, but Alfred rushes in to explain that her tiny size will make eating a struggle and that even moving could bring the whole village trouble. Millet steps in and snarls that they raised her for meat all along, so they're selling her. Teary-eyed, she tries to hold it together, and the boys push back telling her it wasn't her fault, so she kneels beside the cow, strokes her gently, and begs forgiveness, insisting it was all her fault. He insists it's not her fault, because he's the one who ordered her to do it. Then she begs him to put the cow down without pain, and he tells her, "Trust me, I've got you." He rockets forward and lands right in front of the cow's face. Then the guy swings a magic spear straight into her brain to kill her. Alfred sinks his blade straight into the cow's brain in the blink of an eye. Then he wastes no time. He makes them drain every last drop of blood and butcher it without mercy. With raw magic, he dug and cleared a hole in seconds, then slammed on storage magic and reshaped the pit into a makeshift magic bag, boosting its capacity without ever changing its size. Next, every villager rushed in with slabs of meat, packed the thing tight, then buried it under fresh mounds of dug-up earth. He insists this is the way to keep the meat fresh all year long, and the headman checks again. Alfred just grins and says, "Yes." Everyone flooded in with praise, chattering nonstop, and when he caught their excitement, he grinned and said, "Bet we're throwing a party tonight." While the whole crowd went wild cheering, Vivi quietly sat beside the buried meat, eyes locked on it. She begs for him to rest in peace, and Alfred clocks it instantly. As the evening rolled in, people threw meat on the fire and washed it down with cold drinks. They took one bite, then their faces lit up as they marveled at how damn good that meat tasted. The chef shoves the most mouth-watering bites his way, and the guy takes them, stunned, savoring every second. Then, out of nowhere, he turns to the chef and demands a vegetarian dish. After grabbing a plate of food and a drink, he strides up to Vivi and tells her she knocked it out of the park. Vivi snaps that she won't eat, and Alfred insists those vegetables are unbelievably tasty. But the girl digs in and refuses to budge, even as her stomach growls like thunder. The elves step up and shove food into her hands, insisting it's so delicious you'll swear by it. Because in their world, you don't just survive. You devour living things to keep living. The girl says her tiny sister told her that, and Vidi fights back the tears as she snaps, "You're right." Millet snaps that Mufi didn't just turn into meat. She says the girl had to eat it as her duty. Vivi snatches the plate from the girl, fires back that she's right, then takes a bite, tears welling in her eyes as she blurts out that the meat is insanely tasty. The girl gushed her thanks to Mufi for the tasty meat, and at night, while they slept, Vivi slipped her hand onto Alfred. Then you could tell he absolutely wasn't okay with it. He whipped around to speak, then froze when he saw her crying in her sleep, mouthing Mufi's name like she was calling for help. He wiped away her tears and swore to her that it would all be okay. Then he pulled the girl in close, whispering, "Sleep tight, sweet dreams." Morning hits, and Vivi grins as he wakes Alfred up, shouting that they've still got a ton of work left to do. Alfred jolts in surprise and blurts out if she's back from unconsciousness, and the girl shakes it off, "I'm fine." Then Millet slides in and drops off breakfast for them. Vivi beams at the breakfast basket, and the girls clock her bright mood right away, while Alfred quietly tells himself she's probably still riding the glow of a good dream. Vivi barely nudges her breakfast plate aside when she's already full, and then, boom, the village head storms in and tells the guy, "I've got a request for you." He tells the guy he wants to haul the meat into the city and sell it, but fresh rumors about those newly appeared bandits slam into his nerves, so he drags Alfred along and begs him to accompany him. The guy realizes they've already been selling to merchants before, and the headman nods, saying those merchants will be back in a month because the meat they had was way too much for them. The headman sighs that he's probably wiped out from the magic he used yesterday, but the guy shoots back that he's totally fine, then tells him to hand it over and trust him with everything. The headman keeps thanking him over and over as he leaves, and the elves instantly panic for the boy until he reassures them, telling them he's totally fine. The boy instantly got why the headman was desperate to unload the meat. Fast autumn was creeping in, and fall meant tax time for them. He told Vivi to get ready, but Vivi shot back, unhappy, and demanded to know why she had to do it. Alfred tells her they've got to make enough bags, and more bags, because she sure seems to love them. The girl blurts that her dear Al is totally hopeless then. Alfred waves at Millet and groans that he can't wash the dishes, darn it. Millet watches them like something's off, almost suspiciously. Alfred rips the cow's hide off and uses magic to stitch it into airtight sacks. Vivi starts talking out loud, laying out every move, and the elves lean in, hanging on her words like it's about to explode. Alfred admits it's tricky for her to place all three kinds of circles on the Soez, and the girl snaps back that if anything goes wrong, he better come straight to her. The girl wrapped up on time, and Al rushed in to heap praise, saying she'd made his job a breeze. Then Vivi snapped back that it wasn't magic at all. Her dear Al was just clueless about using circles. Alfred tells them, just pack up the meat and double-check the gear, then we're out. The moment he heads out, Viva gets called out with cheers. Millet blurts out, "Why did I start calling you Dear Al when I used to call you a bastard?" Vivi insists she had no reason at all. Then she explains she just started calling him that because everyone else did the same. Vivi blushes and swears again that she has no other reason, and Mila snaps that it feels like she's cheating on her. Alfred caught every word and couldn't believe it. Vivi sounded like a legit villager now. At dawn, the boys hit the road for an 8-hour sprint to the city, with Femi and Alfred riding as their escorts, Millet steering the trade, and Coletta and Vivi serving as the assistants. Millet grills Alfred for his take on the trip, and he tells her, honestly, it went great. He offers to swap spots, admitting he barely knows how to drive a cart, and she tells him, if I get tired, I'll trade you my spot for sure. Coletta then laughs and confesses she's a total workaholic. Alfred clocked it too, especially when his memory flashed back to the mayor handing her this assignment right before he vanished. He figured that even though she was still young, she was handling real heavy-duty work and that she could be next in line to run the entire city. Vivi hauls herself up, flops down on the guy's knee, and when he says it was really heavy, she snaps back that it's the exact opposite. The elf snaps a quick command, and the dog rockets forward to Vivi, licking her to death, while Alfred yells for them to stop rampaging, and Mille grins like it's the most adorable little chaos ever. She couldn't stop herself from thinking it was adorable then, out of nowhere, Femi's fur snapped upright like it had heard a threat. Femi shouted at Alfred, and Alfred froze hard on the spot, snapping, "What's wrong?" Alfred orders Femi to cover the rear, and while Millet panics and demands, "What's going on?" an arrow suddenly rockets straight at him. At the very last second, Alfred slams the arrow aside with a magic circle, then yells for the girl to scramble inside right now, and she nods and agrees without hesitation. The horse screeched to a halt before a bunch of typical bandits dead set on killing the coachman, stealing the horse carriage, and then stacking logs to block the road. The guy couldn't believe how skilled the others were. Then one bandit told him, "Hand over the goods, and you might still walk away," and he refused, snarling that the cargo mattered too much. The bandit snarls that anyone who says that ends up dead, and Alfred snaps back, "Then you'd better remember those who agreed with you died too." The bandit snaps back that it's a lie, people aren't just numbers, they're valuable goods you can sell. Vivi snapped that it was downright rude, and Alfred fired back that he never planned to get caught or let them slip away. Then he urged them to strike fast. The bandit tells him off, then snaps at his comrades, "Kill them!" Alfred clocks it instantly the bandits are moving way too slow. He tells himself this is just normal stuff, ordinary bandits, nothing more, but Alfred never goes looking for a fight on his own. In the blink of an eye, Alfred tore through the bandits and snapped them into magical handcuffs. He dumps them all into one huge pile, and the leader snaps at him to calm down because his own crew was still in the carriage. Suddenly fighting erupts in the distance, and you can hear the chaos coming fast. Femi crawls out of the shadows, hauls herself upright, and the leader bellows, ordering someone to loose a volley of arrows. Alfred warns that arrows can't land when you see them coming, then blasts them aside with magic before Femi even has time to blink. She snags a shooter on the spot. She clamped her teeth on his throat. They sensed another threat. Alfred snapped his magic ropes into action and hauled the shooter in. The guy then fires a question at Femi, asking if she can feel something, but she swears everything's totally fine. He grins like he hit the jackpot and tells Femi to round up every last bandit. He strides up to the girls and asks if they're all right, and Vivi's jaw drops because he already handled the bandits. Alfred spots the circle and realizes she tried to shield everyone, but she ran out of time, so he tells her she doesn't need a perfect one, and she snaps back that if you make it perfect, it might not work at all. Alfred tells her that as long as the circle lands at 70%, it'll work, and if it still fails, they just redraw it and win with the numbers, while Alfred watches Vivi's face harden with seriousness. The Academy experts carved magic circles so flawless, they looked like perfection made flesh, and since they couldn't be used in battle, wandering wizards started casting spells on their own. No one saying a word while Fami sniffed the guy and blurted out that everything was ready. He snaps at her not to sniff around there, orders her to leave, and tells her they'll hand the bandits over to the city. Then he turns to Fami and demands she guard them. Millet boasts that she could have driven the cart herself, but Alfred snaps back that it's far too dangerous and that he has to watch it more closely. Millet's cheeks flare as she admits Alfred will protect her again, and Alfred urges her to trust him. He tells her he can handle the cart by himself, but she shuts it down. Then her little sister watches them and blurts out that it's downright adorable. The guys fired up the cars and tore off toward the city. The moment the guys rolled into the city, they dropped the bandits in the guards' hands, and before they even realized it, those arrests earned them a reward. Fresh cash in hand, he suggests a mouth-watering meal, and they stroll through the city, soaking up every stunning sight like it's a show just for them. Alfred leans in and basically says, "This city is enormous." Debbie beams and tells everyone there were a whole crowd of lower beings roaming the city. Alfred yanks a hood over her head, and the girl instantly snaps. She hates it, but he warns that if her demonic essence spills out, they'll be in serious trouble, and Vivi has no choice but to swallow it and agree. Millet blurts that she can't wrap her head around how the city's feudal lord would hate demons, and Alfred shrugs that it was probably just a little precaution. He tells Femi to act like a dog, and Femi just barks right back. He secretly prayed that Fem had somehow turned into a dog, and then, bam, the guys finally rolled up to their destination. Millet snaps that she'll go negotiate, And if things go sideways, she's counting on their help while the merchant blurts, stunned, "Was the meat even normal?" Mizet leans in and coaxes him with a hungry smile, talking up the cow's meat and spilling every juicy detail about it. He inspects the meat, praises its top-notch quality, and explains that the merchant has been hunting for good meat for ages, but he won't trust the mage or any of his conservation magic unless he gets written guarantees. Alfred pulls him aside and thrusts his papers at him, and the man still reeling blurts that he's one of the hero's team. He fires back, "Why are you doing this?" But the guy shoves a hand up and hushes him, then he drops the truth. His time here is a secret. Millet's adventurer cards couldn't be forged, so the guy was as trustworthy as they come, she thanks him, and he reassures her that everything's fine because it's fully on him. The butcher handed over the meat money, and Vivi nearly gasped at how fast that giant bag emptied out. By the time the deal was done, the sun was already sinking below the horizon. Right as the mage is about to bolt, the butcher shouts his name, begging for permission to impress his son only for Alfred to shut him down hard, saying it was a secret. But the butcher stops him and demands an autograph because his son is a die-hard fan of Alfred. Alfred decides to sign autographs, but Vivi frowns because he's been keeping them waiting. Then the boys peel out, and the butcher leans after them, offering to help if they need anything. As the sun sank, the cart rolled them into the inn, and once their chores were done, they couldn't resist, so they hit the streets and strolled down Castle Street. They hit the street stalls one after another, taste everything on a whim, and light up as each flavor hits their tongues. Alfred scoops up food for 5 then, right out of nowhere. Femi steps in and tells her to grab food for herself, too. Girls dig in, taste it, and rave about how incredible it is. Alfred couldn't stop wondering if this would even work on a wolf, but he fed her anyway because she wasn't an ordinary wolf. He takes a bite of the pastries, and the moment that sweet rush hits, it warms his whole worn-out body like a long-awaited relief. The guys pass the spot where they're cutting the meat, and Femi's instantly on the magician. Begging for that dish then, he asks if she even has a hunger limit. In the end, he gives up and agrees to buy her meat because they've come this far, and he can't turn back now. Alfred grabs steaks for everyone, and the guys dove in right away, one bite in, and their faces lit up as they started trading excited impressions. After that mouth-watering meal, Alfred instantly clocks how everyone's grinning like life's perfect, so he booked Millet an expensive hotel too. Especially since Femi's with them. He hustles the guys straight to the hotel room and shoots them off with a good luck, and Alfred's jaw drops because they're all shoved into the very same room. They step inside and stop dead. There are only 2 beds. Even though there should have been 5 then, Alfred whips around and looks at Millet. He leans in and asks if she'll sleep with him, and she doesn't dodge it. Since that hotel cost a fortune, she's booked them just 1 room. Bibi steps into the room, drops to her boots, and starts untying them right away. Then she grins and says it wasn't so bad sleeping in the same room. She grins and casually tells him that, 9 times out of 10, she's the one in bed with Alfred. Millet stares in shock, then bursts out and yells at the entire hotel. For him, the real nightmare was simple. He'd have to share a room with a girl who just crossed into marriage age, and Millet grilled him asking if everything Bibi said was actually true. Alfred snaps the truth into place, saying they hooked up because they shared the same bed, and Femi slept with them too. Vivi leans in and asks Alfred, "Can I sleep with you in the same bed like always?" She tells Femi he can crash with Millet and Colette, but right after that, Femi starts flirting with Vivi straight up. The wolf started licking Vivi right then, slow and deliberate. Millet shoots the demon a bold promise, "You'll get my body," and the girls immediately erupt into an argument. While in the window, Vivi corners the elf and asks, "So, are you jealous?" The elf's cheeks flamed red as a deep blush flooded her face. She blurted that it wasn't true, and Alfred told her he could crash on the floor, but Millet snapped back that she wouldn't let him. He tells her he's been an adventurer for years, and he swears a wooden floor feels better than sand or rocks, and Galetta watches them the whole time from her rocking chair. Suddenly, she shoots upright and declares she'll sleep with Alfred, and Millet instantly claims that everything will be just fine. Alfred ended up sharing a bed with Colette and Femi, and as the girl wrapped her arms around the wolf, she felt just how insanely fluffy she was. They said goodnight, and the moment the lights went down, they heard the girls in the next bed yelling, "Move over!" Millet leaned in and admitted she only spilled half the truth to Vivi, and Vivi snapped back that the whole thing was downright ridiculous. At night, the guy bolts awake because something feels terribly wrong. Millet slipped in beside him, then curled up and fell asleep. Alfred shouted at her, but she was out cold, her ear bobbing like it was fighting sleep. Alfred figures she stumbled out at night for the toilet, all groggy and half asleep, and somehow she ended up tangling the beds together while the elf clung to the boy's hand like it was the only thing keeping her anchored, refusing to let go. The girl scooted closer and snuggled in even deeper, then whispered his name like it was all she needed. Alfred stared at her, and in that moment he knew there was nothing he could do. This morning, Vivi jerks herself awake and drags herself upright. Then she realizes Millet isn't there for her. She screamed at the whole inn and spat that she was shameless. Then the elf insisted things weren't what she believed and that she never even noticed it. Yet Vivi snapped back and called the girl a liar. Half asleep, Millet scrambles to fix the bed and blurts at Vivi to stop pushing. Then Vivi slips back down beside Alfred again. She claims she's going back to sleep, but Vivi yanks the blanket clean off her. Vivi snaps that she can't even spare me for a second and drags her away, even though the girl is begging to sleep. Vivi won't hear it, and she slams the truth. The tasks are coming. Colette craves sleep. But Alfred ruffled her hair and promised she'd doze on the way. Then the guys stormed out of the hotel and headed off for business. Millet read the village head's list, then turned to the boys and declared that every purchase was on her. Alfred couldn't help but wonder if it was her job, but only if it actually fit her. Cole craved sweets like crazy, and the guy nodded and promised to go buy them. He claims he wants a walk, shoves the girls some money, and tells them to go on ahead. While the girls grabbed their sweets, Millet heaved up a heavy shopping bag. Then Alfred caught it, sprinted over, and helped her without hesitation. The girls hit the shops hard, and once they finished up, they piled into the carriage and rode off. Millet brags that she's devoured a ton of mouth-watering food and soaked up priceless know-how, and Alfred laughs back that he had a blast too. Vivi and Colette stood there watching the city shrink into the distance. The girl throws him one last wave and says goodbye, like she's sealing the moment before it slips away. The guys headed home in this eerie, dead silent quiet. Coretta started to tremble. Alfred broke into laughter, and he told her, "With this awful road, it feels like you're already home." The girl beams and says it feels so good to finally see the village again. Alfred tells them, "We're home," and even though he'd only stayed in the village a short while, the place had already wrapped itself around him like it was his real home. Vivi and Alfred yanked the bag open, and Alfred says he'll dump it all out while Vivi grins and swears it felt feather-light because of her magic. People shoved in behind him and started pouring out their thanks, firing off questions like, "Are you tired?" The crowd kept drowning her in thanks, and Vivi shot back with bitter resentment. Alfred swears he was just doing his part, and the village head calls him out because he's heard everything Alfred did against the bandits, then tells the guy to finally go get some rest. He couldn't stop thinking about those hot springs in the bathhouse, so he cornered the boss and asked where to find the best soak, and the boss immediately promised to set everything up for him. After that brutal long trip, the guys hauled themselves to the hot spring to shake off every ounce of fatigue. Vivi even admits the only thing she truly likes about this village is the springs. Alfred also craved those springs again and again, hoping his knee would finally heal up fast. They reach the spring, and the guy blurts, "Girls, swim first," but Millet snaps back. "Nope, you go first." They start snapping at each other, pushing for control, but Vivi cracks and insists she'll go first only for Femi to barge ahead and slip in first. Alfred tells everyone he has to wash the she-wolf, so he charges ahead first. The girls stared at him like he'd just broken the laws of reality. He slipped inside and started stripping off his clothes, and even though the hot spring was tiny, the warmth felt incredibly good. He hurries to the spring and blurts out that he'd been craving this moment for ages, then spots the cliff edge and wastes no time. He throws up a barrier to keep the girl safe. He starts washing the wolf, and while he does, he leans in and tells her he's finally made his decision. Femi's brain has degraded. Femi snaps that the whole thing is rude, but the guy hits her with the truth. She can't just get rid of her dog, Aura. Alfred claims she didn't say a word, she just barked, while Femi says everyone was lost, unable to understand her, and could only shove their own way of talking over hers. She tells him there are a ton of ways to communicate, but he's still brand new to it. Then Alfred clocks it immediately. She's getting way too cocky. He tells her he gets it, then starts rinsing the shampoo off her, only for her to snap that the guy is rude because he never even noticed his own audacity. He snaps that he's going to kill her, douses her with water, and then boom, he hears girls closing in, their voices getting louder. Coletta and Vivi headed toward him, and the girl suddenly shrieked, "Don't you dare stare at me." The guy insists he never even looked at her and snaps that she already knew where he was. Inside, then Vivi fires back, "I'm a demon, so I'm not sticking to your rules." Millet strides over, still in nothing but a towel, while Vivi leans in and tells the kid the elf just wanted to thank him so. Millet starts thanking the guy for real. She tells him, "I'll wash your back," and he quickly snaps, "No, don't." The girl started tugging and adjusting the towel on her chest. The guy shoots back, fuming that he wants nothing and that he's totally fine. Then he notices Femme, dead silent, slipping into the water to bathe. He tells her not to worry about him, but she won't back down. She insists she has to thank him for everything. She demanded he sit down and obey, and he realized there was nothing he could do to stop it. The elf spots every inch of the guy's back, packed with scars, and when he speaks up, he claims it all comes from his life as an adventurer. The elf can't stop staring, and Vivi snaps that it was a total disgrace for the night. Vivi and Colette finally wrapped up the dishes. The girl started laughing and splashing in the pool with them, and the elf leaned in to tell the guy that she even finished rubbing his back. She wants to wash it from the front, but the guy cuts in and tells her, "No, let me handle it." But she ignores him, jumps right in, and starts washing him. Then he realizes just how cool and gentle her fingers feel. He jerks away fast and proves to the girl he can wash himself. Suddenly, Vivi grabs Alfred and demands he wash her back. She tells him it's a huge honor, and the moment she says that, Millet snaps in beside the girl and promises, "Don't worry, I've got your back." Alfred tells everyone there's still another chance, and he can't stop smiling because he got saved. He sprawled in the pool and stared at the wild world around him, soaking it all in. He thought the heavens were practically right there within reach. Alfred could feel his injured knee knitting back together. Then Colette suddenly shouted his name, cutting through the air. She asks if his knee hurts, and he snaps back that, "Yeah, it does." And when she offers to massage it, he doesn't hesitate and says yes. He tells himself, this is bearable, but the pain still chews into him. Alfred still remembers some former adventurer telling a guy that his joints screamed in nasty weather, and Alfred is convinced his own pain traces right back to the same thing. With that injury, adventuring suddenly became a nightmare, because any sharp enemy would spot his weak spot in seconds, and just like that, he'd turn into dead weight for the whole crew. He figures that during an adventure, you never get to just sit there, and right then Colette shot up, snapped that she was tired, and sprinted for the exit. Millet tried to grab her back, but Colette wouldn't hear a word. Alfred promises the girls he'll take care of that girl and tells them to get a good rest before anything else. After the hot springs, a blushing Millet declared that the water felt wildly healing. She tells him, "Finish cooking dinner, and the moment I'm done, I'm calling you." Alfred spots the elder and leans in, asking what he needs right now. The elder leans in and insists he needs Vivi's help right now. The elder begs the girl to cast magic for the cow. Then Alfred cuts in mid-conversation and bluntly tells her there's nothing she can do to help them. He couldn't shake that little girl in tears at night. After the movie, then Vivi stared at him and demanded why he wouldn't go along, saying if anyone had the right to refuse, it was her. The girl whips around to the elder and says, "Yes, I'm with you. I'll do it." The elder asks if everything's okay, and she assures him it is. Alfred then warns her not to push herself if she doesn't want to, but she won't back down, insisting she's a genius magician. Alfred tells her, "If you ever need me, I'll come running," and the girl shuts him down. "I don't need your help." So the guy presses the question again. The girl's cheeks blaze red and she smirks like, "You can still watch me, just fine." Alfred says, "If that's true, then I need to learn from her," and Vivi lights up with pure joy. The next day, Alfred, Vivi, and Fam piled into the car and rode out to the farm. Then Mila leaned in and asked Vivi, "You really sure you'll be okay?" As Vivi starts sketching a circle, she tells the lower beings, "Don't sweat it. You've got nothing to fear from the demon lord." Alfred says the girl looks like she's finally made peace with Mufi's death. And honestly, it's awesome seeing her smile. He's basically saying, now we're all back to our normal lives. And it hits like a reset button. Before long, he stepped up to become the village's caretaker, and just like that, every problem got stamped out until retirement finally felt like real peace. But the catch was brutal. He had way too much free time. Alfred leaned in to talk with Femma while Vivi lazily drew looping circles in the sand. He asks if she wants to play, then tosses the ball and promises her a reward if she brings it back, so Femme bolts after it, and Vivi yells that she's tearing up the dust as she goes. Femi starts tossing the ball around like she's lost control, and Alfred can't ignore just how feral she's gone. Then Vivi shrugs and says it was all a wild dog in the end. Vivi grabs his attention and makes him stare at the circle she forged, then spills the story of how she did it and why, while Alpha barely listens and just shrugs that it looks great. Femi tosses the ball to the guy and he immediately starts praising her. Vivi shoots daggers because he just bulldozed their conversation, while Femme wags her tail and wipes away the circles the girl had drawn. She bolted after her, and before they knew it, it turned into a full-on brawl. Alfred stepped in and demanded they take it seriously for once. Vivi shoots him a complaint that she's reeking of saliva now, and Alfred grins at them like he's enjoying every second. He was absolutely thrilled with his life. At night, while the guys are dead asleep, Femme jolts awake out of nowhere. She jolts up, and the guy snaps that if she needs the bathroom, she better hurry. Then Femme fires back that it wasn't like that. Femi stared out the window, and the guy fretted, asking what was wrong then. Vivi woke up and snapped that she just wanted to go back to sleep. Alfred tells her to sleep, and she folds right back into it. Then Femme says her name and asks if he's heard the howling from her fellow humans. Alfred swears he didn't hear a thing, and the wolf shoots back that something must have happened, so she had to track them down, then turns to the guy and asks for a vacation. Alfred asks if she wants help, and the wolf only says, "Walk me out." She insists it's her duty, both as the king and as the femme she's meant to be. She snaps into her true form, and the guy blurts that he hasn't seen her real size in ages. The wolf tells him she'll be back in no time, swears she'll return for dinner, and the magician leans in, begging her to call him if she needs a hand. He still remembers the first time he met her and called her a weak wolf. Now Femme's changed, and she's gotten way stronger. He padded up to her, whispered that he'd be fine, and told her she could go. Then the wolf was gone. He kept staring after her for ages until she finally slipped out the door. He stumbled inside, flopped back into bed, and called it a night. He tossed and turned in bed, but sleep just wouldn't come. He recalls Femme telling him she could keep her wolves exactly as they were fully grown and ready. The mage started to panic because the moment they called her, she knew her pack was in real trouble, and she couldn't stop wondering if she could actually pull it off. A terrifying image of Femme getting slaughtered by a massive magical boar flashes in his mind. Suddenly, Vivi yanks him awake by shaking him hard, only for Alfred to snap. "Stop, I'm already up." She asks what happened because he was moaning in his sleep. Alfred admits he'd been trapped in a nightmare. She scoffs at how he was still moaning from a nightmare. Then Vivi clocks that the wolf is gone and snaps to the guy, asking where she's disappeared to. The mage says the wolf has gone to join the pack, and he can't help but wonder how Vivi is going to react. He chowed down his usual breakfast with Millet and the crew, then tore off to his office. He was planted in his seat while Vivi, like always, scratched out glowing magic circles on the ground. He stared straight ahead, convinced Femme was toying around with a ball. He blinked once, then the whole vision snapped out of existence, and the guy let out a deep, heavy sigh. Vivi leans in and asks if he's worried about the dog, and the guy shrugs that she promised she'd be back for lunch, so Vivi tells him, "Then don't worry." The demon taunts him and flashes those circles. Then she tells him they're the reason he never got wrecked by nightmares, because if you'd drawn them on his forehead, they'd kept the dark away. The girl flashed him a smile, and he instantly figured she was probably worried sick about him. Alfred stopped a passing man, scanned the paper like it was the key, then snapped his gaze forward again, hunting for that femme. Alfred sprang up and slammed the village gate shut. He tilts his head to the sky, spots the night closing in fast, and the worry in his chest spikes higher and higher. Millet told Alfred the food was ready and practically beckoned him to the table, and the mage thanked the elf. Colette stormed out in a panic, demanded Al know if Femi wasn't coming home, and you could tell she was terrified. The mage snapped that the demoness was right and said she was only tied up with things for now, while Millet's little sister prayed that Femme hadn't run into trouble. Al caught himself thinking, Femi is a magical queen, the queen of wolves, and with that, he was certain she'd be more than fine. Millet and Colette stared at Alfred, cheeks flushed, totally blown away by the confidence he carried for his friend. Fresh food steam courtesy of Steen poured out of the house window like it was roaring. A steaming plate of soup sat right in front of Al, sending up hot, tempting waves of steam. The magician tore into his meal, looked pleased as he chewed and grinned, saying the food was insanely tasty once again, even today. The elf shot Al a heartfelt thanks for the compliment, and at the same table, Millet, Colette, and Vivi were all digging into dinner. Their feast gets ripped apart the moment wolves start barking at the worst possible time. They burst into the house out of nowhere, and pure joy hit the air. Vivi jolted in fear. The sisters went wide-eyed with delight, and the mage blurted out the wolf's name like it was a miracle. The wolf queen barely fit inside the moment she stepped in. Half her body stayed in the doorway, tail and all, hanging outside. Colette lit up with relief, greeted the she-wolf with joy, and sank down onto her paws. Alfred greeted Frem with a bright smile and clocked that the she-wolf was running a bit late. The wolf queen's smile fades, she gets deadly serious, and calls the magician for help. Al got completely blindsided by the sudden cry for help, and Vivi locked eyes with the she-wolf. The magician flashed a confident smile, like he already knew what was about to happen. He leaned in, locked in, and told them, "Leave it to me." Chaos erupted in the kitchen. Frem was told to take a break, and as Millet scooped her up, she warned, "The she-wolf says we don't have much time." Even with everything rushing, the she-wolf still paused long enough to gulp down some water. Alfred snapped into action, threw on his gear, and got ready to step outside with the wolf queen. Al geared up and bolted outside, declaring he was ready to roll while Frema told him she'd fill him in on everything as they went. For now, they had to sprint straight to their destination. The magician had just barely managed to sit on the she-wolf's back when, out of nowhere, a shout ripped through the air. Someone behind them demanded to come along with them. That person turned out to be Vivi, and with one sudden, rock-solid declaration, she shocked both of her sisters. Alfred snapped his eyes to Vivi the second he spoke her name. He decided to drag Vivi along, convinced her insane magecraft would come in clutch, and Al shoved the wolf's reins aside, told her to hop on, then offered his hand to pull her up. Still, Frem hurled the demoness back with everything he had. Vivi demanded to go with the wolf queen, but Frem's menacing growl snapped the demoness's courage to pieces. Al understood why the she-wolf might say no, but he pushed harder, swearing that Vivi could help them too. Yet Frema's gut still churned with unease. With a heavy sigh, the wolf queen finally relented and agreed to take Vivi only because the situation was an emergency and nothing else would do. Millet and Kale break away from Vivi and Frem, waving them off with one last prayer, come back safe and sound. Grinning, both mages snapped their heads toward the sisters. Alfred vowed they'd come back safe and sound, then climbed onto the she-wolf and blasted into his journey. On the road, Al started digging for the truth, and the she-wolf finally told him straight an enemy had shown up that the wolf queen couldn't beat. Vivi let out a sly chuckle at the she-wolf. The demoness shot back with sarcastic venom, like, "Of course, Frem's nothing but a dog," and the wolf queen snapped a growl at Vivi that sent chills down the spine. The mage realized the demoness was terrified of the she-wolf, but that didn't stop her from mocking the queen anyway, so Al demanded to know what kind of enemy they were really facing. That so-called enemy wasn't just any foe, it turned out to be the legendary immortal dragon. This news hit Alfred like a lightning bolt, and pure tension snapped through him. The mage finally understood the horror coming next: a dragon, the deadliest beast alive, and this one was undead too. It won't stop even when you wound it, so you'll have to tear off every limb and burn it all the way down to ash. The mage snapped into a frown, beating that monster was going to take them forever. Vivi's whole body went tense in an instant. From behind him, Alfred felt that something was seriously wrong with the demoness. The mage leaned in and asked Vivi how she felt, then told her she didn't have to come with them. But the demoness shook as she insisted through trembling words that everything was perfectly fine. Vivi, shaking with fear, flashed a terrified smile and insisted the great immortal dragon couldn't stand a chance against her, while Al eyed her claim with sharp doubt. The wolf queen abruptly came to a halt. The mage leaned in and demanded the she-wolf tell him if their target was there. Frem nodded and confirmed it. The protagonist stared at the mountains ahead, and above them, a full moon blazed, while the stars glittered like they were daring the night. Vivi's gut screamed that something was terribly wrong. All three snapped their heads toward the forest, like something out there just called their names. Between the thick trees, a whole swarm of hungry, predatory eyes locked onto them. Wolves stepped out to greet the trio, and demoness Vivi's fear shot through her. Fremi then threw her name over them and declared the wolves were her followers. Al leapt off the wolf's back, burning to get every detail, and the wolf queen finally started explaining everything. Yesterday, an immortal dragon burst in out of nowhere and launched a surprise strike. He came alone, and the magical wolves that tried to stop him just couldn't push him back. They had no choice but to run to Frim and beg for help. Then boom! A swarm of tiny undead dragons burst out, wrecking the magical wolves' defenses, and the queen snapped to Al for help. Deep in the forest, 3 little dragons lay defeated, lifeless bodies scattered where they fell. Vivi dropped off Frim's back, and Alfred immediately burst into praise for the magical wolves, calling their work absolutely amazing. The Wolf Queen snapped that she could have battled alone, but she knew the losses would be brutal, so she turned to the protagonist and begged for help. Femi is the Wolf Queen. She rises like thunder and leads her pack straight into motion. It's the queen's job to stand between the world and the magical wolves no matter what. With her head bowed, the she-wolf begged Alfred for help. The protagonist couldn't predict who'd win between Fem and Fate, but one thing was clear: she can fight. Alfred figured it out. Wolf Queen could clearly sense how her power stacked up against the enemy. So the queen lowered her head, shielding her flock from harm. Al brushed his fingertips across Fem's face, praising her as a stunning queen, then demanded she lift her head. With that confident grin, the mage instantly said yes then, told them he and Vivi would take care of it, while the demoness backed him up, insisting the she-wolf had nothing to worry about because she could count on them. The she-wolf, the mage, and the demoness stared toward the looming mountain, and Vivi felt the silence settle over everything around them. The Wolf Queen quickly guessed. The dragons were barreling straight for her forest. Alfred spotted another village merging near the Frem forest, so while he helped his friend, he was also punching in as the village guard, doing his job to the letter. The magician snapped his command to the wolves. Back off, make the huge dragons, stay with me, then claw and fight until you've got nothing left. Vivi blurted out, shouting, "What's wrong?" Al told her to do what she thought was right because he trusted her. The demoness blurted that she got him, then shot off down the road, and the mage just stood there staring as she vanished. Alfred snapped around and stared back up at the mountain. The magician snaps into motion and starts chanting the spell, calling out to every force this world has hiding in the shadows. With a single spell, he unleashed hellish flames of endless night and ordered every impurity in this world to burn away. The magician kept chanting, and then boom, an explosion tore through the forest. Vivi froze in shock. She threw up her arms to block her eyes and protect herself from the blinding light and roaring wind blasting from the energy. Alfred snaps a spell into place, spins toward you, and asks, "So, how do you like it?" An earth-shaking explosion tore through the forested mountains. Al held back his power so he wouldn't torch the forest, but he had no idea what was about to hit him from that moment on. The magician rose to his feet, eyes locked on what was about to explode. The moment he realized he couldn't just torch the dragon to ash, shock hit him so hard it ruined his whole plan. The great dragon flared its wings and blasted a thunderous roar into the sky, and the mage instantly knew he couldn't take it down fast enough. So he muttered to himself, "Of course, I expected nothing less from something like this." The dragon didn't just die, it clawed its way back as an undead monstrosity, wrapped in a shimmering magical barrier. Owl snapped his gaze to the side. Even the smaller dragons clung to life, slipping into the darkness under the Great One's looming shadow. The immortal dragon surged forward, roaring as it charged straight into the attack. As the dragon bore down on him, the protagonist kept sprinting and roared for everyone to go all out because they'd already promised they would. The wolves burst into a full sprint, racing straight for the epicenter of the fight. The wolves yanked their jaws open, ready to unleash whatever came next. The moment the battle kicked off, everything exploded into chaos. Magical wolves tore into their opponents, those tiny dragons biting down like it was a hunt. Alfred called up magical spears that tore through fights with ruthless power and moved so fast they felt like blur. But even they couldn't crack the great immortal dragon's magic barrier. The dragon slammed to a halt the moment the attack landed. He stared straight at where the spell was coming from, the exact spot that pulled the main character in. The magician snapped his mind to the next round, then slammed his focus down and started casting a spell. The dragon thrust its tail toward the hero, whipping its form as it stared down at him. Al got flung aside, and the massive dragon, smiling with furious satisfaction, reveled in what his attack had done. The protagonist's attacks finally slammed into the enemy, and cracks instantly spiderwebbed across the magical barrier. Al stepped forward, declared the third round, and immediately started conjuring fresh magical spears. The spears came screaming through the air straight for the great dragon. To the dragon's shock, this time, the strike slipped past the barrier and the spears drove straight into its wing. The beast howled with raw pain. The protagonist had no idea a dead dragon could still feel pain, and the mage snapped into action, finishing it fast, so the creature's suffering wouldn't drag on. The wolves lunged into the crowd and bowled over the small dragon, stealing the advantage in an instant. They charged in with full confidence, struck the enemy down, and pinned him to the ground by his tail. The tiny dragons, beaten to the brink, darted into the sky, pulling away from the wolves and finally accepting they'd lost. The mighty immortal dragon ripped into the sky, yanking the little ones along as it soared away, and Vivi's fury detonated on the spot. The demonists snapped into action, carving a magic circle fast because they refused to let the dragons slip away. Vivi snaps his wind blades and slams them into the dragons. The attack shot upward from below, slamming straight into the dragons' bellies. The blades carved straight through the creatures, and they crashed to the ground. Dragon bodies sprawled across the grass, their limbs ripped away by wind blades. Alfred stared in horror, realizing the magical barrier had snapped, and the great dragon was too drained to forge another. As the dragon's breath rattled out and its head clawed for the sky, it seemed like the world was ending. Then Al didn't hesitate, plunging the magical spear straight into its neck. As Vivi stared, she realized the creature hadn't stopped. It was still moving. With a gentle smile, Alfred summoned a flicker of fire in his palm and whispered a wish for the dragon to drift into peaceful sleep. The mage seared the dragon's fallen forms, while he, Vivi, and the wolves stood frozen in front of the burning wreckage. Freme stared straight into the warring flames. She understood in her bones that it was officially over. The wolf queen threw her head back and howled to the sky. The wolves rallied behind their queen and started howling at once so loud it sealed the truth. The dragons were burned to ashes. The beam of light hit the protagonist, and with a shaky exhale, he finally let out a breath of relief and flashed a real smile. The sun clawed up over the mountains. A bird glided through the sky like it owned the morning, and then they finally knew it. They'd won. They wiped out one colossal dragon and then crushed 20 smaller ones like it was nothing. Vivi couldn't stop shaking his head. How tragic it was that proud dragons had turned into undead, basically zombies, and Alfred nodded, calling it a truly pitiful sight. The magician's nerves snapped as he muttered that zombification magic was an unforgivable taboo, and then he couldn't stop asking who dared to do it. The protagonist told himself this spell would rip control from their body, turning them into a shambling living corpse so they'd become nothing but a puppet for someone else to command. Alfred pressed a hand to his chest and prayed that the dragons finally find peace. Al and Vivi stepped forward to honor the fallen and the once proud creatures standing stone silent before the dragons' bodies. The mage told them to rush and wipe out the bodies fast because Millet and Colette were probably freaking out, and Vivi immediately agreed to help. Alfred grabbed a knife and started cutting apart the dragon's body. Like it was nothing, he casually asked Vivi why she'd decided to tag along with him today. The demoness suddenly faltered, hesitating before she could even get a word out. Vivi finally figured it out and declared, "I'm in, I'll help, and these magical wolves will owe me big time." Yeah. It all came down to this, and Vivi didn't even blink when it mattered. Alfred erupted into a full-body laugh, punching his fist down like it was pure victory. He let out a breath, like he was sealing the whole story in one final thought. Al finally got it. Vivi was worried sick about Fram. After all, so he ruffled her hair and told her she must have been trying her absolute hardest. Indignant Vivi snapped at Alfred for answers, totally lost on what he was even talking about, and the bewildered Wolf Queen just stood there asking whether they planned to come back. The forest was basking in sunshine, and between the tall trunks, the clear sky flashed bright as day. Millet slumped at the building's entrance, lamp glowing at her left, sheet music cradled in her hands. Then she yawned like she couldn't fight the sleep. Then she spotted it. She shot up from her seat and sprinted straight to the front. The girl skidded to a stop by the fence and stared straight ahead, like she was waiting for something to happen. Alfred came striding toward her, riding Frim while Vivi walked right beside them. Al felt super awkward, and the demoness teased the elf, asking if she'd really been waiting for them. Millet's face lit up as Alfred finally came rushing back. She greeted them with pure joy, and a delighted Colic dashed out of the house with her arms wide open to welcome the returnees. The girl grinned and laughed as she shoved her face against Frim, totally delighted. Colette greeted Alfred, too, and Vivi spotted the elf's dark under eyes, then blurted out that she'd been waiting for them this whole time without sleep. Millet tried to hide it, but her embarrassment gave her away, and yeah, the demoness was right. Millet and Collet had been stuck waiting for the trio to come back, hours stretching on while they had no clue what was happening. Alfred swallowed his pride, apologized for scaring everyone, and then thanked them straight up for waiting. Millet leaned in and asked Phoebe if she wanted a snack, and she said yes, while the protagonist finally let out a breath, thinking how good it was that it was over and everyone was safe, and maybe he should get himself a break too after everything that went down. Alfred let out a heavy sigh. He had zero intentions of wandering off right now. Sparrows perched on the fence like tiny sentinels, staring down the whole scene. Vivi chalked a circle on the ground and leaned in, asking Al what he was up to while the mage dug through his bag, item by item. Millet shouted at Alfred, and he snapped his head toward her. The girl hauled the village elder to the front, and the old man was told straight up that the magician had a request just for him. Al thanked the headman for showing up, then told him to come with him because he had something he couldn't wait to show. The magician held up the great dragon's head, and the elder's shock hit so hard his eyes nearly blasted out of his skull. The headman sank into his seat, stunned, as Alfred confessed that he'd snagged a haul from 20 dragons the night before. The mage couldn't handle all of this by himself, so he gripped the dragon's horn in both hands and kept stunning the elder as he went. Alfred quizzed the headman, asking where he could rent a place to stash all his stuff because hauling everything around in his bag was a nightmare, and the headman's shock just kept escalating. The elder straight up revealed that every one of those items was dragon remains. Then the mage nodded and confirmed it. Something finally clicked inside the magician's mind. Alfred couldn't shake the thought that, for some folks in this world, dragons weren't monsters at all. They were divine beings, and the village chief might be one of them. Al immediately bolted over to apologize and explain his mistake to the elder, but before he could finish, the elder cut him off, saying that wasn't the real problem. The headman stared at Alfred in shock, still unable to believe that the night before he'd wiped out the dragons with deadly ease. No question about it. Alfred is the village's protector, Mergway. Those words hit the main character right in the heart, and he rushed to thank the headman for everything. Millet gave the headman's words a warm, ready nod, fully backing him up. Alfred thanked her too, and Vivi, though she swore she'd done the heavy lifting, slid right into the talk, while the mage quietly started explaining that almost nobody in this world can stand up to dragons. The elder warned Al not to burn himself out, because a dragon encounter usually ends in death, but the mage vowed he'd stay sharp and careful. The headman already had a plan locked in for that warehouse, outside the village. The elder handed the protagonist a stretch of land and told him he could use it however he wanted. Alfred agreed to take charge of the site and without wasting a second jumped at the chance to build a warehouse there. The magician snapped his fingers and the spell started to take form. Alfred could weave magic to lay the foundation and assemble the structure, but only up to a limit, so he leaned over and told the workers, "Come to me if anything goes wrong." The carpenters started singing praises because Al's magic made the whole build way easier. Al quipped that it looked like mages really had it easier when it came to getting up close and personal. Then, a passing worker burst out laughing and nodded along. 3 days later, with carpenters busting their butts alongside them, Alfred, Millet, and Vivi finally got to see what they'd built, and the finished work left them grinning with pure pride and awe. The new warehouse got fully built and officially wrapped up, done, and ready to stand tall. The mage and demoness slipped into the room, and thanks to Bibi's spell, the warehouse inside stood unshakably solid and somehow felt bigger than anyone expected. The demoness bragged about her hard work because this spell demands a flawless, elegant magic circle, not some crude, savage battlefield magic. Alfred teased Vivi, joking that maybe she should trade magic for woodworking, and even though the demoness looked a little deflated, she quipped that he wasn't wrong. As soon as they stepped off their premises, the demoness cheered at the idea of a place to stash every last treasure, and they made it crystal clear the warehouse had to be guarded at all costs. The mage hadn't even thought of that, so he pressed the demoness, asking if it was truly necessary, and Vivi shot back, "It has to be." She smirked, lifted a finger, and boldly announced that every move was already locked in. Al gasped and asked if it was really true, and Vivi stepped forward with a smug, satisfied grin. Vivi clutched a book in her hands, like it was the key to everything. She scanned the words with a sharp frown, locked in and burning through every line. Alfred grilled Vivi about why she suddenly got so diligent, and the demoness flashed a smile, saying he'd just have to wait, because once she started, she'd handle everything with her skills. Millet shot Al a call and demanded his help gathering herbs. The protagonist jumped at the chance, then hit up Fim, and Fim answered at once. Alfred also invited Vivi, but she shot him down. She was tied up with something else. Riding through the forest on the she-wolf, Al and Millet suddenly caught a nasty stench in the air. The elf, still masked, leaned in and warned them the herbs they were hunting stank so badly and told Alu to cover her nose with a rag too. She hopped off the she-wolves' backs and bolted to gather herbs, then told Alfred all about what she'd found. The magician even slid a mask on and fired off a worried question. "Is the Wolf Queen all right?" Prim grinned and said, "Wow, that smells crazy good and strong as hell." He didn't even know if humans and wolves smelled the world differently, so he blurted out, "Why is that she-wolf sniffing my butt?" The protagonist hated every second of it and snapped at Frim to stop, right now. Millet came back fresh from gathering herbs, moving so fast she barely had to spare breath since she only needed a little. Alfred pushed for them to head back, and the girl nodded right as a stranger's hand shot out toward the heroes. A mysterious stranger slipped up behind him and demanded, "Just a minute." Everyone was terrified. He couldn't feel a single soul nearby. Whoever approached wasn't just some normal guy. Alfred was so hard to slip past that getting close unnoticed felt impossible. Millet whipped around and asked the stranger what he needed, and Al glanced away, just out of the corner of his eye. Turns out the stranger was completely lost, and the magician kept glaring at him from the corner of his eye without even turning his head. The stranger leaned in and demanded to know where the village of Merg was. He chuckled, like it was sharp enough to cut. "Femi John, they tell you the hero's crew is a squad of Force-class adventurers who tore down the Demon King. Alfred was the battle-worn mage, Luca carried the wisdom of a seasoned warrior, and Giuliano stayed on healer duty, ready to patch everyone up when it mattered. The fourth was a full-blown genius chosen, and blessed by the Holy Spirit, and the heroine Cruz wasn't some random name at all. She was the stranger who had just walked up. The magician couldn't make heads or tails of what the hero was pulling off right here. Al decides to flip his boat first, then pushes Cruz out no matter what it takes. Alfred didn't want a single soul in the royal capital to realize he was here, and Cruz immediately shifted his focus to the mage. The heroine froze for a moment, and her thoughts hit like lightning. She narrowed her eyes, like her mind was scrambling to drag up a buried memory. Cruz pressed Alfred, demanding to know if anything had gone wrong. Then the mage calmly swore that nothing at all had happened. The heroine didn't let up when she leaned in for a clearer look at the mage. She blurted out whether they'd met before, but Al wouldn't confirm Cruz's guess. Blessed by the Holy Spirit, she kept drifting beside Alfred, convinced they'd crossed paths before, while Al realized, right then and there, he was under suspicion. He had no idea what Cruz was going through, and his mind immediately started plotting ways to mislead his old teammate. Al suddenly snapped into an idea and spun toward the direction he needed. He snatched up something furry in his hand. The magician grinned like he already knew his plan would work. Disguised as Alfred, he spun to face the stranger and thank the stars. His bushy beard was still there to sell the act, so the mage nodded and agreed to guide the Cruz straight to the village. The hero locked eyes with Al, stunned like he couldn't even process what he was seeing. Cruz smiled at the fact they were finally going to help her, while Alfred exhaled in relief. His old comrade was still totally naive. The Holy Spirit blessed man burst into laughter as the magician awkwardly squirmed. Stunned by Alfred's weird behavior, Millet swallowed his questions, didn't even mention the beard, and just told the protagonist by his shortened name that it was time to head home. Cruz caught the abbreviation, and the mage immediately tried to shut it down, insisting his name was Raoul. He also thrust the harrowing on Millet, then watched as she stared, utterly lost, not understanding a single thing about what was going on. The magician stared at the elf with a nearly murderous glare and snapped, asking if that really wasn't the case. The girl flashed a grin and decided to play along with her friend. Millet lifted a finger, and Alfred immediately thanked her for understanding. Al swallowed his pride and apologized to Cruz for making him walk while the protagonist rode a wolf. The mage snapped, saying his leg was hurt, but the protagonist just grinned and told Al it didn't bother her one bit. Millet stepped forward and introduced herself as Cruz, spilling her name and home village, while Alfred flashed his own name, Raoul. Pym bowed his thanks to both of them for their kindness. Cruz marched up to the magician and the elf, told them his name and why he'd come, and then dropped the truth. He was here for the task of wiping out the undead dragons terrorizing the area. The girl froze in total shock. She snapped her gaze to Alfred, double-checking her thoughts then. Al jerked a finger at the elf for silence and blasted the truth himself, ranting about how terrifying dragons were. Cruz nodded to Raoul and laid it out those undead dragons were forged by a dark mage, and they believed he might have been one of the Demon Lord Army's survivors. Al hammered home his old comrade's words about the dark magician. The hero rushed to reassure them that it was already handled because they weren't just wandering off. They were building a base in the western mountains. Cruz bragged that she was the one who tracked them down. The Blessed One kept talking, revealing that the dragons had been sent to burn the royal capital, and that's why the heroes were ordered to wipe out the mages. Alfred nodded to himself, of course. Those words hit home because the Femme Forest and the village of Merg sat right along the route from the western mountains to the royal capital. Cruz kept talking, laying out that she'd protect Mard Village instead of joining the main event. While the protagonist wrestled with how to tell everyone the dragons were already dead, the magician rifled to every option in his mind, hunting for the perfect words to strike. Millet praised Cruz to the skies, gushing that she was amazing for her age and stronger than anyone expected. Then the Blessed One blushed bright red. The heroine figured it all came down to the training. They kept talking and firing off stories as they marched down the road. As he looked ahead, Al realized the air had suddenly turned electric, like the whole place had come alive. Alfred's jaw dropped the moment he saw it. He blurted out a panicked question, and when he looked at his house, now crushed to ruins, his voice cracked with shock. The magician grabbed one of the residents and demanded answers only to hear that some stranger had attacked him. It turns out Vivi is trying to shield a terrified villager. Al flicks his gaze to the demoness and the stranger just as trouble brews. Vivi and a mysterious stranger locked in side by side, ready to blow the world apart in a full-on fight. Prim, Millet, and Cruz all snapped their eyes toward the fighters. The hero snapped to attention and recognized Luca in the stranger. The stranger started pulling his sword. Vivi rushed to power up her magic, and Al's gut told him this was a very, very bad idea. The magician snapped into the space between the demoness and the stranger, cutting them off in an instant. The evil stranger shoved Alfred out the door and rained down obscenities on him. Vivi darted back to Al, apologized through the chaos, and admitted she'd tried to stop the stranger, but they'd gone out of control. Then the mage finally snapped the truth into place and demanded to know who had wrecked his house. The protagonist clocked it instantly. The hero and the warrior finally joined forces. Alfred threw an apology at the warrior for Vivi, insisting that even if she's a demon, she's not evil. Yet the stranger didn't care one bit where Vivi came from. The warrior snapped at the demoness, claiming she was trying to summon a giant undead bull. V snapped back at the stranger and then realized the monster was just a plain, run-of-the-mill skeleton. The magician froze, staring at the bull's skeleton, and his mind raced with questions no one else could hear. The demoness snapped at the warrior, yelling that she was too weird to even tell undead from skeletons, and then the warrior fired back, booming that the magic circle was absolutely enormous. Now the protagonist finally got the whole picture why Vivi was breaking down and what she was about to do next. She brought Mufi back as a skeleton and commanded him to stand guard over the warehouse. The warrior didn't feel an ounce of regret because in her mind, she wasn't just fighting. She was taking down a monster. Vivi's rage flared at the warrior's words, because the moment he called Mufi a monster, she couldn't hold back her fury. While the demoness and the warrior were locked in a brutal squabble, Al kept spiraling in his thoughts. With everything he knew, the mage suddenly recalled one chilling thing. Some countries actually march skeletons into battle. He stared at the idea of controlling the dead like that alone could explain everything. The souls of the dead get tainted and burst into skeletons, and those skeleton souls are stuck on a timer, bound to their master. Then the mage proudly declares out loud that even skeletons can team up as partners with humans. The warrior snapped back, like, maybe you're right, but he couldn't deny it. The girl still wasn't able to finish. Local residents burst in on her, backing Ala and Vivi with loud, unwavering loyalty. Chaos erupted. Locals rushed to defend the demoness, insisting she wasn't the monster people claimed, while that stranger kept painting her as the villain, and soon rumors about her true character started spreading like wildfire. The warrior clenched her teeth and bit back a sharp retort. Then her face flamed with embarrassment and shame. Crews rushed in, demanding to know what the heck was going on with Luca. Turns out the crews had split off from Luke's group out of nowhere, but right then, none of that mattered to the warrior. She jabbed a finger at Vivi, the Demon King's fifth of the four heavenly kings, and declared, loud and clear, that Vivi had to be killed. Alfred tensed. He couldn't wrap his head around it. When the heck did Vivi go from nobody to a full-on sensation? Luca was certain the demoness would resurrect the Demon King's army, ride in with the giant bull, and sweep over the imperial capital. Cruz paused for a heartbeat, then yanked her sword free from behind her back. Alfred hated what was happening, and it showed. The Blessed One leaned in and told Luke, clean this place up. The hero teamed up with the warrior, fists clenched, ready to throw down. Al started clocking the situation because Luca was the brains of their crew, and even the mage couldn't wrap their head around how strong she was. Cruz was basically God's hand-picked prodigy. Alfred knew a fight would spell disaster, so he rushed up to the hero and the warrior and demanded a word. VPV, who'd been lurking just behind Al, surged forward into the spotlight. She stood on the edge of a fight, and the mage shouted that this was pure madness. Still, the demoness wouldn't back down. She was set on talking to the warrior and the hero herself. Out of nowhere, the local kids rose up, shoved themselves in front of Vivi, and used their own bodies like a shield, declaring, loud and clear, that the demoness wasn't bad. The demoness crumpled into tears, completely undone by his amazing act. The kids marched forward with chin-up confidence, and the villagers stared in stunned awe at the hero's outrageous bravery, while Luca's stomach twisted with unease. Cruz was genuinely moved by what the kids did. The hero backed off, fully trusting the kids' judgment, and told the warrior to do the same. Then she bolted straight to the children. Luca blurted out to the heroine, completely thrown off by the choice she just made. Alfred caught it right away. Every crew had always run this exact way. Through the main character's own words, it became crystal clear. She wasn't exactly kind-hearted, but the Blessed One couldn't resist kids. Cruz's carefree vibe made everyone think she'd fold without a fight, and Alfred wasn't convinced Luca would give up that fast. But even so, Cruz still pulled back. Al froze in shock, then hurried over to apologize to the warrior only for her to demand one thing. The villagers must keep their skeletal bull with them. Vivi nodded and agreed. The fight finally ended, and everything settled for good. Muka's smile burned with anger as she called out Alfred the mage in the fake beer to step aside. And the moment she did, he instantly started to panic. The two of them slipped out of the crowd and headed for the house, and the protagonist leaned in to ask the warrior, "Do you need anything?" Lucas drove her palm into the wooden wall, and it snapped onto the left side of Alfred's face. The disgruntled warrior hissed with menace in her voice, asking if Al thought she was stupid. Then Al snapped back that he didn't, and he immediately apologized. The magician yanked off his beard, then Luca finally realized it was him. And the guy just asked, "So, when did you figure it out?" The warrior got it instantly. The second Cruz yanked his sword, and the mage's body language screamed that he was about to ditch his fake beard right then. So Al couldn't believe he hadn't been caught yet. Luca snapped back, because of course they didn't recognize him. He'd masked his voice. The warrior leaned in and demanded to know how bad the protagonist's knee was. Alfred shot back that everything was totally fine because the village of Merge had a medicinal onsen, and Lucas immediately said, "Then we're good." The magician grinned at how the warrior worried about him. Then she thanked her for caring. Rage flared in Luca as he snapped that Al was wrong, but the moment it hit, embarrassment burned his cheeks. Alfred teased his friend, poking her cheek, and the warrior muttered to herself that, just like always, her reaction betrayed her. Now the mage cornered the warrior and demanded, "How's the royal capital been since Alfred vanished without a word?" Luca shot back with sharp displeasure. Because the mage had dumped a ton of trouble on her then, Al stepped in and apologized. The warrior snapped his gaze onto the magician. She admitted the truth. She didn't mind the problems at all. Luca grabbed the title of chief manager in the royal capital, and that's when he finally learned that Alfred had gone and accepted the Adventurers Guild request. Al found out Luca had snagged a promotion. The mage finally figured it out. Luca had been quietly shielding him, hiding the truth from everyone else so nobody would ever find him. Alfred vowed to himself to thank the warrior the moment this was over. Turns out, Luca had known Al was in this village all along, but she never even showed up, because she was waiting to see him her way. The magician guessed she'd come here for the dragons, and he nailed it. He also said she came here to wipe out the last survivors of the Demon King's army. Luca's jaw dropped. Alfred somehow knew this secret, and it was supposed to be locked away. Turns out, the mage cracked the secret by grilling Cruz for it, and the disgruntled warrior decided to take the whole thing to the hero later for a real talk. Luca started naming every dragon she'd have to face, and the whole situation screamed trouble. The warrior finally realized she couldn't do this alone, so she decided to go straight to Alfred for help. The magician swung the warehouse door open for Luca and hauled her in to stare at dragon skeletons, while he and the guys already finished the great immortal dragon for good. The warrior was fuming when she realized she'd marched all the way to the village for absolutely nothing. Magdal Lukfang, an underdog dragon with real fire in his lungs. The warrior had about 20 of those teeth, and Al double-checked her count to make sure it was right. The girl leaned in and asked the mage if it was hard. He admitted it honestly. Vivi and Frim had done the heavy lifting for him. Luca couldn't stop thinking about how one of the Demon King's 4 heavenly kings stepped in to help him. Cruz leaned to the window and snapped, "Hey, how long do I have to stay in that warehouse?" The heroine was also let into the warehouse, and when she spotted the dragon remains, her breath caught Luca, then snapped that their job was done. Alfred, sporting a fake beard, swaggered up to Cruz and greeted him, and Cruz's jaw dropped in shock at the sudden twist. Ola spiraled with worry because it hit her now. The old man was Alfred, and the hero had totally fallen for it. Cruz shoved herself against the magician's hand and demanded to know what he was doing here. She asked because Alfred never stayed still, always sprinting from one place to the next, and Luca started explaining. Between the heroes, whispers and rumors sparked like a live wire. Cruz figured out Alfred rolled into the village just to treat his bad knee. Then Al immediately turned on Luca and demanded to know why she lied to the hero. The warrior had to lie, or those Cruz would have dogged him from behind every step, so the heroine nodded and swore she'd go to the ends of the earth for Al. Cruz fidgeted. She blurts it out, straight up suggesting he should pack his bags and move to Mark's village too. The Blessed One pushed for Alfred to train with the others, because strength was the goal, but the mage didn't outright say no. He just made it clear that doing it while Alfred was still recovering was a terrible idea. Luca stormed into the conversation, snapping Cruz back to their heroic duties with raw fury and relentless pressure. The moment the hero left the royal capital, everyone would have panicked, but Alfred flipped it, saying the men could roll in here anytime they wanted and just hang out. Cruz reluctantly swallowed Al's words and finally caved in. The magician pulled the hero and the warrior aside and begged them to stay the night in the village. He was already marching them toward his house when it hit him. He'd left something behind. Only when the protagonist finally stared at his home's burned-out ruins did it all snap back. His house had been taken by fire. The Cruz saw it as their opening. She lit up and pushed for all of them to pitch camp together, but Luca shut it down fast. Alfred did the exact same thing. The girl couldn't wrap her head around why the hero loved living in tents so much, and Cruz just shrugged it off like it was hilarious. Millet, Khalid, Vivi, and Freemy leaned out from behind the gate, dying to know what the trio were chatting about. Alfred kept quiet, but in his mind he could already see Village of Mer getting way more lively. Crew members had zero self-awareness and no sense of responsibility. Ruka bowed and apologized for the trouble he'd caused. She hurried up to the bewildered villagers and threw a heartfelt apology at them. Alfred pulled the villagers aside and told them Luca and Cruz were his friends, solid, trustworthy, and worth believing in. Then he swallowed the regret and begged them to forgive what they'd done. She told herself the demon's daughter was trying to birth a monster, and that's why she went to war. The moment she spotted that massive magic circle, she slammed the brakes on it no matter what. While the villagers looked on with worried hearts, picturing Vivi rising up and somehow summoning a skeleton. The elder leaned in and demanded Luke lift her head. The headman lit up as he welcomed Mala's friends. The warrior finally exhaled, relief flooding his chest, and he hurriedly thanked the elder. Cruz lit up with joy as she shot Luca a question. "Is this cool?" The girl stared at the heroine like she wanted to tear her apart. Luca stormed up to Cruz and ordered her to apologize for drawing her sword, while Alfred, it turns out, still hadn't spilled the identities of the two. The mage said, if they ever find out we're heroes who crushed the Demon King, we'll suddenly become big deals, but the villagers will be mortified, and Luca and Cruz won't stand for it. The elder spun toward Al and demanded, "So what are you doing today?" With the mage's house reduced to ashes, he decided to crash in the barn with everyone else. Then the elder started pushing back. Alfred told the headman not to worry about them, but the headman tried to argue until Millet stepped in. The elf welcomed the guest to her home until the mage's place was finally finished, and the elder backed the idea right away. Millet's house had plenty of space. The magician leaned in and demanded, "Are you 100% sure about this?" She was absolutely certain, like there was no doubt left in her bones. Alfred grinned and grabbed the elf's offer, wasting no time. Colette was absolutely buzzing with a good mood. Cruz leaned in and demanded why she was in such a great mood, and Colette just smiled and said it was because the hero couldn't wait to spend the night at Colette's place, and Colette herself was counting down right alongside him. The guest stepped into the house, demanded they be taken care of, and kept apologizing for barging in while Millet made sure they felt right at home. Alfred told her straight up that, since they were basically freeloading here, she shouldn't hesitate to ask them for anything. Then the elf leaned in and told Al the same thing. Don't hold back. Colette wrapped her arms around Frem and practically begged her to come have a blast together. The mage demanded to know who their team's doctor was, and the answer hit like a punch. Yulina had caught the mumps. Turns out a deadly epidemic had erupted in the capital, and when she rushed in to help other people, it caught up with her too, and she fell ill on the spot. Alfred begged to make sure the doctor got his best wishes. Millet grilled Cruz and Luca, asking if they were both pals of Alzand. They both nodded, confessing the mage had tricked them with that disguise. They all burst into laughter together. Alfred's mind flashed back to Vivi, and he spun toward her. He invited the demoness to join them and take the seat right across the table. The demoness kept barking that the warrior stopped her from reviving Mufi. Then she snapped her glare straight at Luca. The girl snapped an apology to the demoness, and Vivi immediately admitted, "I'm the one to blame for the house burning," then begged for forgiveness. Alfred leans in and calls the demoness by her name. He told Vivi it wasn't a big deal because if anything went wrong, it was his order that lit that fire. Bell suggested they come back to Mufi tomorrow. The demoness's cold heart cracked and softened. She slid into a seat at the table with everyone else, and Luca cut straight to the truth. She couldn't tell zombies from skeletons just by their magic circles. The warrior owned up to her crimes, but when she saw the heavenly demon king crawl the dead back to life, she claimed it felt only natural to stop him. Luca stuck out her lip, and Alfred couldn't help but think, so she's a warrior, and the fact she can read magic circles, that's already crazy impressive. Only now did the magician finally clock the truth. He decided to clear the air with his friends. Alfred shot a question to Vivi. Was she really one of the heavenly kings? The mages gasped. Luca couldn't wrap his head around it, and he couldn't believe Alfred was only asking this now. Vivi shot back, asking how much longer she'd have to keep repeating herself, and Luca reminded him of the last time they fought while Al fidgeted with dread because he honestly believed the demoness was nothing but a brat. The crews supported the magician by just shoving the whole thing out of their minds, and that flip-flopping chaos ripped straight through Al's heart. The moment the Luke started, it began spilling its explanation like it couldn't hold it back anymore. Long ago, when a band of heroes finally stormed the Demon King's land, they seized a tiny fortress before the enemy could even blink. Looks like Vivi was there, but they crushed her and took control. Alfred grabbed the demoness with a sharp question. What in the world was she doing here? Vivi, hands in the earth, was tending the soil and feeding the livestock. Al blinked in shock, then kept pacing in his head, wondering how the land and the Demon King's territory was turning barren. The demon army shoved the invasion into overdrive because its real mission was simple: smash in, steal supplies, and drain everyone dry. If Phoebe hadn't stepped in and fixed everything, that fight would have spiraled into pure chaos. Milla was stirring something in a bowl, and she snapped her gaze toward everyone seated at the table. The demoness shrugged and called the protagonist lucky to beat her, while Colette stared at the heavenly kings like they were the coolest thing ever. But Frema wasn't impressed at all. Alfred leaned in and told Vivi straight to her face that her confidence was absolutely unstoppable. He admitted she was still an insanely great mage, even if she kept doing dumb things, and the demoness suddenly caught a whiff of something downright delicious. Millet hissed in the skillet as the smell filled the room, then shouted that the dish was finally ready. The elf dumped sweet syrup over the pancakes like it was pure magic. The girl slid the food onto the table, Bibi shot her a big thank you, and Cruz practically lit up with excitement to dig into Millet's cooking. She took a bite, and the flavor absolutely hooked her. She liked it way more than she expected. Millet demanded to know why Cruz was alone in the forest, and she admitted she'd spotted a weird trail and chased it, only to stumble into a mistake that split her from Luca. The warrior blinked in disbelief as the crews lost their way just trying to follow the so-called Hydra trail. Alfred was absolutely not thrilled when he heard the word Hydra. Vivi warned me that the Hydra is one terrifying monster that you do not want to mess with. Hydra's got multiple heads, each one packing deadly venom, and its raw power can rival a dragon. Luca figured Cruz was wrong because she checked the road too, and still found zero trace of the Hydra. But the heroine was convinced it had to be a Hydra. The magician sensed Cruz might be half a step out of place, but her gut instinct had never once betrayed her. Al promised to help Cruz the second she tracked down the Hydra, then hurriedly apologized for interrupting her. The village feels peaceful and still, and life just keeps rolling like nothing ever happened. Millet grabbed a rag and wiped the table clean in one furious sweep. The girl pushed the idea on them, let's hit the hot springs. And suddenly, everyone was tempted. Cruz nearly dropped the surprise when he found out they had hot springs, and he was like, let's go. Luca didn't hesitate either, and right after that, Millet snapped into action and decided the guests were heading there immediately. The Alpha promised she'd be back in a blink, and Alfred told her not to stress take her time because he and Frim would stay put. Cruz grabbed Al's elbow. The heroine nudged the magician, reminding him it had been ages since they bathed together, but Al still flat out refused to go. Cruz stared at Alfred, baffled because Alfred reeked of sweat. But he refused to hit the hot springs, and the whole gang was already going. Millet caught on that Alfred had been training with other crews, so she shot him the question, had he ever been with her like that? Al couldn't even tell if what he was doing was really bathing at all. Even in his own head, the magician felt painfully awkward, so he admitted he was just a traveler, pushed past his shyness, and hurriedly washed himself before he could hesitate. Out of nowhere, Alfred blurted, no, it's something else, and Millet froze, eyes wide, completely stunned and lost. Al tried to defend himself, insisting that a normal elf for travelers couldn't possibly earn that kind of reaction. Then Vivi snapped that travelers were shameless. Lucas snapped that they weren't even on the road right now, and that mixed swimming was a total no-go. Cruz insisted it'd be way more fun if everyone stayed together, but then someone shut her down saying it was embarrassing, and she needed to get over it. Alfred toasted the girls for a great time, and the heroine hated that she had to slip away like this. Above the mountain, the sky looked perfectly clear, punched full of bright white clouds. Val snapped his head toward Fim. The she-wolf raged through a quick shake, spraying water off her fur like it was nothing. A grinning Alfred declared the hot springs were incredible today, and the she-wolf nodded right along. All tilted his head up and stared at the sky where the moon hung bright and clear. Under the moon's glow, the magician realized tonight wasn't just any night, it was a full moon. Alfred bursts through the door and Mila rushes over to greet him. She leaned in and told him dinner was almost ready, and Al shot back a grateful thanks for everything she'd done. He burst out of the kitchen. The girls yanked Alfred into the hall and demanded he come join them. They pulled him in like, come play cards with us. I'll flash a sly little smile. He sat down and played cards with the girls, like it was a showdown. They sat down together and tore into dinner, like it mattered. Alfred and Colette wiped down the tables, while Millette sank into the seat to catch her breath, Luca gently kneading her shoulders to ease her tension. The magician sprinted up the stairs, closing the distance with every thunderous step. He hauled sleepy Colette up the stairs. Millet told Alfred, flat out, that the beds were already made, and in this house, there were only 2 rooms total. The little girl boldly announced she'd sleep with Fremma tonight, clinging to the she-wolf like her whole world depended on it. The elf insisted she and her little sister would crash on the floor while the guests sprawled on the bed, and Alfred erupted in furious protest. Millie saw nothing wrong with it, Al didn't, and that disagreement hit like a brick wall. Cruz told her she could sleep on the floor and asked Alfred about it, but the mage just couldn't wrap his head around why the heroine would even ask him. Cruz made it crystal clear. No way, and Alfred still refused to confirm it. Then the heroine seized Al's hand and yanked him off to a different spot to crash for the night. The heroine shoved Alfred into a corner and teased that she hadn't slept beside the mage in ages. Alfred just nodded, fully on board. Al remembered how they had covered each other's backs on the road and traded naps like it was a mission, while Cruz swore that crashing on the floor felt downright comfortable. Luca made up his mind and jumped in with them. Vivi spotted it and busted out laughing, then plopped down beside everyone, and Freme followed right into the corner with them. They ordered the she-wolf to sleep alone, and Millet just stared, utterly baffled. the elf snapped out loud that no one would ever lie in the bed she'd spent so long building. Then Millet, the hostess of the house, stepped in and decided for the guests. In the end, Alfred, Frema, and Colette got the bed while every other bed was already claimed by everyone else. Al fretted it might feel too tight, but Millet, Luca, and Vivi shot him a confident look and promised they'd settled every detail already. The demoness snapped that even with her excuses, Millet would still come for her that night yet. The mistress of the house swore it wouldn't happen, promising she wouldn't touch her. Colette was thrilled to share a bed with Frem. The she-wolf always let her sleep soundly, every single time. The girl told Alfred goodnight, and he shot back the exact same warm wish right before she drifted off. Colette's snoring busted out under the blanket, while the magician stayed wide awake for a while longer. Alfred's expression tightened, and the seriousness hit like a wave. He couldn't shake the Hydra either because it had shown up here too. The magician forced a deep breath, steadying his nerves and insisting, "I'm fine, everything's okay. Al will stand between the village and danger, no matter what." Night had swallowed the yard whole. Beyond the village gates, a Hydra slithered through the forest, roaring like the end of the world. The guard kicked off his shift by swinging the gate wide open. As soon as the gate swung open, Alfred and Frem stretched and shook out their nerves. Dogs started barking like crazy, and Al didn't get what was happening right away. The wolf cubs charged straight at the magician. The magician crouched down and grilled the puppies about their parents. Frema cut in fast, claiming they'd likely wandered off to hunt down breakfast. After the magician's hut went up, the main character told them wolves moved in nearby and snatched up the scraps like they found their own little feast. Vivi marched up to Al and begged him to help her cast a resurrection spell for Mufi. The magician nodded and moved to help. Then a stranger's shout cut in and ordered everyone to wait. Luca and Cruz also jumped into the chaos, deciding to get involved too. The demoness isn't just annoyed, she's furious, because those two heroes have been secretly tailing her for ages. Vivi feared they'd crash into her life again, but the warrior promised no more interference. Luca reminded them, "I already apologized for that," and then she snapped, "So if I'm going to help, it makes no sense to demand something back, especially when we only came here to look around." Cruz couldn't wait to lay eyes on the bull skeleton. Alfred slammed on the brakes and told his comrades to wait breakfast first. Millet was already there, waiting for them. Luca and Cruz begged Vivi to let them all go see him, and the demoness shot back that if Al said the word, she had no choice but to say yes. After a while, the mage steadied his nerves and tailed Vivi, and the demoness told him straight up that her circle was still unfinished, because last time, the two of them ruined it, and she had to smash it to stop the chaos. Alfred leaned in and asked Vivi if she worked here. She nodded and confirmed it. The village protectors snapped at the demoness for daring to work right in the middle of town, because one wrong move could have gotten the villagers hurt. V felt a wave of shame crash over him, because Al was right. The demoness finally finished everything, so Alfred was about to see it all. He demanded that everyone celebrate Mufi's resurrection, but Mufi wasn't buying what Al was thinking at all. Cruz held Vivi steady, told her he got exactly how she felt, begged her not to fall apart, because Luca chews her out every single day too. Alfred grinned, ruffled Vivi's hair, and promised he'd keep his eyes on the demoness from the start, then pushed them to a bigger place. Al guessed Vivi was planning to shock everyone with a surprise. The embarrassed demoness's reaction hit him like proof he knew he'd been right. The demoness snapped in protest, demanding the magician stop coddling her with those hands. Vivi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger as she snapped at Al to watch where he put his hand. The boys stumbled into a room with way more space, and the demoness snapped. "Will I be disturbed again?" Luca shot back. "No." Alfred leaned in and promised Vivi, "I'll watch you work right from here." The demoness grinned and waved at him, then strode right toward him. She snapped into a confident stance, focused her magic into the tip of her finger, and Vivi started sketching a blazing circle on the ground. The magician locked eyes on the paper, blurting out if it could really be that unbelievable, and right away, Cruz and Luca, his friends, caught it. The warrior sensed something was off, but Al shot back that everything was totally fine, like it was all part of something incredible. Luca couldn't stop thinking about it. Vivi hunched over the dirt, grinding a perfect circle into the ground with pure focus. A ball rockets through the air, and someone shouts the order to go get it. Cruz tossed the ball to Fremi, and when the wolf scampered back with it, the heroine lit up and praised her for all her hard work. Vivi closed her circle. She slapped Al's name on her call button to double-check her work. Alfred couldn't help but ask if it wasn't incredible, and the demoness lit up as she said, "Of course it is. I was born with the talent." The mage loved Vivi's idea so much, he even admitted he never would have come up with it, and the demoness lit up like she was soaking up every single compliment. Alfred couldn't help but think Vivi had spent forever sketching that brutal magic circle, and, in this village, he was pretty sure she'd easily outclass him. Gravity magic would lock the bones in place, and every last preparation was already done. Then Vivi demanded that nobody come near until she finished. The D- slammed both palms onto the circle, and right then it roared to life. She huddled in focus and started reading this spell, every word landing like a spell burst. Magic suddenly surged around the bull skeleton, wrapping it in an eerie glow. Luca raised her hand to block the sting of the wind and watched from the side as Vivi spun her magic. Then the bones started to move. Cruz kept one eye on the fight, but the other stayed pinned down as the fierce wind tried to rip her focus away. The bull's bony paw dug into the dirt, and right then, it started to roar. Alfred clocked it right away. Mufi couldn't use vocal cords, so he watched the magician figure it out. The bull was roaring with pure spiritual energy, and he blurted, utterly stunned, that it was all incredible. The spell hit and it worked. Vivi spun toward the movie, tears blazing in her eyes. She bolted straight at the bull, and Al tried to stop her, but there was no time left to grab her. The magician snapped a warning at the demoness, "Stay away," but she blew it off and marched straight in anyway. Vivi sprinted straight at the bull, blurted out frantic apologies as he closed the distance. She planted herself right in front of the bone bull and barked that if Mufi wouldn't forgive her, then he better strike back right now. Her eyes burned as she stared at the movie screen, so she snapped them shut and braced for the blow she feared most. Luke snatched his sword and started to draw it. Alfred stayed on edge too, because even if Vivi wanted to risk it, there was no way he'd let her die right in front of him. Mufi pressed his muzzle to Vivi's cheek, softly but like a promise. The demoness pressed her hands to the bull's skull, right where its nose used to be, and demanded of Mufi, "Did you forgive me?" The bull skeleton strolled along, grinning like it had zero business being that friendly. Vivi felt it hit her hard again, and her eyes filled with tears before she could even blink. She wiped the tears from her face with the sleeve of her hoodie, refusing to let them fall any longer. Alfred was sure the bull had finally forgiven Vivi, even though it was Al who killed Mufi. He remembered the moment his blade drove straight into the bull's head. Muffy whipped around to face Alfred. The skeleton's eerie ghost eye locked onto the protagonist, and that stare was terrifying enough to freeze his blood. Mufi roared. He threw his mouth open, muscles tensing ready to tear into Al. The magician's nerves shattered when he saw what they were doing, but the bull skeleton didn't lift a single finger to attack Alfred. Luca and Cruz were terrified, and then he snuggled up to him like that closeness somehow washed it all away. The warrior and the heroine bolted to the mage, frantic until Al just stood there, calm as ever, and told them the bull had only nipped them a little. Vivi curled up against the skeleton's face, holding on like her life depended on it. Alfred pressed his forehead to the bull's skull and fired off a grateful thanks to Mufi for coming back to them. Two elderly women in a quiet village huddled together, trading stories and secrets like their whole world depended on it. Panic hit them hard when they laid eyes on the towering bull skeleton looming in front of them. Alfred threw out an apology for the performance and swore the skeleton was harmless, but the elderly residents were still stunned because none of them had ever seen necromancy make that thing move. Vivi dragged Mufi into her brand new home, then begged for one thing. "Stay here, please." Mufi dropped into a seat. The demoness leaned in and promised the bull skeleton she'd never leave, and as long as Mufi stayed close, everything would be just fine. The wolf cubs crept closer to the skeleton, noses twitching like they could smell trouble. The puppies padded up to Mufi's leg, while Vivi curled in contentedly against the bull's skeleton. Alfred just couldn't wrap his head around why the cubs were still there, and Frema felt the same weird suspicion. Cruz fired off a question about what skeletons even eat, and Alfred snapped back because they don't have a digestive system. They only need a tiny spark of spiritual energy. Vivi took the explanation and cranked it up because the skeletons' bodies were forged from magic. They ran on it. Cruz got her right away, then worried, asking if Vivi was okay, since Mufi was so huge. The demoness shot back that it was complicated and made it clear she wasn't the only one feeding spiritual energy. Then everyone got shoved into the hot springs, and Alfred finally clicked with everything. Out of nowhere, the wolf cub dropped to the ground and erupted into a furious howl. Al snapped at Fem. "What's happening?" The she-wolf burst out that the pack had found a hydra. The magician blurted to the world that she had finally arrived. Alfred realized he had no way out left, and that meant only one thing. He'd have to fight. Cruz swore she wouldn't drop the trail this time, and she dragged this whole mess to the finish line herself. Al told the heroine to take it down a notch, and right away she snapped back into control. The magician snapped his gaze toward Frima, and she already had it all figured out. Because at the end of the day, protecting this forest is exactly what she's sworn to do. Al told Vivi to stay put in the village in case danger struck, and the demoness nodded, promising she'd watch everything alongside Mufi. The protagonist rode on the Wolf Queen's back, then spun around and faced his comrades, Luca and Cruz. He leaned in and demanded, "So, are you ready?" The warrior and heroine flashed a thumbs up. Alfred, Frem, Luca, and Cruz didn't hesitate. They marched straight into battle against the Hydra. Al clung to the wolf's back and charged ahead with pure confidence, like nothing could stop him. They tore through the forest like the trees were trying to stop them. Frem slammed on the brakes and started howling at the top of his lungs. Alfred clung to her back as she sent frantic messages to her comrades. The Wolf Queen finally got a reply back from the other magical wolves. After they finally tracked down the location, they charged straight for it. The magician clutched the running she-wolf's fur like it was the only thing keeping him from flying off the world. Al spotted something up ahead. The grass was completely empty, like the world had gone quiet. Hydra's tail slithered across it, like a living shadow hunting for its next strike. The four of them squared up, eye to eye, right in front of the Hydra. It turned out the creature was even bigger than Luca ever imagined so. Alfred snapped at them to stay on guard, because the Hydra was poisonous and couldn't be handled carelessly. Yet Cruz was already sprinting straight at it, charging to attack. Luca didn't even flinch at the heroine's move. Pure irritation lit up his chest instead. Alfred muttered to himself that Cruz was brave, but her courage always tipped into reckless. The heroine snapped her sword up, ready to bring it down in a devastating strike. She was gearing up to smash the Hydra with everything she had. Sure, it was a reckless move, but Al understood one thing clearly. Backing the supporting Cruz was their duty. The magician snapped into casting, and as he sat astride the she-wolf, he carved a glowing magic circle in the air. One of Hydra's heads was curled up and fast asleep. Its head radiated pure evil, and she got hit, and the shock of it made her feel sick. She did not see that coming. They tore into her with brutal sword slashes, each cut ripping across her body. She lunged in and hacked off two of the hideous Hydra's heads, and right on cue, the snake's severed head shot venom back at her. Poison struck Cruz, and she yanked her hand up in time to shield her face from the attack. The heroines crumpled to the ground, gagging and complaining about the foul stench. Right then, someone snatched her by the collar. Cruz got brutally tossed aside. Luca was the one who lunged in time and yanked the heroine out of the way before the snake's head could strike. As the crew scrambled, the warrior hacked into the Hydra and drew blood. Luca told everyone they'd already warned the heroine about the poison. She severed the Hydra's head at the neck and leaned in, asking Cruz if he was truly ready to keep living. The heroine took the offered help and still shook her head, saying no. Luca and Cruz stumbled on something so horrifying it instantly turned their guts cold. The Hydra's severed heads didn't stay dead. They snapped back to life and multiplied. The warrior fumed, wheeled on Al, and snapped that the creature was acting totally out of the ordinary. The mage nodded along. Sure, Hydras normally take 3 days to crawl back, but this one was regenerating way too fast, and that spelled trouble. Alfred blasted, "Keep chopping now," at Luca and Cruz, and while the Hydra's heads hit the ground, he blurted out that he had a plan. He gritted his teeth and went for fire magic to incinerate the creature, then ordered his comrades to hold the line until that moment. Luca bolted after the mage because she simply couldn't last another second. Cruz, though, decided the fun was just getting started, while the warrior snapped back, refusing to hear a word from someone soaked in poison. Alfred, scribbling on a she-wolf, told them to circle the Hydra. The magician slammed a glowing circle into the air. He unleashed devastating fire magic straight at the Hydra. Cruz couldn't stop smiling at the sheer magic, and Luca came right out and said the plan had actually worked. The Hydra's heads turned to ash and scatter into the wind like they never even existed. The severed, cauterized neck didn't sprout a new head, so yeah. Cruz couldn't help but admire Al's magic and praised him. And now she felt victory was within reach, until Luca snapped the heroine back to reality and warned her not to let her guard down. Cruz nodded along to Luca's remark, And then the warrior snapped her gaze to Alfred. "Cover me from behind." The magician, of course, nodded along and promised to slice every single Hydra head clean off. Alfred didn't hesitate. He launched right back into casting spells. As the whole thing unfolded, Frim leaned in and demanded to know exactly what Al's team could pull off. The she-wolf was certain of it. She felt their strength for real. The team finally crushed the Hydra, and you could tell they earned every single win. Cruz caught the mouth-watering scent of something sizzling and fried. The heroine absolutely loved the scent, like it pulled her straight in. Cruz snapped, asking if she was the only one smelling fried fish, no fried Hydra. And Luca shot back instantly that it wasn't edible because Hydra is straight up inedible. The magical wolves snarled and barked at Alfred, like they already knew he was trouble. They sprinted straight for the magician, no hesitation. I'm giving the wolves all the credit for a job perfectly nailed because they tracked down the Hydra and made the team's job way easier. He didn't just smile, he thanked them too. The magical wolves wagged their tails like they're bursting with pure joy. Alfred figured they were hunting down the Hydra because they planned to eat it. Cruz hadn't even gotten a taste of the fried monster yet, so he and the others stood in front of the wolves and cut off their way to the Hydra until Luca snapped. "Let the wolves eat it." Femi demanded permission from Alfred, and he didn't even hesitate. The magician was sure this wouldn't hurt the wolves one bit. The warrior froze in shock at that decision. She leaned in and asked Al straight up if he'd ever tried Hydra before. Turns out, yeah, back when he was younger, he tried it once, swearing it was for science. But deep down, he just wanted to. For a Cruz, that fried Hydra looked downright mouth-watering crunchy, golden, perfect, but the mage cut in and warned her the beast wasn't worth a bite. Luke sat there, completely shell-shocked, while the crew in the background jabbered about chopping up the Hydra and cooking it like it was dinner. The warrior crumpled into a stunned daze like all fight just vanished from his bones. She made up her mind and headed back first. The magical wolves and Cruz tore into their meal. Alfred caught himself thinking the meat looks downright appetizing as the heroine and the others dug in, but Luca wasn't having it, and the sight clearly soured his mood. After lunch, they snatched a few trophies and bolted home, and the warrior somehow luck smiled on him as he hauled in valuable ingredients. When they finally came back to the village, Luca pushed for a trip to the hot springs, and Alfred agreed without hesitation while Cruz stayed wordless, just staring into the silence. The heroine suddenly felt sick to her stomach. If something hurt, Luca leaned in and demanded, "Tell me what exactly is it?" Cruz clutched his stomach, doubling over like a wave of pain just hit him. Al leaned in and asked the heroine if she was sick, and Luca instantly knew it wasn't her. Those rare chills came straight from the Hydra. The warrior leaned in and demanded, "Cruz, how do you feel? Can you still stand and walk?" The heroine looked sick as a dog, yet she insisted she could still make it on foot, just not at full speed. Alfred stared at the chaos, scooped up Cruz, and snapped at her not to burn herself. Then he made his choice. The heroine would climb on Fima. Cruz burst into frantic reassurance, waving his arms at Al like, I'm okay, the stomach pain won't beat me." But the magician could tell right then and there that the heroine was about to pass out. Alfred ended up going with Cruz, still mourning the she-wolf like it hurt, even though she didn't care. Al snapped at the team to move faster and grabbed the heroine's attention. "Hold on tight!" Alfred and Cruz tore off with Frem at full speed, and Luca stayed right in lockstep beside them. The heroine stormed out, but then her illness crashed in, and the smile she fought to keep just vanished. Cruz pressed his hand to her throbbing stomach, then shot Al a grateful look. Alfred mused that hydro meat might be bland, but it never killed him yet. Something about it still felt seriously fishy. They finally rolled into the village and pulled up at Milad's house. Out of pure spite, Al blurted at the elf that they needed help and ambulance right now because the crews had stomach aches. Millet finished feeding her little sister by cutting apples, then darted off to make the bed fast. A massive bookcase dominated the room. The crew rushed in and apologized for shoving her sister into pure distress. Worried, Colette leaned in and asked if the heroine was okay, and she quickly assured her everything was fine, then thanked her for caring. Millet leaned in and grilled Cruz about that weird food she'd been munching. Luga stepped in for the heroine and said the crews had been feasting on hydra meat. She blew up in rage, but the warrior snapped at her not to bury her own foolishness. Cruz seethed because Fam was stuffing himself while everyone else was getting the short end. Alfred figured she was giving the green light because, yeah, she was a wolf. And that's exactly how it all went down. She fumbled off and couldn't believe how stupid she'd been. After Al laid it out that hydra meat isn't poisonous because it burns off every toxin in the fight, Millet couldn't shake the fear that some toxins might have clung on in the meek Cruz ate. The elf promised she'd whip up a cure for his stomach ache and hand him an antidote just in case, then said she'd make some for Aloe too if he'd only wait. Alfred and Luca finally let out a shaky sigh of relief. Millet burst in with the finished medicine, and everyone around her lit up with pure joy. Al couldn't stop grinning at the elf. She radiated true mastery, and the hostess thanked him right on the spot for the compliment. Cruz sobbed because she felt sick, and then, of course, the glass was sloshing with nasty green liquid that stank to high heaven. The elf leaned in and swore it was medicine. Then the heroine exhaled and resigned herself to the bitter truth. She snatched the medicine and started taking it right away. It came out harsher than anyone expected. Millet threatens the heroine until she finally caves and takes the medicine. The moment it hit, they looked sick to the bone and refused to swallow that bitter drink. Luca closed in on Cruz, and she demanded, "How much longer?" before tipping her head back and downing the heroine. The warrior pinched the heroine's nose and shoved a glass of medicine right into her open mouth. Cruz cracked a rough throat and steadied himself to speak. Alfred fired praise at the heroine for holding her ground. Luca warned that it would scare off Cruz hunting the hydra's meat, and the heroine nodded right back, ready to back it up. Cruz felt relief flood in, grinning like nothing could stop him, convinced the medicine was already kicking in meanwhile. Luca just knew that couldn't be true. The warrior brushed off her protests like they didn't matter, snapped that it was nothing, then ordered the Cruz to lie down and rest, tucking a blanket over the latter. Luca leaned in and promised the heroine he'd stick around for a while, then slid down beside her bed and stayed close. Cruz swallowed the truth and accepted her fate. Before long, she jolted upright in bed and let out a relieved breath, saying she finally felt better. The warrior refused to let it stand and marched the Cruz right back into bed. The heroine shot back up right away, insisting she was totally fine now. 10 minutes had slipped by. Alfred and Luca instantly felt a bad vibe. There was something off about the guy ahead of them, and when Millet showed up beside him, she looked totally baffled. Turns out they were all locked in on Cruz, sprinting like crazy while Colette rode beside her on Fema, and Al couldn't shake the thought that calling the heroine normal was a total mistake. Millet finally exhaled when he saw them frolicking, and the mage grinned and said it was all thanks to the elf. The girl let out a long sigh and arched her arms in a big stretch. A cheerful farmer smiled and said the country air felt ridiculously refreshing today. When Alfred spotted the happy elf, a grin broke across his face too. Watching the kids play and laugh, the magician nodded along and agreed with Millie. Sunlight slashed through the treetops in glowing rays, flooding the forest with light. A white rabbit shoved its head out of the bushes, and right beside it lay a dead hydra's head. The little rabbit couldn't wait for what was coming next. He thundered closer to the severed head. The creature dipped its mouth into a puddle of poison and drank anyway. The substance surged across the rabbit's body. He crashed to the ground hard. They bolted back home, and Vivi immediately asked, "Is everything okay?" Al warned that the cruise ship was in critical shape, so they rushed her to Malay. Now she's safe and sound. They finally wiped out the Hydra, and just like that, everyone was safe again. And honestly, it all comes down to Vivi's grit. Because with the village guards Vivi and Nufi backing them, they could fight with nerves of steel. Al praised her as the best guard, thanked her for all her hard work, and gave her a quick pat on the head. Mufi isn't just hungry for food, she's craving cuddles, and the whole group barrels toward her together to pet her at once. Cruz rolled in and started petting her muzzle like it was the sweetest thing in the world. Suddenly, the spot where her hand had been glowed bright while Cruz kept stroking that Mufi like nothing was happening. Vivi's gut started screaming that she was about to do something wrong, but she still couldn't actually pull it off. But maybe this is the whole trial by fire thing, sanctifying the brave for real. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light slammed into Mufi from straight above. Once the smoke finally thinned, they stared in shock at how wildly the movie had changed. Vivi couldn't believe it was finally happening. Mufi for real. Consecration is a sacred ritual where a priest pours divine power into a piece of armor. Luca stumbled across this insane, world-bending technique in the tracks, and trust me, it's ridiculously powerful. This isn't some priest's legendary power. It's more like an old-school ritual, and it can only drag up the lower ghosts, at best. But Cruz is different. She's got a hero's power, and that turbocharges the whole technique. She turned her power into the raw force of a god itself. And because this is a consecration for the undead, it means Mufi transforms into a holy bull. Then it all wrapped up Mufi became a sacred beast, basically turning into a saint. Gruz and Vibi could feel a holy, sacred aura pouring off him. No matter how you slice it, that moment was pure magic. Even the little wolf cub looks thrilled, then boom, Al's grin fades, and he starts hunting for Fem right away. He leaned in and asked Colette if she'd seen Fem, but she shook her head. She hadn't laid eyes on her since he showed up here. And Fem's a master of vanishing when it counts, so he just kept his eyes sharp, wondering what kind of trouble might have struck. Suddenly, Fem burst out of the forest thicket like a shadow exploding into the light. She called Al for help, and with the wolf cub clamped in her mouth, she sprinted straight into his attention. Femi stumbled on a little wolf cub hiding deep in the forest. Cruz's exact symptoms hit him too. The poison started ticking right on a countdown delay. Putting it off for later, he chose the moment to bring the wolves to this place so Mille could finally inspect them. He begged Colette to summon Mille, and Vivi snapped into action. She decided to carve out a magic circle of restoration. Honestly, Fen didn't eat a single drop of Hydra meat. Her minions stormed the Hydra's body, starving to death, so Fem didn't take a bite. When they finally reached the spot, a brutal pile of weakened wolves lay crumpled on the ground. When he heard Cruz was in danger, everything else vanished from his mind, and he completely blew off his own people, then apologized for it. Ow. But he could worry about it later. Right now, every one of them had to be rushed to the village. Cruz jumped in to help too, and Fen had to lug him along and sprint. It'll take just a few minutes. So he snapped into action, unleashed magic, and summoned everyone in one single instant gathering. Nobody can use gravity magic that cleanly. Seriously, it's pure mastery. Just like we all knew L delivers, every time. At home, the whole crew was already waiting right by the circle, ready to hit the moment as soon as they stepped in. Vivi scratched out a glowing magic circle to numb the pain. But it won't do much. Her magic just isn't strong enough to fight back. Abdominal pain tore through him, vomiting hit hard, and a crushing weakness spread like a storm. Millet snapped to the truth. These weren't random signs at all. They all matched the exact symptoms of Cruz's. She hurried off to mix the medicine, and it would take her just a couple minutes. Fem couldn't shake the feeling she'd messed up, and it all seemed tied to the Wolf Demon King's loud, untouchable pride. Luca couldn't help but blurt out, "This feels a little weird." Al swore he'd eaten Hydra meat before, and that's why he insists the meat itself isn't toxic. So it turns out this isn't about poison at all. The crew totally forgot she'd been poisoned. It's basically impossible that this poison was in the meat, and that's the reason those diseases ever even started. If she's a wolf with a sharp nose, she'll catch it by smell and clock it long before she ever takes a bite. This Hydra was messed up from the second it showed up, straight up abnormal. Nobody even believed it was possible. He actually grew a head straight away. Luca leaned toward Al, demanded a piece of a Hydra bile, and started inspecting it like it was about to reveal a secret. Cruz clocked her instantly. She loomed in the open, and that eerie aura hit like a chill. Cruz can feel it, this strange energy around her, and it totally rubs him the wrong way. Luca demanded that she be allowed to bring this bio straight to her royal laboratory. She's a genius who digs into the truth behind demonic beasts. Millet finally stumbled in with a cup of medicine that tasted sharp and bitter. After a while, the wolves gulped down every last drop of the medicine, then collapsed into a deep, satisfied rest. They suddenly felt a whole lot better, and this time, they didn't share a drop. They drank it all themselves, unlike Cruz. Maybe tomorrow, they'll finally feel a whole lot better. Fem shot Millet a huge thank you for all the help. Al will be teamed up with Fem tonight to watch over the wolves. And of course, right alongside the sacred beast Mufi, Luca and Millet headed to their spot, ready to lock in and spend hours studying the Hydra meat. By nightfall, Al was finally breathing easy. Everyone had slipped into bed peacefully, and maybe Mufi even had some kind of healing glow hanging in the air. Themi licks them, one by one, and right away it's obvious she's terrified. After snuffing the lantern, he exhaled in relief. Femi was the best king, so nothing could go wrong. Next morning, that tiny wolf cub was already licking Al's hand like it belonged there. Turns out everything's good again, because in the morning, they're practically bouncing with energy like nothing ever happened. And it didn't stop with the pups. Every adult wolf turned out just as healthy. Fem shot him a grateful smile for saving them. then swallowed a wave of guilt, because she was the only one who couldn't lift a finger. But Al snapped at her not to treat it like the story was done so, he said. Come on, breakfast first. Then they dig into the Hydra mystery together. Al and Fem are going to team up, lock in, and crush this problem together. This was Fem's moment to prove she's more than just talk and pay back that debt for real. They took down the Hydra yesterday, and it didn't survive. He figured they'd uncover the immortal Hydra's hidden magic, but Vivi sensed nothing, no spell, no spark, just pure weirdness. Al, of course, chopped it up, burned it, and buried every last piece, yet somehow there's not a single trace left, and that's the part that's freaking me out. Femi stumbled on something weird and immediately set out to hunt down what it was. Vivi scanned the floor and spotted something grimy near her feet. She kicked away the dirt with a quick swipe. She stumbled on a hidden magic circle etched into the ground. That magic circle was massive, and the moment it lit up, the monster ballooned into something terrifyingly huge. At that exact moment, the crew shouted at Al like they needed him right now. She stumbled on this massive horde of monsters, packed so tight it felt like they were about to burst out of the darkness. When Al whipped around to look behind the tree, his jaw dropped in pure shock. A whole horde of monsters was swarming this place. She's triple the Hydra's size, and staring at her hurts your eyes, because if even one slips into the city, it gets wiped off the map. Femi snapped that she wouldn't let them escape the forest. Hydra had to have slipped out of here, no way it's still stuck inside. Al couldn't believe it, someone was beefing up these creatures, and he had to figure out who they were and where they even came from. Cruz was itching to strike and demanded Al's go-ahead. Al nodded and gave her permission, but he begged her to slow down and promised he'd take the heat for her. Lightning tore down out of nowhere, and she barely dodged in time. Out of nowhere, someone stepped forward and blasted them with praise for how those crews could dodge anything that came their way. He wrestled with a plan to lure her out, but she showed up on her own, wiping out all that wasted effort. Al shot them a question. Who are you, and what do you want from us? But he doesn't care about anyone else. His only obsession is Vivi, one of the Heavenly Kings. She tossed her plan to rebuild the Demon King's army, and because of that betrayal, there's no other word for it. She's a traitor. He's one of the 12 heavens, Tiz, the purifier who crushes filth to nothing. But Vivi had no clue who he even was. Tiz pressed the weakest of the 4 heavenly kings and demanded what she was even doing there, because she'd already wrecked the dragon invasion plan, and he still couldn't bring himself to forgive her. Al basically figured it all out. This dude didn't just make them, he forged them using dark magic. So he leaned in and asked, what would you do? Demons really just sit around chatting? Tiz doesn't just talk. She clearly loves to chat. But it didn't matter. He snapped, we all die here, and then he unleashed the monsters. He commanded them to wipe out every single person who was there. Then, in the blink of an eye, every single one of them had their heads roll. As the corpse sailed over Tiz, he froze in stunned silence, still not catching what just happened. Cruz closed in behind him right then, and he'd already seen it coming. One of the monsters flashed its glowing eyes, blasting her with blinding light mid-cruise. Tiz snapped back that nobody could stand up to the basilisk's petrifying eyes. But he saw the cruise was perfectly fine, and she ripped the basilisk apart with her own bare hands. He couldn't shake the feeling that it should have worked. Then Luca snapped and decided to end it right there. Lunging forward in a single, lightning-fast strike, she charged the basilisk again and again, carving it down piece by piece until it fell apart. At that exact moment, Al snapped his magic and torched the monster corpses without mercy. When a basilisk lunged at Al, Fem slammed in fast, blocked the strike, and snatched it out of the air. Tiz leaned in and demanded to know who he was, but he snapped it back to him. He wasn't after that person at all, so it didn't change a thing. Al still leaned in and told him, relax, none of us are anything special, we're just passing S-rank adventurers. Tiz started chuckling under his breath, convinced he could blaze through anything, but once those people got involved, nothing was that easy anymore. The basilisk's wounds started knitting themselves shut, stitch by stitch, like fate had snapped back into place. He told the humans they were screwed because these monsters can regenerate again and again, faster than anyone can stop them. These zombie soldiers are untouchable. Nothing can bring them down, not even their rampage. They can tear through everything, play all they want, but the end still comes for them. Al realized the crews and the wolves had gnawed the Hydra's flesh, and now stomach cramps were hitting them hard because Al had started turning into a zombie himself. Even though these monsters are dead, they're still tethered to this place, and one of the 12 heavens controls them from beyond. So yeah, this means the fight can't go on forever. Their power, their magic, it'll run dry sooner or later. She was already ready to murder him, but Al grabbed her and stopped her cold. They'll only swing for the zombies, but they need you breathing, not dead. And right before the court in the capital, he'll show up. So Al straddled her and demanded she sprint straight to the heart of every monster. He thanked Tis for the tip, but real anger still simmered in his chest. But he's dead set on the idea that they can still take him down. Cruz leaned in and demanded, "All tell me what I'm supposed to do." He's about to unleash his magic and make the biggest splash of all. So Luca and Cruz have no choice but to step and slice off every one of his heads and don't even blink once. TIS couldn't wrap their head around it. Why wouldn't they stop? It's all worthless, every last bit of it. Al cracked the spell open and summoned the Ice Queen above the skies, ordering the void to tear its gates wide straight into the secret of the absolute world. Under the sky and swallowed by darkness, he'll strike down the unclean of this world with a heavenly hammer, leaving nothing but ice in his wake. His name is Alfred Lint, and trust me, that name is about to matter. Once the spell hit the air, every basilisk nearby got sealed under a brutal blanket of ice. Tis couldn't wrap his head around it right then. Al stormed up to him. He leaned in and grilled Al, asking if he was truly an S-rank adventurer. Are you really sure he's not a monster? The way he can use that kind of magical power? He should have realized it from the start. Vivi was the weakest of the 4 heavenly kings, and there was no way she could ever take down the dragons. Tis was the one who tore them down. But Al still didn't stand alone. He snatched him, bound him tight, and just as the ropes went on, the guy started blurting out something else. Every traitor has to be wiped out right now. The moment he saw it, everything clicked, and he snapped his gaze to Viv. Something came charging at her with terrifying force, but she didn't flinch because she'd been expecting it. The second the magic circle lit up, roots and thick stems burst out of it like they'd been waiting for this moment. They snatched the last basilisk in the blink of an eye, and she couldn't possibly rip them apart. Everyone pressed Tis for one last thing, but he just shut down pure silence. Then he turned to Vivi and showered her with praise for an absolute knockout lap. The fight got dumped on Al and the others, so she didn't waste a second. She carved a magic circle to freeze that monster in place and shut down every move. That was the right call. The argument's finally over, and now they can slip back like nothing ever happened. Then they told Cruz her stomach was killing her because she'd eaten the zombie. But then she leaned in and demanded, "So what's the deal with him? What's so bad about him?" They've got to be stripped of their freedom to turn into zombies, so she throws brutal, harmful magic at her own body to make it happen. This time, the zombies were freakishly huge, cursed, reborn again and again, and that meat is a total no-go. Luca leaned in and warned her. Parasites could turn her into a zombie, but magic was waiting that could burn them out. And Cruz can finally work without getting sick anymore. When she heard that, horror slammed into her. Millet's medicine could save them. Cruz have got to know about it. Fast. The moment he said Millet, every crew surged ahead like they'd been waiting to sprint to it. As Millet worked her way through the wolves, she suddenly caught her name being shouted from far away. Cruz suddenly snapped into a rush of panic when she barreled straight into Millet. She reassured the whole crew, saying she'd be fine because she had her medication in hand. By then, Al and the crew were already there, and he chimed in with a warning some people wouldn't be willing to touch those weird things anymore. Millet lauded their grit, then took one look and realized the work was finally done. Looks like the wolves are thriving too. It's all thanks to the medicine Millet and the holy beast's raw power, Mufi. Sometimes, the beast spirit rips through the curse and purifies it. Vivi locked eyes with Mufi and sprinted straight at him without even thinking, and she slammed into him with a tight hug, shaking him hard against his fur. Tearing off the bandage from his mouth, he blurted that him and his crew had tried summoning zombie dragons in the Western Mountains and got wrecked until now, when they finally went for the Hydra and the Basilisk. He really thought he could resurrect the Demon King's army like it was just waiting for him. Tis was convinced the Demon King would crawl back from the grave, so until that day came, they'd hold on to peace and wait. But Al leaned in and demanded to know how he was even supposed to come back from the dead. This time, only Tis stayed stone silent because he refused to spill a single secret. The zombie transformation technique is messy and incomplete. One Hydra goes down as a total disaster, and the parasites swoop in to help him finally build the things. He leaned in and demanded to know who helped him make them. After Tiz finally broke the silence, he snapped his gaze to Vivi and demanded, "Tell me, does the Demon King's army even have a zombie expert?" Vivi didn't buy it for a second because the Demon King had banned zombies outright. But Al and the others crushed her, and she had to flee the front early, so she has no idea what happened next. The Demon Lord just gave the zombies permission to cast magic at least. That's what Tiz swears. And he snapped that Vivi was the idiot of the 4 heavenly kings. Then Al snapped his fingers, and Fem started trembling in his mouth. They squeezed every secret out of him and still got nothing, so they shipped him straight to the capital. At home, they hustled to cook dinner every evening like it's game time. But Luca couldn't resist. He just had to add a few words. She said they were packing up and fleeing the village first thing tomorrow morning. Tis has to face trial, and honestly she's thrilled she met folks like these in this village. Millet sprinted over and wrapped her arms around her, confessing that she'd been scared of being lonely. Cruz and Colette sprinted around the grounds like kids at recess, refusing to walk away. But Cruz is drowning in work back in the capital, and there's no time to breathe. Al told her she could drop by anytime she wanted. That little boost lifted her spirits, and soon they decided it was time to part ways after all. Millet's food had to be tasted one last time. Before they headed out, they decided to dig into a proper feast and settle in for one last good meal. Al was munching peacefully when he suddenly clocked Cruz and Vivi whispering like they were plotting something. Morning broke, and Luca and Cruz kicked off toward the capital, swearing up and down they'd keep Al's presence locked away as a secret. Finally, they plunged into the forest thicket, disappearing between tangled branches. So Al snapped that it was time to get to work, and while one guy went to feed the cows, another rushed off to help the headman. But Al dropped into the chair and immediately got to work on his own thing. He's got them covered, so today they'd better bring their A-game. They warned him to guard his knee with everything he had, betting everything on it. Now that Luca and Cruz have vanished from Merge, the whole village feels unnaturally quiet, like the air itself is holding its breath. The village guard is stuck with absolutely nothing to do again, so don't stress, those guys could pop back in at any second. Sure, they annoyed him a bit, but seeing them didn't feel nearly as awful as it could have. Vivi caught it immediately. He'd been yawning nonstop for ages. But yeah, there's nothing he can do, and defending that village would have been about as thrilling as watching paint dry. Yeah, but with Fem and Muffy here, the village's defenses are already rock solid. Soon, they won't need him here anymore at all. In just a blink of time, right near the village, they scramble to resurrect the demon army using dragons, hydras, and even a basilisk. It's terrifying. These villagers don't even have a clue about what's going on. He had to prove to the villains he mattered, so he grabbed Vivi's attention and asked what she was staring at. Vivi told them the village's land had turned rotten, especially the fields. Al scanned the fields, and sure enough, the soil was stubbornly barren. Vivi realized the Magigore was seeping into the hot springs, and Al asked if it was truly bad that the same Magigore was getting mixed into the soil of the farmland. Vivi nodded, saying it was true because demon ore is buried in the Demon King's land, and that's why the whole place stays broke. I'll never forget it. Vivi used to work in land reclamation. The moment she said this had happened before, he snapped and begged her to fix it because his future was riding on her. The second Vivi heard that, embarrassment hit her like a wave. Al had zero experience farming, so Vivi was the perfect backup to save the day. Suddenly, she yanked him close and said yes right then and there. She's about to rip through this land and clear it out. Out of nowhere, he ended up stuck as a security guard, and the boredom hit him hard. Making farmland better is her absolute specialty. With their own hands, they're going to build a huge, thriving farm from the ground up. And trust me, it's going to be wildly fun. Vivi looked so pumped and inspiring that Al nodded and agreed to jump in and clean the whole place up. He's going to chow down on those delicious veggies, and the whole neighborhood is going to feel way better right after. First, the mayor's permission had to be secured, but Vivi bolted off right away to go get it. Al leaned in and asked Fem if he could fell a chunk of the forest. They'll wipe the area clean and blast magic circles to purify the land like it'll be a total breeze. Millet and the others are going to help. This is going to be hilarious, and the mayor backed it too. It's awesome that Alan chose to step up and back rural folks with agriculture. And as the queen of the wolf demons, she'll whip out the power and help them dig holes for vegetables. But honestly, she just wants to dig a hole right now. Vivi paused for a beat, then told Mufi she wanted her to help them too. but he was too huge to be handled by them still. Mufi was a spirit beast, and Vivi was convinced he could shrink down. If they can go, then why is Mufi stuck here? When Femme closed in on Vivi, she ducked behind Al like her life depended on it. Al marched up to Mufi and demanded to know if he could shrink down. He moaned back and Vivi instantly translated it. He said he could. But nope, Femi stepped in and corrected them, saying Mufi just wants to be petted, and she doesn't get human talk either. But there's nothing we can do, he's getting taken next time, no matter what. Mufi became a spirit beast. Now she's got to figure out how to shrink him down later. Millet stepped up and promised to do everything in his power for Mufi. Vivi walked up to Mufi and immediately apologized, like, I'm sorry he's stuck watching us from a distance. Then they jumped straight into work. Cut it all down, everything here. Al told everyone to hand it to him, but he rushed into it a bit too fast. Deforestation is tricky, one wrong move, and it spirals fast, so don't go crazy. Do it slowly, step by step. Millet will come through for him, and if the energy runs out, they'll have to drop everything and rest. They act like he's some fragile old man, like he's no threat, and he's fine yet. That couldn't be farther from the truth. Millet can't stop freaking out about his knee, and the shock hit him so hard he couldn't even breathe. He never expected her to care that deeply about his body, and while all was grateful, the whole thing still left him absolutely mortified. V jabbed at a tree and told them to slice it down right about here. As she stepped back, she gave him the opening, and even a tiny spark of magic was all it took. He whipped his hand through the air and split the tree in two. Then out of nowhere, the whole thing lurched and started crashing down on them. On Millet, everyone was terrified out of their minds. Then the tree crashed down. But when Millet finally opened her eyes, she saw Al had beaten the chaos back, saving her and clutching her in his arms. She clapped both hands over her face and thanked him with a shaky, heartfelt voice for helping her. But Al couldn't budge. His knee throbbed with a sharp, painful ache. Honestly, the moment felt painfully awkward. Vivi erupted into screams, swearing she knew something like this was coming, then barked at him to be careful. Farming didn't treat him kindly, and then a harsh new reality hit. He'd finally been pushed into a stark light. They finally tore through the last trees and wiped the forest out. Like you'd expect from Al, he absolutely crushed it. Vivi had to handle the rest. She's got the grit to be an incredible lumberjack, and Vivi doesn't even bother denying it. Vivi's been through a wild amount of stuff already. They chopped down those trees to keep everyone warm all winter, so now they've got to haul them straight to the village entrance. Then Al snapped into action and used magic to teleport them. Magic makes everyday life effortless and turns every fight into something incredible. People who hoarded tons of mana made Vivi freak out so badly it was honestly scary. Millie snatched a log off the ground too. The whole point was simple. Don't be lazy if you can carry it, do it yourself. So Colette and the wolves grabbed a log and started munching right away. Everything's nearly set, but the next mission hits harder than anything before. As they tackled the stump, Al leaned in and asked how they usually got rid of it. Millet said they dig around the stump, slice the roots clean with a saw or axe, then yank the whole stump out. Al knows it's a grind, but he's determined to use magic to turn that painful job into something way easier. Right then, Vivi rolled up on the scene and demanded to know if he was having trouble. And because he's dealing with this mess, he's got to hand it over to her. With this magical circle in your corner, you can crack the problem in a blink. She set it up on a stump, then barked an order and made it burst into flames. It's a circle that ties fire and wind together. Air gets sucked into the stump and it burns straight down until it reaches the roots. And once the smoke clears, those ashes will power the soil, killing two problems at once. Seeing how well it worked, Al told them to slap that same circle onto every single stump. Then Vivi challenged everyone to a showdown. Whoever burned the most stumps would win. And he started slamming in circles one right after the next. Al snapped that it wasn't fair. She didn't even give him a heads up. Then he caught Vivi's wildly excited, shining smile. She's gliding like a fish in water, and he's got zero intention of letting her slip away. Vivi leaned in and asked, "Can you really keep up with me?" While they were battling it out, everyone else rallied behind them with full-on cheering hearts. Before long, every stump was blazing away and the heat was crushing us. But Millet refused to ruffle a single soul. But VV1 tore through it on two fronts, burning more stumps and cranking the fire's heat through the roof. She leaned in and told Al straight up that there was absolutely nothing they could do. He got wiped by the Heavenly King, so he can't dwell on it, because that crushing defeat is exactly what fuels their next growth. And she bolted ahead, roaring with joy over her own victory. The only thing Al cared about was one simple mission, making sure they all had an absolute blast. When the flames finally choked out, all that remained was a pile of ash and a plain charred and waiting. Now we've got to make sure it burns out completely. That's why FIM is here. He grabs a shovel, digs the holes, and checks every last thing. The wolves dug their paws into the earth, ripping up dry clouds of soil with every furious scrape. Fem. She spotted nearly every plant root charred to nothing by the flames, then leaned in, staring hard at what was left of the scorched earth. Alfred figured Fem had to be washed right away, because her fur looked grimy and she needed real care fast. Colette couldn't help but grin as she pointed out the wolf had snagged a tiny mole. She said that Millet was a huge win for the wolf. Snagging a mole underground is no easy feat. Miller laid it out plain. Moles and mice have always been wrecking crops, so Fem's help wasn't just helpful, it was a game changer. Colette praised the wolf to the sky, showering it with sweet words and calling it one truly fine fellow. The wolves didn't give up for a second. They kept clawing into the dirt, digging harder and harder, laser-focused on whatever was still hiding underground. Alfred blurted that the sun was nearly gone and night was creeping in fast, and Millet pushed back, urging them to wrap up their work now, because the sky was darkening and their strength was slipping. After a brutal day of work, Alfred thought, come on, let's hit the hot springs and melt into the heat. Ever since he moved into the Miller house, visiting those nearby springs had been burning in his mind non-stop. Alfred told Fem, you crushed it today, then turned to her with full confidence blazing in his eyes. Alfred swore he'd clean that Fem up thoroughly and do it real soon. He clocked the fresh, pleasant vibe, the kind of semi-open air that made everything feel lighter. He even added that Fem looked absolutely stunning and somehow smelled downright delicious. Alfred kept going and told everyone, all right, now it's time to let that knee finally rest. Then he sucked in a deep breath and let the warmth flood him, savoring every second. Alfred pictured that cool twilight and the steamy hot springs, and it hit him. He truly loved a life just like this. Fem quizzed Alfred about his sore knee, asking if he was really okay, and Alfred flashed a confident grin, insisting everything was fine. He said the hot water from the village ran straight into his knee, and the pain finally eased. Then Fem admitted she had no idea what he meant. Cruz clocked Alfred instantly and said he was right there too, hanging around the source. Alfred blurted that he had no clue why Cruz was there, then demanded she hide herself because this whole thing felt way too unexpected. Cruz shouted, calm as ice, that she saw nothing wrong with it, while Alfred snapped back, firm as a lock, that she had to stop. He demanded to know why Cruz was here, because he thought she'd already gone back to the kingdom. Cruz snapped back that she chose to come back to him, and that's why she was standing there again. Alfred blurted out, totally blown away by it, while Cruz said she hadn't come back by herself. Someone was with her then. Irina snapped that she'd asked Cruz to wait just a little. She swore this village was one of the nicest places around, and the moment Alfred heard that voice, he instantly knew exactly who it was. Irina said she was thrilled the crew had hauled her to that amazing hot spring, and she couldn't wait to sink into a bath and finally let herself relax. Irina spotted Alfred by the water, and Alfred admitted he hadn't seen her in ages. Irina's cheeks burned as she hesitated. Then she snapped at Cruz for keeping Alfred's presence a secret and accused him of having no shame at all. Alfred said, dead calm, that this was exactly what he'd expected. Then Fem finished with, it's all been so strange and so unexpected. Femi stared at Irina and blurted, you're a saint, sounding shocked and oddly captivated. Irina couldn't even process what was happening. Then she realized they were somehow reading her thoughts, and she even said she'd always thought Fem was a super smart dog. Alfred froze. He realized he forgot to introduce himself, and then he pointed at the girl ahead, saying, that's Irina. He told them she was one of the deadliest healers on the heroes team, and Irina lit up with a warm, I'm so glad to meet you all. Alfred clocked that Irina had just slipped out of the village, and he blurted out, totally baffled. He couldn't wrap his head around why she was already there. Cruz said she'd just come back from the capital, but Alfred snapped back that she never gave a real straight answer. He said there's no way to reach this place so fast. The trip from the capital alone eats up 2 or 3 whole days. Cruz finally confessed there was a secret hidden in the warehouse. She said she ordered Vivi to sketch a circle to open the passage, and that circle led straight to her room. Alfred couldn't wait to find out how she somehow pulled that circle into her room. Cruz snapped that she'd grabbed a dragon bone, then bragged that she'd carved a magic circle right into it. Yet Alfred cut in, saying her whole explanation didn't actually explain a thing. Cruz told everyone she was finally ready to live with Alfred and the others, and even dropped the best news: she'd gotten her very own bed. Alfred insisted Cruz never spelled out what she was doing there, and Cruz shot back that Irina was just a bit wiped out. She said that's exactly why she hauled her to the hot springs, to help her recover, and Alfred practically breathed a sigh of relief, saying he was happy Cruz was back. He asked if Luca would actually show up, and Cruz shot back that Luca was tied up and wouldn't be coming. She said it hesitantly, like the words embarrassed her. Alfred told Cruz to slip out quietly, then dropped the whole workload on Luca's shoulders after all. If they were already there, he pushed for everyone to hit the hot springs together. Cruz snapped that this was exactly the kind of chaos she'd expected from Alfred and Irina, admitted she was dying to understand what Cruz was really getting at. Cruz admitted she'd told Alfred to keep Luca in the dark about her slacking, and Alfred just knew Luca would explode at him for everything that went down. Alfred told everyone to ask Millet first if she could cook dinner for the whole crew, and Cruz flashed his gratitude, saying it was time to go greet the hostess. She spoke in a steady, calm tone, then returned and greeted Millet with a warm, "Good evening." Lucas greeted everyone with a voice that felt strangely off, like something was hiding in his words. She said the cruise felt like a long-lost welcome guest, returning like it was finally back where it belonged. Lucas suddenly shrieked at the top of her lungs, furious, and said they never should have believed her disappearance would slip by unnoticed. She accused her of cashing in on dragon bones, saying Cruz was forcing people into an awful spot and a real hero would never do that. Cruz choked out an apology over and over, repeating the same words as guilt crushed her from the inside. Luca told Cruz she had to apologize to Millet, and Cruz meekly promised she would, while Millet stayed cool and said, "You don't owe me a thing." Luca and Cruz marched up to Millet and apologized side by side, and Millet brushed it off, saying everything was okay and that they'd always be welcome. Alfred said, just like he'd mentioned earlier, that he'd pushed for the hot springs. Millet snapped that it was a brilliant move, and Irina chimed in that she wanted to go too. Millet told them, if you got a day off or a vacation, you can swing by the village with zero embarrassment. And then she promised that once the heroes unwind in the hot springs, they'll be ready to jump back into work. She told Cruz, come whenever you want. Luke told them to leave right then, because they'd already gotten the go-ahead. She said they were headed to the hot springs, and the crews lit up, begging that they should have pushed even faster. Luca practically beamed when she said the village of Murk having hot springs was awesome, and she pushed the point home with pure satisfaction. Irina beamed and told everyone she felt amazing, like she'd finally landed exactly where she needed to be. Later, Luca grilled Milla about whether the hot springs had always been this amazing, and Milla just smiled, saying yes, they'd always been this good. Luca swore that hot water was the best she'd ever tasted, and Cruz said she felt brand new, fully rested, fully recharged. With a chilling voice, Luca warned the crews to be ready for work tomorrow, and they snapped back that she was right. She agreed right there. This morning, the crews blared that they had to go all in today, and Luca told Alfred that the others were already pushing the restoration, and she confirmed it was true. Irina groaned that work already drained her dry, so Alfred pushed back, saying they should ditch the misery and go have some fun, while Luca declared they'd tear into the field today. Alfred said Mufi must have been over the moon to see the crews. Cruz not only confirmed it, she admitted she was just as thrilled to team up with MUI. Alfred's stomach dropped. This caught him completely off guard. Alfred told Cruz she understood cow talk, and Cruz calmly shot back that she knew a little, just enough to do a lot. Vivi guessed Cruz could have shrunk Mofi, and Cruz confirmed. It then leaned in and asked Mofi if he wanted to get smaller. Cruz jumped into action and somehow twisted Mofi's size bigger and bigger. Alfred and Vithi were left completely stunned, like the world just dropped out from under them. Vivi told Mofi she understood human language. Alfred demanded to know the exact trick Cruz used, and Cruz shrugged like it was totally normal. She said they all talked telepathically, then bragged that she could read Mofi like it was effortless, until Alfred snapped back that it wasn't that simple. Vivi couldn't stop gushing. Mufi was the sweetest, and now she was cheering that he could be by her side anytime. She grabbed Mufi and begged him to help them plow the land. She told Mufi, come on, we can do this together, and she lit up the moment like it was pure magic. Alfred snapped that they pushed it way too far. Millet said they were pushing out work at breakneck speed, and Alfred snapped that if anyone started to lag, he'd step in and take over. Alfred couldn't believe how long it had been since Muffy last went this hard, like Muffy was finally loving every second of it. Muffy and Vivi tore across the field at a sprint, and then Vivi dropped to her knees and started carving the magic circle. She even yelled that she was almost done. She told him their farm was finally ready, bragging that it was incredible and that she'd pushed herself as far as she could go. Then she grinned and said this was only the warm-up, because the best, most jaw-dropping part was still coming. Millet said they could grow some veggies, and she asked, "Can you plant vegetables while the magic circle is still here?" Vivi shot back that the magic circle wouldn't fade just because they planted it, then said it would take roughly 3 months for the ground to soak up the magic. Alfred insisted that the land would soak up magic right before winter hits, and Vivi shot back that they could still drop in potatoes anyway. She said the soil was rough, but that didn't doom the harvest. Alfred jumped in and told her they could start practicing farming with potatoes. He claimed it was simple to grow, and that the crop would be ready by late autumn at the latest, and then he said boarding was finally kicking off at last. Millet admitted she'd been counting down to this moment. She told them it was already late and pushed for dinner, then promised she'd talk to the village elder and get seed potatoes from him. Alfred agreed right away and backed Millet's plan. The very next day, Colette grabbed the moment and told them to plant potatoes together. Femi swore potatoes were the perfect crop, and Colette snapped back that they were the most boring thing ever. Meanwhile, Alfred snapped that there were 0 seed potatoes left. The headman said he'd love to help Alfred, then admitted they had 0 seed potatoes to spare. Alfred said, "It's fine, this is a last-minute request," and Vivi shot back, "Tell me what else you got besides seed potatoes." The headman hesitated, then admitted he had nothing at all. Vivi blurted out that she was determined to plant potatoes. She should have seen this coming, and the moment she admitted it, it all felt painfully obvious. Alfred told Vivi there was nothing anyone could do, and his voice stayed eerily calm then. Millet shot back an apology and begged Vivi to forgive him. Colette lunged toward her sister and blurted, "What's wrong?" with pure alarm in her voice. Millet choked out, "I'm sorry," and kept apologizing over and over. Alfred insisted that everything was okay, and made it clear that Millet wasn't guilty of a single thing. Cruz leaned in and asked Alfred if the field was finished, and Alfred snapped, "It's done right here." He said Cruz had blown off work again, and Cruz snapped back that nothing big even happened. She claimed she had the day off and demanded to know why they hadn't planted anything. Alfred told them, straight to their faces, that they had 0 potatoes left to plant. Cruz blinked in shock and blurted, "We've been out plowing this field for ages. Maybe I should have told you to buy the potatoes in the capital." Alfred figured Cruz's plan was pure genius, told her she was amazing right to her face, and then backed off letting her take the reins. Alfred muttered to himself again that something felt off, like disaster was just waiting to strike, especially after Vivi said that's what you should expect from a legendary hero. Cruz promised they'd cross paths again way too soon to miss. Alfred snapped at her to stop because they never once spelled out what they actually needed. Cruz demanded to know which potato was the smartest one to buy. Millet told them that in the village of Murug, they used to grow those mighty count potatoes. Vivi nodded and said this potato variety would thrive in their soil, but she still couldn't believe how the whole situation had flipped on them. Vivi grinned and told everyone she was in a great mood. Alfred leaned in and whispered to Millet that he had to tell her something about Vivi, and Millet immediately shot back. "Is it important to me?" Alfred told her, loud and clear, that he'd come running to help her. Vivi raved that the Count's potatoes hit the spot, but the Dragon's Eye potatoes were even better. Cruz went, "That sounds amazing." And Alfred pushed, "Then we should have grabbed both kinds." Millet nodded and Crew promised, "I'll grab them right after that." Alfred told her to hold tight, then promised he'd jot down the list and hand her the money. Cruz nodded and agreed. Alfred warned that pulling off a harvest would take serious muscle and relentless effort. Vivi grabbed Alfred's shoulder and warned him, "Don't push yourself too hard." Alfred thanked Cruz for busting her ass, then apologized for ruining her day off. Cruz just waved it off, saying she didn't need him to feel sorry. Alfred demanded, "Did you bring the potatoes?" Cruz grinned and swore she'd got the Dragon's Eye and the Count's potatoes, then shoved them into Alfred's hands. Alfred stared at it every way he could, and all he saw were the cuts of a burdock stem. Then he clocked the Crew waiting to throw him praise. Vivi blurted that Cruz was back, and Alfred immediately figured he should have told her the truth. Vivi snapped that the crew had messed up and grabbed burdock instead of seed potatoes. Then Cruz blurted out in shocked disbelief. Alfred snarled that the burdock was rotting to the core. Cruz blurted that she'd been duped and sold these instead of potatoes, and Vivi snapped back that she'd been fooled the exact same way. Cruz told Alfred that Al had sent her to buy potatoes, and she'd messed up so. Alfred snapped that it was all fine and demanded she walk him through how the shopping went. He asked her, "Did you hit the grocery store like I said?" And Cruz shot back, "Yes." As she drifted through the shops, a friendly older guy pulled up and asked her, straight up, what she was hunting for. Cruz told him she was hunting for seed potatoes, and right after that, her uncle snapped that the store's stock was absolute trash. Alfred kept hammering on about the good uncle, then pointed out that he swore the stuff in the shop was all junk. Cruz pressed on, saying her uncle promised he'd take her to a store that sold the best potatoes. Alfred demanded to know where the shop was, and Cruz pointed it out right on Habang Street, tucked in a back alley outside the royal capital. Alfred said Habang Street was a brutally run-down alley in the royal capital, and he flat-out doubted any shop could survive there. Her uncle's words rang in her head. He'd warned her she was lucky, because this hidden little place wasn't known to anyone. Cruz told me she handed him the money, and he snapped that it wasn't enough. Then he instantly tossed her a discount and slid a small bag into her hands. She told them he said it was a solid product for the money. Then she rushed back to her friends, snatched up the apology, and made things right. Alfred told Cruz, straight to his face, that none of this was his fault. Cruz told her straight up, if she'd chased the money, proving she'd been defrauded would have turned into a nightmare. Alfred swore he was ice calm, even while he tossed the crew a mountain of money. He realized he'd never be able to buy enough potatoes to plant, and it hit him hard. He figured Cruz felt even worse because getting played hits harder than anything. Vivi turned to Alfred and demanded to know what he planned to do next. Alfred cupped Cruz's head in his palm and told her to hand this problem over to them. He swore he'd confront the one who fooled her, then drag them straight to the royal capital. Alfred told them they were heading to the capital, but warned, "We'll have to dress up a bit, or we'll draw the wrong kind of attention." Cruz blurted out that Alfred had slipped away from the royal capital and shown up in Murad village, and she made sure everyone heard it. Alfred nodded and admitted she was right. Vivi said she'd need a disguise too, and Alfred snapped back that she did, because demons were prowling the royal capital, and if she looked too noticeable, trouble would find her fast. Vivi snapped that Al was pure cunning, then blurted that she wanted to disguise herself too right as Cruz reached in and said she had something for Vivi, and Vivi stared back in full-on stunned amazement. Cruz busted it open cow mask. Vivi's courage crumbled, and she admitted she was terrified. Alfred leaned in and demanded to know what it was and where Cruz had gotten it. Cruz admitted she'd just spotted it in a gift shop, snapped it up on the spot because she thought it was insanely cool. Alfred couldn't help but feel that Cruz had always been drawn to weird treasures, because Cruz insisted the thing was a precious mask, carved by skilled artisans from plants grown in a far-off southern land. Alfred couldn't shake it. She looked like just an ordinary kid, but he knew she was hiding a rich hero beneath that innocent face. He clocked that the king had crowned Cruz with the title of Knight Protector and that he was an S-class adventurer. Then it hit him. This was the real hero, Cruz Conrad. Cruz groaned that the mask slid off non-stop, forcing her to keep readjusting it. Then she shoved it into Vivi's hands and said, "Look closer, those eyes are totally adorable." Vivi slipped it on and fired a question at Alfred. "How did it look?" Alfred grinned and said, "It looks amazing." Vivi told everyone that now her and Mufi look exactly the same. Alfred plucked off his beard, snapped, "My turn," then pointed at himself and asked if it looked weird. Cruz said that nobody would ever recognize him anymore. Then Alfred pushed, asking if he was really serious. Vivi said Alfred with the beard basically looked exactly like Alfred with the beard. Alfred warned that it would be a disaster to run into someone he knew. Then he asked Cruz if she had another mask. Cruz shot back, "Yes." Alfred stared at the wolf mask and felt his stomach drop. This thing was terrifying. It looked even more sketchy than the beard, but man, it still pulled off as a top-tier disguise. Alfred said it was all set, and Fam burst out in pure joy. He'd play later. Then he dropped the bombshell. He said they were heading straight for the capital. Alfred realized once he let it sink in that this was the very first time he'd ever tapped into transition magic. They teleported straight there, and Alfred blurted that it was Cruz's house. Vivi declared that it was a massive mansion. Cruz locked in her story and confirmed every detail, word for word. Then Vivi snapped. Yep, this is exactly how it looked. Cruz warned. If the maid spots us, it'll get loud fast, so tiptoe and stay quiet. She snapped, come with me right here. Vivi declared that this was the capital, then pointed out how stunning and massive the city looked. Alfred leaned in and asked Vivi what it was, exactly, that she loved about being there. The women nearby gasped when they spotted Vivi wearing Alfred's masks, and all the ladies blurted out the word bandits. Cruz screamed at the top of her lungs, assuring the ladies that everything was totally fine and that they were all her friends, only for the ladies to snap back that she'd scared them way too much. Alfred swore this was exactly the kind of thing he expected from the Cruz neighbors, polite to a fault. But he couldn't wrap his head around how they'd panicked and blamed the wrong people, thinking they were bandits. Cruz snapped that they had to hit the slums. Alfred urged everyone to move faster, and he drove the whole group to hurry until they finally shoved into Ha Bang Street, packed tight and grimy as hell. Alfred spotted the exact house where the Cruz got tricked earlier and jabbed his finger at it without even hesitating. Cruz confirmed they'd finally found the real spot, and they demanded answers fast because the villains were just waiting to trick the local farmers again. In his head, Alfred was convinced this didn't look anything like a regular store, it looked like a full-on private home, and he made a note of it to himself. Alfred swore they'd never betray the common cause, even if they had to walk out of here, but the bad guys weren't getting away with anything. Alfred shoved the Cruz inside, forcing them to demand restitution, and he made it crystal clear that responsibility would not be ignored. Vivi realized true being stuck on his own won't be enough, and the doubt hit her hard. She didn't think this would end well. Alfred told Cruz the responsibility was on her, saying she couldn't just disappear, and he'd go check who was there first himself. Cruz nodded and pushed forward, apologizing to everyone before diving straight into action. Rage poured from his mouth as he screamed at Cruz, demanding why she was trashing their store, and then he barked that it was clear nobody was even inside. He told her to strip as payback. Then he finally clocked what was happening and asked, almost awkwardly, if she needed more seed potatoes. Cruz shot her down with a firm no, but she fought back. She swore she'd finally uncovered the truth, insisted it wasn't seed potatoes at all, and begged for a full refund over ordinary burdock. The men erupted into loud laughter, and it hit like a cruel slap, mocking, humiliating, and impossible to ignore. One guy straight up said he never even thought of that burdock plant, because burdock grows long and in a gated shape, and the one he bought was flat and thin. He added, "Doesn't that look more like a potato?" And then he snapped. Cruz was only tricked. Cruz shot up to protest, but Alfred insisted it was a burdock. Alfred clocked it instantly. Those men were out to fool Cruz on purpose, and he knew every word they said was a lie. He shot her a rude question about how she could prove it really was burdock, then sneered that Alfred was no expert when it came to potatoes. Cruz's face flushed as he muttered no in a shaky whisper, but she wouldn't take it. She kept pushing anyway. The man kept going, insisting they trust him since he was the real expert, then ordered the Cruz to pack up and head home, stay out of the way. Cruz snapped into tears, and she begged for her money back, swearing over and over that Alfred insisted it was a scam. Then she begged again, louder, desperate to get her money. He told her, if you want your money back that badly, then you're going to give us something in return. At that exact moment, Alfred tore into the room, smashed the door to pieces, and stormed in with a terrifying, sudden presence. Alfred snapped at the men, accusing them of peddling rotten birdhawk dressed up as potatoes, and he made it crystal clear that kind of betrayal was unforgivable. Terrified and stunned, the men demanded who he was, and when the accusations hit, none of them could even find the words to answer right away. Vivi made it crystal clear they'd be the ones during the first punch if things turned ugly, her voice sharp, cold, and impossible to budge. Panic hit the men harder, and they shoved their fear into words, demanding the guests leave at once, claiming they dressed up as animals and looked just like bandits. Alfred clocked the truth fast. Those masks really did look shady, and he couldn't lose the argument. He demanded silence, demanded a refund, and absolutely refused to back down. The man demanded proof again, insisting it be confirmed as burdock, and he tried to stall the decision until the facts were finally laid out. Alfred said that if the man cracked his eyes open and stared close enough, he'd realize it was a burdock, and he said it with steel in his voice. The man snapped back, saying there was zero proof. so they refused to hand the money back. Vivi lunged ahead at Mufi's signal and the second Mufi stepped in. He drove a fist straight into a guy's stomach, smashing the trickster's momentum with pure force. Enraged crews erupted into a full brawl, shouting for every last dollar back. Alfred lunged into action, trying to crush the outbreak of violence before it could spread. He ordered everyone to freeze on the spot, praying things wouldn't spiral into something brutal. Alfred insisted this was the moment to find out whether the money would be returned. The men nodded in unison and promised they'd be back then. They shoved a bag of cash into the other side's hands. Cruz grabbed the bag and laughed with relief, saying Alfred finally pulled it off and nailed the result. Alfred snapped in front of her and warned her to back off. There weren't any coins in there, not a single one. The men snapped back, saying they'd never heard a word about returning the full amount, and then insisted they'd handed everything back. They told him it was time to go, and just like that, they said they'd never pay him a single coin. Vivi said it felt like a money obsession to her, and the disgust in her voice was impossible to ignore. One of the men snapped at her to shut up, then declared he wasn't about to pay those people in silly suits a single coin. Alfred said the man still had to hand the money back, and that excuse was never going to be accepted. Panic hit the man, and he blurted, "We can take everything, just let us have the money in full." Alfred thanked him for getting the money back, and the man snapped that they'd stripped him clean now. They were done and had to get out. Alfred snapped back that if they thought this was the end, they were dead wrong. Then the man blurted, totally stunned, that he'd already come back with the money. Alfred said the man thought he could skate by just because the money came back. But fraud is a crime, and the punishment was coming no matter what. Cruz demanded to know where they were supposed to go, and Alfred snapped back that they should have been turned over to the royal guards. Cruz nodded like that answer was dead on. Alfred snapped in his head that the thieves were bound up, and they needed to rush for the guards only to find they'd reached them after night had already fallen. He also remembered how the guards started out terrified of them until Cruz stepped in and somehow flipped the whole situation, and it all went perfectly. One of the guards spotted Cruz right away, blurted out that the hero she was facing stood right in front of him, and demanded she team up to straighten out this whole mess. Cruz nodded, swore she was ready, and said yes. Then Alfred turned to her and apologized for the hassle. Cruz insisted everything was fine and that she wasn't bothered by any of it. But Alfred snapped back that he was the one who begged for help, so if anyone had to feel guilty, it should be him. Cruz snapped back that she'd been tricked too, admitted it was a brutal but valuable lesson, and Alfred cut in, telling her to stop spiraling and actually have fun next weekend. He told her that if she wanted something special, it was totally within reach, and the crew shot back in shock because they couldn't believe she could pull off anything. Alfred snapped back that he'd never said anything like that, then made it clear Cruz wanted something, because Cruz immediately confirmed, yeah, she definitely did. Alfred clocked it in his head after everything. They grabbed sea potatoes and headed right back to the village. Alfred figured everyone was already sound asleep and he wasn't about to wake them up. Millet stepped in, lit up, and said she was so happy to see them again. Welcome home. And then she added that the others were already there too. She told him they'd already crushed dinner and finally had time for a bath, and Luca insisted they had to be right in the capital. Alfred nodded, said yes, and then admitted something wild caught him off guard. He immediately apologized, insisting he was truly, terribly sorry. Luca shot back that she had something to tell her, then lit up with relief that everyone made it back safe, said goodnight, and promised they'd talk tomorrow, Cruz included. Urena stepped in and snapped that Luca had no right to stay furious because Cruz really did give it her all. Millet said everyone was freaking out because they'd been gone forever, and Alfred kept apologizing like it was never enough. Millet confessed she was wiped out, then snapped that the kitchen had food, so they better grab a snack or she'd never forgive them. Alfred admitted he was wiped out, and he just wanted to dive into the hot spring to recharge his body. Vivi admitted she was starving, and Alfred snapped that he, Fem, and Muffy should head to the spring first. Vi yanked him back and insisted she wanted to tag along with Mofi, and Alfred snapped that he'd wash Mofi himself while Cruz was starving. Cruz blurted out that she wanted to jump into the hot spring too, and before long, everyone was in on it together. Vivi froze in shock and blurts out a quick word, while Alfred stares back just as stunned. Then Cruz grins and says they can wash each other's backs. Alfred shot back that mixed bathing would only bring a pile of trouble, but Cruz cut in reminding him he'd promised he'd do whatever she wanted. Alfred insisted his words were just a little different, but the man's lines still rang in his head too loud to ignore, and when Alfred finally blurted out that weak little interjection, it was clear he couldn't hold his ground. Vivi told him to stop and think, because if everyone found out about Cruz's proposal, what would they say? Cruz told them everyone was already out cold, and this was their shot. She even said there was nothing wrong with keeping a tiny little secret like that. Alfred's stomach flipped with awkward nerves, but he still nodded and joined the crew for the hot springs, because relaxation sounded too good to pass up. Alfred said he was done washing the body, motioned Mufi inside, and then froze, because Fem and Mufi had already started gulping water straight from the spring. Femi took a sip and declared the water was delicious, and Mufi backed her up with a quick, approving word. Alfred couldn't believe it. Mufi was drinking too. Halford couldn't help but think. Magical creatures normally gulp down magic, and this scorching hot spring water, packed with magical ore, would have felt like a feast to them. Cruz strode in, apologized for keeping everyone waiting, and then, thanks to Alfred, her wish finally cracked into reality. Alfred caught the slip and blinked in shock. Vivi snapped that his words sounded shameless, but Alfred shot back fast, swearing he hadn't meant a thing. Alfred caught himself in disbelief. Cruz had once washed herself completely naked, so seeing her now reach for a towel made his eyebrows shoot up. Cruz blurted that she wanted to wash Alfred's back, but Alfred shut it down, saying it wasn't worth the trouble, since it was her day off and she should just rest. Cruz's cheeks turned red, and she admitted she felt painfully awkward, while Alfred snapped at her to keep her voice down and stop shouting so loud. Vivi said she wouldn't mind getting her back scratched too, and Alfred nodded, then jumped in to help right away. Vivi said it felt amazing, and Cruz leaned in, eyeing it like it was something special. Then Alfred laughed and pushed for them to rub Cruz's back too. Cruz flushed with embarrassment, but she still nodded and begged, "Please, Alfred warned me not to move." Cruz said it tickled her, then grinned and swore that next time, she'd wash Alfred's back herself. She said moments like this might be true happiness, and Alfred snapped back that she was just exaggerating. Cruz leaned in and asked how Alfred's knee was feeling, then pushed for a closer look, and Alfred didn't hesitate to agree. Cruz stared at her still ugly knee and asked Alfred if it hurt anymore, and Alfred admitted it stung but it was manageable, then leaned in and asked whether Cruz could still feel the Demon King's power. Cruz said she can still feel it like nothing ever changed. Alfred said he figured the Demon King's power would fade with time, then pointed out that Cruz's magic was easing his pain in a way that was painfully obvious. The Cruz lit up and asked if it was really true, then swore they'd make her show up more often. Vivi stepped in, promised she'd help, and said she was sure Alfred would feel better in no time. She said that with Cruz's strength and her own backing too, he'd finally be able to sprint. Alfred think of them both. Femi started licking Alfred's face, and Alfred blurted out that he was thankful to both Fem and Muffy Jury, while Cruz grinned and said Alfred was seriously the most popular guy around. Alfred snapped, "I get it all," then demanded they stop. Morning light hit, and Alfred told Vivi they had seed potatoes. Then he asked, "Are we planting them today?" As he caught her excitement lighting up her face, Vivi snapped back that the potatoes had to be prepped for sprouting first. And Alfred pressed her again, demanding to know about the sprouts. Vivi told him that seed potatoes won't sprout and grow strong roots unless they soak up sunlight first. She told him the ritual usually drags on for 2 or 3 weeks, but with magic it can be crushed into just 3 days. Alfred went wide-eyed and blurted out if there was anything he could do to help. Vivi shot that idea down and told him that if he had time, he should take Mufi out for a walk. Then Cruz chimed in, "I'm coming too." Alfred nodded and promised that if everything checked out, they'd head out for a walk, then let Fem roam free without a leash. Cruz dared him to race, and Alfred shot back that Cruz should try riding Mufi. Cruz snapped back and refused, saying she wanted to run solo then. Alfred warned that she'd just hurt Mufi's feelings. Cruz panicked and demanded to know if it was real, then blurted that Mufi would probably beg to go for a ride with her. She nodded and volunteered to head out, and Alfred grinned, called it a smart move, then barked the order to push forward. The whole crew broke into laughter, cheering and yelling, "Mufi forward!" Alfred told me that back then the Marug village land was crawling with wolves and giant boars, and that one massive boar stood there, until Alfred crushed it. Alfred also said that after that, he won the trust of the wolves near the village, and Cruz snapped back, "I get it, everything." Alfred demanded to know who controlled the outer edge of the local land, and Fem snapped back that it's shared by lots of creatures, yet the bear is the one that really dominates. Mufi stepped aside to piss, and Alfred's eyes went wide. He couldn't believe it, not after thinking even a spirit animal could never use the toilet. He claimed Mufi went way overboard yesterday, chugging too much water from that hot spring, and that's why he's acting like this now. Cruz felt a nasty presence lurking in the forest and snapped, saying she hated how things were turning. Appeared unexpectedly. Mufi bolted straight at the bear, ready to strike, and even as Cruz screamed for him to stop, Mufi ignored it and kept coming. Out of nowhere, the bear tore into the forest, vanishing between the trees in a blink. Alfred burst out in panic, shouting that the bear had lunged at Mufi out of nowhere and started acting totally out of character. Femi claimed the bear was drawn in by Mufi's scent, which makes no sense because even with their territories tangled up, bears don't usually wander into wolf territory. Alfred leaned in and told Fem that if the bear was truly the strongest around here, then it wasn't the movie that had pulled his attention. He added that the bear was probably bolting from its own territory, fleeing demonic beasts in panic. Cruz leaned in and told Alfred, "Go ahead, bring it on. You can fight them." Cruz claimed they pulled it off in just 10 seconds, and Fem couldn't believe how fast it all happened. It hit him like a jolt. Alfred told Fem that even the demonic beasts had reacted to Muffin, and Fem had to admit it made sense, yet she still couldn't shake the real question. Why were those beasts here in the first place? Cruz insisted she understood it all now and claimed she'd finally cracked the mystery of what was going on, while Alfred just stared back and said he had zero clue what she was talking about. Cruz said maybe that shadowy man in black they'd talked about earlier was the culprit, and Alfred shot back asking if she meant the 12 Heavens representative. Cruz shot it down, then warned that this man could twist animals into either zombies or towering giants. Alfred swore there was nothing like that here, said he couldn't feel a trace of magic in his animals, and insisted that's why everything looked so wrong. He pushed them to slaughter the animals for the moment, grab the spoils, and then hook up with Luca later. Later, Alfred finally said the job was done and it was time to move on. He whips around to Fem, admits he's wiped out, and asks him to give him a ride. At that moment, Mufi blasted out a loud noise. Alfred jolted and demanded what happened, and Cruz just said, "Mufi wants something." Muffy snapped at Alfred to take a seat, and Fem was in total shock at what was happening. Then Alfred looked at her and asked if it bothered her. Femi told him he was free to do whatever he wanted. Alfred grinned and said, "Perfect then, you and Mufi. Let's hit the road and start our journey." Femi bolted out of nowhere, snapped that she didn't know Alfred anymore, and ran. Alfred chased after her, shouting, "Where are you going?" Cruz said that Fem herself told him to do whatever he wanted and then made sure he remembered it. Alfred replayed their walk in his head. Right after they returned, Fem kept sulking, still acting like she couldn't stand it. Alfred snapped his head toward Fem and yelled her name again and again. Vivi demanded to know what happened to Fem and why she was acting so off. Alfred told Fem that she'd watched how he clicked with Mufi, and that's what left her mood twisted and soured. Mufi stared at Fem and asked if she was mad. Fem snapped back that she wasn't angry at all. Alfred double-checked and insisted she wasn't mad at all, and Fem snapped back again that she wasn't angry either. The second Alfred made up his mind to right Mufi, he realized she bolted the instant he did. Femi snapped back that Alfred's ego was way too big, and she admitted she was relieved the moment she didn't have to haul him around herself. Alfred told her he'd gladly write again, and Fem shot back that he could just hop on Muffy instead. Alfred snapped that this wasn't the answer, and that he only trusts Fem, because she's the only one who can truly be his real partner. Femi groaned and admitted there was nothing she could do, so she just watched it happen. Alfred thanked her for it. Femi grinned and said Muffy was thrilled to take Alfred for a ride. Muffy backed it up instantly, and Fem tossed in that if he's happy, then everything's finally okay. Irina watched Alfred charm every animal in sight, and Luca sighed, "I want that same kind of magnetism, but with people." Alfred shifted the conversation and demanded to know about the seed potatoes. Vivi grinned and said everything went perfectly, and now the only thing left was drying them for 2 or 3 days. Luca blurted that she was thrilled to finally get a front-row look at the Heavenly King's power, and Irina chimed in that she felt just as lucky to witness it herself. Vibi admitted this kind of technique was hard to truly read at a glance, but the barbarian swordsman still managed to feel its worth instantly. Luca thanked him for those words, then said she had nothing to do now, so she wanted to take a stroll around the village, and Millet lit up, promising she'd be glad to show her every corner. Cruz said she wanted in too, and Vivi insisted they'd all head out together. Fire! Millet lit up and told everyone she loved how lively the village was, and that she'd cook dinner for the whole crowd. Alfred clocked it instantly. Every single person looked genuinely happy. Alfred leaned in and told Luca he had something huge to say, and Luca shot back, "Is it time right now?" Alpha shot back that monsters had ambushed them deep in the forest. He claimed there were 2 wyverns, 1 earth dragon, and 3 basilisks besides, and said it all felt weird as hell. Luca said it felt like a prank monsters, that Strong didn't belong here. Alfred snapped back that it was real, and Luca just couldn't shake how weird it was that they all went for them at the same time. Femmet admitted she felt totally rattled. Alfred said there were usually wolves, boars, and the rare basilisk lurking near the village, but nothing like this huge crowd. Luca hinted that this could be someone else pulling the strings again, then told Fem, "If you spot anything at all, report it to Alfred immediately." Alfred nodded, saying he'd push the same message to her too, and Fem agreed without hesitation. Alfred said it felt a little off because his gut didn't pick up a single hint of anything suspicious. He said that day's bear didn't just pop up, it was chased by monsters, because it showed up first and then the rest of the monsters came crashing in after. Luca made it crystal clear. They weren't talking about some random beast. It was a wild bear, and Alfred added that it had reacted right then to Mufi's urine. Luca swore it was the truth and said every animal was straight up drawn to Mufi. Then Alfred shrugged and muttered that it was probably the reason. Lucas leaned in and told her he got a hypothesis. She swore Mufi's urine was packed with a massive amount of magical energy. Alfred claimed Mufi's urine lured animals, and Luca nodded along. Then Alfred gasped, because he never thought something like that could exist. Luca told Alfred that new research says demon beasts can actually feast on magical power. Then Alfred laughed it off like, "I knew you'd say something like this. I just didn't know it until now." He figured the animals were probably hunting Mufi's urine for a drink. Then Fem cut in fast, saying the village's hot springs were magic too. Vivi explained that the springs were speckled with magical ore particles, and that's exactly why it happened. Luca leaned in and told Muffy she wanted to run a test then. Her eyes lit up with pure curiosity, begging to see whether he'd let her collect his urine. Because as a demon zoologist, that was the kind of rare data she couldn't stop obsessing over. Vidi jumped in and told her to stop before she did something Mufi would hate, and Luca shot back that she'd never force anyone, she'd only stick to what she'd already agreed to. Alfred told me Mufi barely eats or drinks, so he won't be able to gather anything fast. Best to stay patient and wait a bit. Luca shot an apology, saying she was sorry for scaring Mufi, and Alfred turned to Mufi to explain that Luca wanted to test his urine, so he just asked if Mufi could help. Mufi nodded, and Luca shoved the bottle into his hands, telling him to fill it up right then. Alfred told himself that even with his promise to help Luca, this felt way too big. But he couldn't back out, so he steeled himself and decided to do it. Then Alfred snapped to the others, saying they'd soaked in the hot spring way too long and it was time to bail. Femi nodded, swore she was leaving, and Mufi backed her up while Alfred kept replaying the shock that they were really drinking straight from the hot spring again. Femi dried herself off with a towel and moved with razor-sharp caution, and Alfred couldn't help thinking she was smarter and steadier than most. Mufi decided to copy her moves, but Alfred cut in fast. No need to go overboard, then promised he'd cleanly wipe it all off himself. Mufi said it was showtime, and Alfred snapped in surprise that he'd take him straight outside, then asked Mufi to hang on for a moment. And Mufi promised he'd be patient. Alfred grabbed him by the moment and told him to hang on, no need to panic. He swore the urine looked and smelled normal, but it had to taste wrong and he had no idea how to test it. Alfred checked with Fem to make sure everything was okay, and then he suggested they try Luca taking care of it herself. Femi snapped that she'd never do something like that, and if he was so curious, he could taste it himself. Alfred immediately apologized, regretting every word. Millet stepped up and thanked everyone for showing up, and Irina followed right behind, thanking them again for that amazing dinner. Vivi couldn't wait. She was begging those seed potatoes to sprout already. Alfred said the seeds would take 2 or 3 days to sprout, so he told everyone to stop pushing and rest up today. Vivi shot back that he'd be the only one taking a break. Then Alfred turned to Malay and demanded if the village had any work. Malay sighed and said there wasn't much going on right now. Vivi told Alfred that if he had all that free time, he should use it to get that house back in shape. Alfred realized the home he once shared with Vivi had gone up in flames in that terrible accident, and from then on, they've been living in the Millet house. Alfred snapped that being stuck in Millet's debt was eating away at him, and he said he'd have to go talk to the headman. Millet blurted that she'd never even looked at it that way and that it didn't feel like some heavy burden at all. Alfred told her, "Say it all you want, I'll still wait for you." Then Colette swallowed hard, admitted she'd be lonely, and begged her not to go. Alfred insisted everything would be okay and vowed that once he built his new house, everyone could drop by then. Colette shot back that she'd be there every single day. Millet slammed down her bet and swore she'd do it. Then Alfred called out her name again, like it was the only word that mattered. Millet demanded to know what had happened, and Alfred grabbed the moment, thanking her for everything, then asking her to marry him. He told her he couldn't repay everyone all at once, then pressed a coin into her hand as a token of thanks for the shelter and the food. Millet snapped that she couldn't take the gold coin, and Alfred grinned. "It's fine. This isn't just a coin, it's my feelings." Millet felt like that gift marked the end of something huge and unstoppable. Alfred thanked Millet for the night, then promised that once he built his new house, she'd always be welcome to drop by and visit. Vivi pointed out every corner of the new house, and Alfred leaned in, studying it like it was a puzzle, then nodded, certain he'd got it all. Femi dared to hope the house would be huge and roomy enough for everyone, while Alfred insisted he wanted his own big, comfy room. Femi tentatively proposed building her own little room since winter claws at the air outside, and Vivi quickly jumped in. Yeah, they should set up a room for Mafi too. Mufi doubled down on her words and swore it was true. Alfred froze in shock because he couldn't believe she'd need her own extra room at all. Mufi told him straight up he still couldn't stand to be anywhere but right by the master. Femi said she wanted to bunk with Alfred too and asked if it could happen, and Alfred shrugged, saying that even the winter would feel warmer with them together. Cruz insisted her room couldn't possibly be that big until she spotted something totally wild that had happened to Alfred. Alfred caught himself thinking, maybe Cruz wants his own room too. Irina nodded that she'd share a room with Cruz, and Alfred froze, then let out a sharp breath like the shock finally hit him. Luca coolly shrugged and said she didn't care how big the room was. She just needed a desk. And Alfred's jaw dropped because now Luca was asking for one too. Luca snapped her head toward Millet and told her to speak up. Millet shot back that this house was already hers, inherited from her parents, and that she wasn't going anywhere. Luca's voice shook as he asked, worried out of his mind, if Millet was all right. Millet told herself in her head that she was determined to turn this house into Alfred's home too. She got the brutal truth. From this day on, they wouldn't hang out the way they used to because the others were already building a new house. She confessed that when she pictured her life with Alfred slipping toward an ending, loneliness crushed her, and Luca snapped with shock at what she just said. Millet said she'd get the bed ready, and Luca froze in shock again. This was the second time, and he demanded Millet stop. Alfred clocked it in his head tomorrow. Cruz and the others would roll back to the capital while he stayed behind, gripping his post and guarding the village until the danger passed. Millet hauled the mare over and filled Alfred in, and Alfred thanked the mayor for all his hard work. Then the mayor admitted he'd heard the cabin was being restored and insisted on talking about it. Alfred nodded that this was exactly what he wanted, then said they'd build a hut right beside the warehouse. The mayor said he had no problem with it, but then he pressed, wouldn't it be smarter to build it outside the gates? And with that, he warns that Alfred might end up feeling awfully lonely. Alfred shot back that everything was fine, no loneliness for him, because he wanted to care for the wolves too. The mayor told them, if you're going to use the forest, take the patch right by the entrance, that's all you need. Vivi marched up to the mayor with the papers and declared with zero hesitation that they'd finished the entire project in one single night. The mayor stared in shock at the preparations and demanded it come take a look. He said it didn't look like some plain house at all, it looked more like a full-on mansion, and it was absolutely huge. Vivi blinked in shock, then Alfred nodded and said they didn't need a second floor, because even a tenth of the plan would be more than enough. Vivi immediately agreed. Alfred could already feel it. Vivi was about to cook up another move. He remembered she'd been born and raised in a rotten old abandoned castle, and it just made sense, because this was exactly the kind of background you'd expect from one of the Demon King's heavenly kings. Vivi told me Alfred himself said the house had to be built wide, and now everything's finally ready. Alfred clocked it instantly. This guardhouse was still way too luxurious, and even the mayor admitted it looked kind of grand. Alfred asked if they were running out of space, and the mayor snapped back that it wasn't the room they were short on wood. Alfred nodded and said they'd need the wood too, not just for building, but to keep the village burning. Then he agreed the mayor was dead on and insisted they rethink everything right away. He leaned in and said he had a brand new idea, like he was about to change everything. Vivi asked if he wanted to buy wood from the capital, but Alfred shot that down and told him to start making bricks instead. Vivi blinked in shock and blurted that it was insanely expensive and a nightmare to pull off until Alfred snapped, "We forgot who he even was." Vivi said he was the village's guardian, and Millet pondered it like it made sense. Then Alfred stepped in and insisted, no, he was something far more than that. Vivi nodded like it all clicked, and Alfred leaned in, claiming he was a mage. Magic made materials easy to create, and buildings simple to build. Then Millet finally said, "I get it now." Alfred grilled Fem about clay soil, and Fem pointed him to some lands by the swamp near the mountain. Then Alfred snapped, "Perfect," and told them to start right now. He said he'd make the bricks and Vivi would have to blast them with her magic. Then he asked if she could really do it. Vivi snapped, told him not to spout nonsense, and said, "Yeah, of course she could." Millet snapped that she'd help too. Alfred replayed the whole process, how clay gets blended with water, worked for ages, poured into molds, and then left to dry for a full week or more. And then it hit him. Magic would make everything way simpler. Alfred stared at the results and grinned. Those first badger bricks turned out great. So now they had to run the process a few more times to make sure they had enough. The residents huddled together, staring in disbelief, whispering, "This really looks like a real house," and then erupting into stunned cheers because seeing it up close was straight up incredible. Alfred shot a wary glance at everything around him, and Millet calmly told him after she mentioned using magic to build a house. The whole village suddenly couldn't wait to watch it happen for themselves. The residents insisted this wasn't just magic, they swore it was beyond anything they could even picture, and even though the job looked brutal, they trusted Alfred completely and expected it to succeed. Millet calmly told them it was the truth, no question about it, and Alfred fumed, totally baffled by what she was doing. Then, he turned to the residents and blurted out that he was sorry for crushing their hopes, explaining that a house powered by magic doesn't pop into existence the second you want it. He said magic could only conjure the bricks, but the real building was still plain, brutal hard work, and the residents lit up with pure amazement that magic was the one turning dust into bricks. Millet nodded, confirming every word, and said this was exactly the kind of Alfred she expected. Duero burst out, thrilled out of her mind that everything happening was straight up amazing. Alfred caught the truth in his thoughts. People still didn't get what was really happening, and Vivi said she'd step in and show the residents exactly how it all works herself. She promised she'd prove mages weren't just powerful, they could build like true master stone masons. The town watched in stunned silence as her actions sparked a scorching heat, and then boom, a massive, wild-looking flame erupted in front of everyone. Alfred leaned in, praising Vivi and declaring her flames looked absolutely magnificent, and Vivi flashed a proud grin, saying they were exactly the way they were meant to be. Alfred clocked it in his head. The first day ended with him covered in brick dust, hands still pounding. On day 2, the construction crew finally started right then. His gravity magic kicked in and saved the day. This spell let him churn out the same simple task again and again, perfectly, endlessly. They had to grab the solution, smear it onto the brick, then painstakingly level every single layer one by one. The townspeople burst out, saying this wasn't some trick, it was the real deal. True magic. Alfred kept running the same steps in his head. Lift the mortar, spread a thin layer, then do it all again and again until the masonry finally turned perfectly smooth. The locals went wild about it and crowned Alfred as an absolute master craftsman. Alfred shot back a heartfelt thanks for every kind word. Millet couldn't hide the awe. She said it all looked insanely cool. Vivi said this was exactly what you'd expect. Alfred was one of the world's best mages, the only one who could pull off something like this. And for him, it was just another day at work. One guy even claimed Mr. Owl was so amazing he might end up marrying his daughter someday, but Millet snapped back hard. He said no, and he meant it. Embarrassment hit him hard, and he blurted that it was all just a joke. Then the girl leaned in and grilled Millet. "Do you love Alfred?" Millet's cheeks flamed, and she stammered, "I'm sorry." Alfred said the building was nearly finished and that the sun was already slipping toward the horizon. Then Vivi chimed in. "My turn now." She declared she'd carve a strengthening magic circle into the walls, and the whole village crowd surged in, desperate to see every second of it. Alfred nodded and waved Vivi on. "Go!" Vivi grinned, all confidence, saying he could count on her with zero hesitation. Alfred then spun to the others and demanded, "So, are you done with your work?" Cruz rolled up and told her they'd been sent because she specifically wanted to see the new house, and Irina snapped that she wanted to hit the hot springs ASAP. Luca realized she couldn't help but be shocked. Everything was moving at lightning speed, and Alfred had already wrapped up the outside work. Alfred made it clear only the outside was done for now. Neighbors swore the inside looked totally hollow. Alfred shot back, "Don't worry, tomorrow we'll finish the interior, and then the whole place will finally be ready." Cruz said that meant they wouldn't be able to go inside, and Alfred shot back that he'd wrap everything up tomorrow, then throw a party. He also said the walls, floors, and ceilings are already sealed and shielded from moisture, and that the magic circles have hardened the whole house so it can shrug off brutal impacts and even earthquakes. Millet lit up and said, "Wouldn't it be amazing if Vivi drew those magic circles on her own house too?" Vivi told Millet, "You've taken care of me," and swore she'd draw circles for him. No doubt, not a maybe. Lucas snapped Alfred's name into the air, and Alfred jolted like he'd been caught, then asked what was wrong. Lucas spotted the sickly look on his face and fretted, "Please tell me you're going to be okay." Alfred admitted he was wiped out and that her words left him feeling downright embarrassed. Milik admitted he'd burned through way too much magic that day, and Luca told him to get some rest right now. Millet leaned in and warned him not to go too hard tomorrow. Alfred nodded, promised he'd do it, and made it clear right up to the very last minutes that she'd stayed by his side. Millet told them to stop spiraling on it, flashed a hopeful smile, and said she can't wait for the construction to be finished. Then she simply said, "Good night." Alfred stepped in front of her and told her he'd caught on that she'd been feeling awful lately, then asked, straight up, if everything was really okay. He told her he was ready to talk with her anytime she wanted. He told her he could be someone she trusted, even tossing in a laugh about sharing his bed, then admitted he owed Millet a debt and begged her to reach out to him any time. Millet thanked him with real, heartfelt gratitude. In her head, she finally let the truth hit. She trusted Alfred, and she was done holding back, ready to tell him how she truly felt. That night, a loud knock hit Alfred's door. He jolted in shock, convinced it had to be Vivi. But Millet was right there at the door, and she asked whether she'd woken him up. Alfred stared at her, completely blown away by how stunning she looked. Millet blurted out that she'd come to crawl into his bed. She confessed that once Alfred packed up and left their home, she didn't know what she was supposed to do. Then admitted she missed him like crazy. Millet admitted she couldn't bring herself to say the truth earlier, and that silence nearly destroyed her, so she decided this was the only way out. Alfred shot her a shocked look and blurted what she meant. But Millet started to stammer. Then Mufi barreled in and began licking her face like crazy. Millet shot back, furious. She insisted she was talking to Alfred, not Muffy, and when she tried to steady herself, her voice still wavered. Millet stared into her own thoughts, shocked by the tears on her face, when Alfred lifted his hand to her head and told her, softly, to breathe. He'd be there, listening every second. Mufi bolted back at Alfred, and Alfred immediately started petting him, promising he'd do the exact same for Mufi. Millet let out a quiet chuckle, watching it all unfold, while Alfred insisted he never saw her loneliness. He told him he was heading to a new house, but he wasn't leaving the village. Alfred just promised him that Millet could come anytime, even if he wasn't home. When Alfred got home, he blurted out that he needed to hear her voice again, then followed it up with one more, craving her homemade food. He leaned in and asked Millet, "Do you get it, and can you keep standing by?" Millet shot back that she'd be thrilled to come. Alfred spilled that he was throwing a party and asked if Millet wanted in on the celebration. Millet nodded, agreed, and then said it was bedtime. Millet grinned to herself, already savoring the thought that tonight they'd be together in bed. Then she leaned in and asked Alfred for one tiny favor, just for tonight. Right before she drifted off to sleep, she wanted him to pet her. Alfred nodded in agreement, then told Millet goodnight with a warm, steady voice. On day 3, Alfred swore they finally kicked off work on the interior. Then the rest of the day got hectic as they rushed to help the villagers, building a tiny house just for the wolves. Afterward, they finally finished their new home. Alfred lit up with joy, announced the build was done, and practically begged everyone to come check out the inside. Cruz blurted that she couldn't wait to see the house, and Vivi nodded hard, telling them to hurry up and move faster. The villagers closed in on Millet, praising her like she was the best sight in town, saying she looked even lovelier than anyone could have expected today. Alfred clocked that Millet had this bright, happy glow, and it instantly lit up his own mood too. He asked Fam where she lived, and she assured him they'd be warm and comfy through the winter, then thanked him right after. Alfred then shrugged off the tension and told everyone to move on. People marveled, saying the room opened up wide and the whole house smelled so pleasant you could practically feel it. Bibi swung Alfred into the storage room and told him she'd use magic to stop everything inside from rotting away, and Alfred just stared because that convenience was unreal. Vivi hauled out a couple more things. One box chills your food and the other locks it in a freeze. Cruz realized the most important spot was right there. Vivi nodded and confirmed it mattered, and Alfred finally found the toilet, then froze in shock. Vivi swung open the bright, roomy bathroom and told everyone it was finally ready for residents to use. Then Alfred declared that meant Mufi finally had a place to bathe. Irina leaned in and asked, "So you're saying there's a hot spring around here?" Vivi nodded and said, "You're right." Then showed everyone the open-air hot springs. So when Irina and Cruz saw it, they burst out in pure, delighted amazement. "This is incredible!" The whole neighborhood cheered as they congratulated Alfred on finishing the house, and Alfred bowed back, thanking them right there. The residents burst into ideas and pushed, "Throw a party." Millet said that when a new house goes up, the whole village gathers to celebrate like it's a festival. Alfred nodded and insisted they all celebrate together. Alfred caught it in his thoughts. Tonight's new house was packed with guests, and they didn't clear out until the late hours. Next morning, Alfred groaned that his shiny new bed wouldn't let him rest, because the night before, he'd had one too many drinks. Vivi snapped, reminding him he'd left something crucial behind, and Alfred shot back. "What is it?" Vivi said we were just talking about potatoes that had already started to sprout, and Alfred snapped in shock that he'd completely forgotten all about it. He reminded himself, yeah, she really did help him build it, right up until the potatoes finally sprouted. Alfred urged them to plant potatoes immediately, and Vivi nodded without hesitation, because he swore that the joy of planting only hits right when you share it together. He urged them to call Millet and Colette and tackle it together, and Vivi shot back that she got it, while Alfred promised he'd set everything up in the meantime. Colette lit up talking about those crispy, round potatoes, but Vivi snapped that they were there to plant potatoes, not to snack. Femi nodded, and Mufi eagerly chimed in. "Yep, that's the plan." Libby kicked things off by teaching everyone exactly how to plant potatoes the right way. She told Colette to drop the seeds in a furrow with the sprouts pointing up, spacing them 30 centimeters apart, and Colette nodded hard and said she got it. Vivi kept talking. She said once the potatoes were planted, you just dust them lightly with soil, and that's basically the whole thing. Millet couldn't help but notice Fem tackles this job like a pro. Vivi insisted that the potatoes didn't need water right away. She told him, "Don't worry about it. We'll handle it later," and then shrugged, "Potatoes aren't hard to take care of." Alfred nodded and said they had to sit tight until the potatoes sprouted. Then they'd handle everything else, while Vivi declared she'd take that job on herself. Millet jumped at the idea of writing Colette's name right where she planted the potatoes, so everyone would know it was her work, and Colette grinned and agreed on the spot. Millet just said she was praying the inscription wouldn't fade. Right then, the wolves exploded into barking, and Alfred froze in shock until he understood they'd chased off the parasites for good. He beamed at them and shouted that it was absolutely perfect. Femi clocked that the wolves were just standing there, waiting for him to sing their praises. Alfred thanked everyone, then ordered them to keep wiping out the pests. And just like that, he promised they could finally chow down in peace.